Okay, part 2 is coming soon because I know you're impatient. Drop down comment number 2 and we'll start right away. Don't forget to watch part 1 so you don't get lost. Dong Hai's cage is bright, and my friend Duong Hai is and the news lady is just going off like, OMG y'all, the Knights of the Round Economic Corp from Area 2 just dropped a crazy bounty on this A-rank hero Brunch, who also goes by the Sword Seal. And get this, if you drop a hot tip you can snag a cool 500,000 yalam. But if you bring her in alive, we're talking a whole 5 million yalam. Duong Hai is literally shook like Brunch. And right on cue, Lamni Tuyet yells, the roasted chicken's hot and ready. So Duong Hai looks over and she's walking in with this plate of chicken. And wait for it, she's wearing nothing but a spicy little apron. Bro, Duong Hai's face turns into a whole tomato and he's just like, T Tuyet. So Lamni Tuyet slides the chicken onto the table all smirky like, what's the matter like the view? And Duong Hai is just malfunctioning like, no, I mean, why are you? She just plops down and goes, I told you I had a surprise for you. The main course isn't just the chicken, it's also me. Girl gets all blushy and can't even finish her sentence. So she just shoves a chicken leg in Duong Hai's mouth to shut him up like, ugh, whatever, just eat. Then she totally switches gears. So you were watching that whole drama about Brunch? Duong Hai nearly dies like asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, and he's like, yeah, her. What's the tea? So Lamni Tuyet leans in ready to spill like, okay, so the word on the street from the other reporters is, this A-list hero Brunch apparently linked up with some sketchy superpowered squad after she totally bodied a bunch of heroes in Area 2, and then poof, she just vanished. And Duong Hai is like, wait, for real, I thought she was like a good guy. A legit hero. Plus, she's a total baddie and an A-ranker. But Lamni Tuyet claps back. I don't know. You seem asterisk super asterisk into her? And Duong Hai is just thinking, it's cause I've actually met her, duh. She was willing to risk it all to save everyone. She's not giving villain vibes at all. Then he says out loud to Lamni Tuyet, I mean a hero with that much riz and a one-of-a-kind skill set. There's gotta be some tea we're missing. I'm totally looking into this tomorrow. And Lamni Tuyet just hits him with the ultimate side-eye like, oh really? So Duong Hai panicking tries to change the subject again. Babe, for real though, your cooking is insane. Every single thing you make is absolute fire. But OOP Lamni Tuyet slams her chopsticks down. She gets up totally ticked off and goes, oh, I see how it is. I'm not as asterisk interesting asterisk as her. If I had superpowers and was out there saving the world, maybe then you'd actually give me the time of day, huh? Duong Hai scrambles over, grabs her shoulders like Tuyet. He plants one on her and says, I'm looking into the story, but it's not what you think. They break the kiss. And Lamni Tuyet is all blushy whispering Duong Hai. He pulls her in for a hug and says all soft, she can't even compare to you. In my heart, you're literally perfect. Lamni Tuyet melts into his chest and asks, so, what did you mean when you said it's not what I think? And Duong Hai's like, it's just my reporter brain going into overdrive. I just need to know the real story, you know? Then he adds, it's just how I'm built. I'm not thinking about her in asterisk that asterisk way. I'm 100% all about you. Lamni Tuyet gives him a big squeeze and giggles. Hey, you're the best. But inside Duong Hai is thinking, I am so sorry. Tuyet, I'm literally using your power. I swear one day I'll give your ability back and fix everything. So anyway, back in his office, Duong Hai is staring at his screen like, whoa, that was quick. Then bam, a DM pops up. The sender Tian Dada. And the message says, my guy Dodgy Wild that you're hitting me up first. Weren't you trying to get that dark web tea from the Fanheim Merchant Guild? Say less fam. Sending it your way now. Duong Hai clicks the link and this super sketchy dark web page loads with like red hacker code scrolling everywhere. And Duong Hai's just like, yep, that's the dark web for ya. So fast and to the point, unlike some of these YouTubers who drag things out for 10 minutes. Aight, let's see what the deal is with this sour and spicy noodle man first. And he clicks the link. A QR code pops up that says, slide over 100,000 yalam to see the goods. And he's floored like, 100,000 yalam. Just to read a file. The info loads up. Event. The guy who wrecked that one-eyed freak that tried to take over Liu Kang City. TV appearances, run hero. Apparently Nimvoy completely choked and scored on his own team, LOL. And the gossip is he's trying to get into movies now. The word on the street is that the show, Hero Dad, Where Are We Going? Is trying to get the sour and spicy noodle man and his daughter to guest star. Power level analysis? A rank but on the bench. During that crazy throwdown with the OK. So the ranger dude in the research forest just had a major glow up and can now like totally change his size and transform. But the full tea on this new power is still on the down low. Yo, word is he's about to level up hard, maybe even snag a new rank in the New Year's hero draft. So after doing a deep dive on the intel, Duong Hai was like, OMG, this dark web is legit. It even has the receipts on when I totally posed as the sour and spicy noodle dude to get to school and see that ranger in the woods. It even knows he's cooking up a new ability. Like who the hell is out here playing paparazzi and taking notes? He's thinking. I'd spill the tea on the ice-piercing brave. And the dark web was just like, error 404 T not found. So Duong Hai's thinking if this dude's record is squeaky clean, he's gotta be scrubbing his history on purpose. So what's the deal with Branch? He peeped the info on the screen. They had all the dirt on her, but it was gonna set him back a wild 700,000 yum currency. The dark web flashed, payment successful. And just like that, all the piping hot tea Duong Hai was dying for pops up. We're talking Sword of Sealing, and the whole messy story of how she totally backstabbed the Knights of the Round Table Hero Management Company. After some major snooping, the Knights of the Round Table basically confirmed that Branch was totally plotting with the Adjudicator crew to take out the masked wrestler, trying to get her to tap out for good. So the Knights of the Round Table posse links up with some big shot agents from the Hero Association to snatch the Sword of Sealing, but get this, she completely ghosted them. Apparently Branch has been spotted lurking around Liu Kang City, and the street tea in Zhakchao is that she and that Adjudicator dude Serpent are totally an item. After reading all this drama, Duang Hai is literally shook like the masked wrestler. He's still cashing checks from the Knights of the Round Table, which is sketchy AF. Is it possible their own company has no clue he's ride or die for the Saint? Or is this whole company just shady AF? Duang Hai's just muttering to himself, completely bugging out. And hold up them being lovers. If Chu Tuyet gets a look at this, she is 100% gonna lose her mind all over again. He just keeps scrolling through the dark web, thinking, alright, let's see what other tea I can spill. Then the site hits him with, get the full scoop on Adjudicator members Duke Serpent and Mao. For the low price of 30 million, you can get every last secret on these major players. Duang Hai's eyes practically pop out of his head, and he's screaming, you have got to be kidding me. They're selling my entire life story for 30 million. He adjusts his glasses and is like, so Branch is officially on the run now. Is that like high-key my fault? And cutscene meanwhile across town, well? A seriously ticked-off Molong slams the table yelling, why, I'm your actual kid. Why would you hand the Bakwang spot over to the ice-piercing brave? The armored war hero fires back all low and dangerous. Are you for real questioning me right now? Mang, who's just had it up to here, goes off. You promised me that spot was mine. Both Violent Fist Maiden and I got drafted by the Hero Association. Going to Bakwang is a once-in-a-freaking-lifetime training op, but the armored war hero just snaps. Yeah, I said that, but I changed my mind. You're just not the right vibe for it. Mang, just dripping with salt, screams back. Why is it because I lost to Duke that one time? The armored war hero smashes his fist on the table and bellows, don't you ever bring up Duke's name again? What does any of this have to do with Honshu? Mang looks totally rattled. His dad, the armored war hero, puts a hand on his shoulder and is like, son, I've got my reasons. You have no clue how jacked up Bakwang really is. Keeping you away from there is to protect you. But Mao just shoves his hand away all bitter like, you've always got some lame excuse. You just straight up don't believe in me. So Mong storms off to spill all this tea to his little bro. Mong is venting like hard. Bro, I'm so freaking heated. Dad is sending the ice-piercing brave to the Bakwang recruitment thing instead of me. And Lu Nuyen's just like, wait, what, does Dad not know that going to Bakwang is like winning the lottery? You can score so much insane loot from the freaky beast there. Then Mong just storms out. But not before he drops this bomb. Exactly. Anyone who didn't know better would think Lu Song Duong is the armored war hero's actual kid. Meanwhile, over in the men's room, Lu Nuyen is having a whole villain monologue in his head like, Dad wants to send Lu Song Duong to the Bakwang recruitment plan. What is he even thinking? Then Lu Nuyen touches this gem on his forehead, totally plotting. I gotta bounce to the Cloud Summit Palace like right now. I have to spill all this to my adoptive father. And just like that, Lu Nuyen dips out and heads straight for the Cloud Summit Palace. But my dude completely beefed it like full-on faceplant with this little squeal. Duang Hai, who was just lurking there forever, hits him with this nasty sneer. You're a total disaster, bro. Lun Wen scrambles up all frantic like, yo, Pops, you gotta hear this. My old man is trying to send the ice-piercing brave on that Bachwang mission. Duang Hai's like, oh word. What's he playing at? And Lun Wen's just like, dude, I don't know. My brother literally just had a huge blowout with him about it. I'm getting the feeling he's trying to block you from getting the ice-piercing brave. And hearing that, Duang Hai is like, listen, if we try to snatch the ice-piercing brave right now, it's gonna be a whole mess. We'd basically be poking the bear. Like, for real, the ice-piercing brave and that felt hat guy are old school tight. Then he's like, but honestly, who cares? The second he and your dad are both inside Boxwang, it's open season. Anything that happens in there is totally on the table. So Lun Wen asks, so if that's the game plan, Pops? Does that mean my dad is playing like 4D chess right now? Duang Hai just lays out the whole mission for Lun Wen. Your only job is to make sure your dad's plan goes down perfectly. As long as he and the ice-piercing brave show up in Bakwang at the same time, everything else is gonna be easy peasy. Lun Wen gives this little salute and goes, bet. Say no more, Pops. Then Duang Hai dips and heads home. He's just lounging on his bed, plotting his next move like, okay, while Tutu Yet is busy, I should get a little power up. Gotta get ready for this Bachwang situation. So first things first, I'm juicing up my disguise and clone game to B rank. And Duang Hai just holds out his hand and starts making these little cubes pop into existence. He powers up both skills at the same time. Then the system just pops up like, B rank ability disguise. We're talking a 0.01 second outfit change. You can switch your whole vibe whenever, wherever. You get 3 auto-styled looks out of 9. You can even mess with your body type, your face, and your voice within limits. On top of that, you can lock in a whole new personality, which gives you some major acting chops. The verdict low-key, you could be a Hollywood star with this. B-rank ability clone, you can pop out one clone that's just as strong as the original. And it sticks around for a solid 6 hours. The verdict, your escape plan just got a serious glow-up. And Duang Hai, being extra, just smashes that upgrade button again. Alright, let's boost the Divine Dragon ability to A rank and let's mix in Deep Sea Ghost and Raging Fire. The system dings again like A rank ability Watermaster, and it comes with these skills. Slaughtering Rain River Gods, Protection, and Water Iron Spear. The verdict, it's giving major main character vibes, like you can literally make it rain whenever you want. A rank ability Flame Lord. The skills are Summon Phoenix and Domain Control. The verdict, bro, you're actual fire, I'm literally melting. Duang Hai's just thinking to himself, Divine Dragon. That name is so epic. Maybe I'll lean into that super OP main character energy, you know, that whole long ocean thing. Then bam, we're at the seaport. And we hear Branch's voice. Here, take it. Appreciate it. The guy snags the bag of money and goes, all right, thanks, miss. But for real, I gotta ask. Why would somebody who's clearly loaded need to sneak across the border all hush-hush? Branch just glares and snaps back. Hey, mind your business. The less you know, the longer you live. If anyone starts asking questions about me, you just tell them. You saw nothing and you heard nothing. The guy looking totally freaked out is like, okay, I get it, I won't ask. Night falls, and we see Branch walking down the street talking to herself. I have got to get out of Zakshao. It's been what, a few days, and I've gone from being this top-level hero to like public enemy number 1. And the people hunting me are all heavy hitters, and I have to be on the move 24/7. Branch, with her hood pulled way down, thinks that masked guy Taekwon, and even though he was supposed to be a hero, he was secretly working for the Saint the whole time. So yeah, no tears for that loser. She's standing in front of this huge mansion, totally ticked off and wondering, why is the company trying to take me out without even hearing my side of the story? Branch just collapses onto a bench to breathe, thinking about Duang Hai. And right then, Serpent rolls up disguised as a clone of that masked dude, Taekwon An. Couldn't find a single shred of evidence he was in Zakshao, so I guess I'll just have to go check out Luke King. This super creepy laugh echoes out from behind Branch. Heh, Branch, did you really think you could just disappear on me? And Branch instantly backflips and nails the landing. And the assassin just casually tosses Banny's body right at her feet. She just gasps. What, he's dead? Branch completely loses it and screams, your problem is with me. Why did you have to go after some innocent guy? The assassin starts circling her like a predator, saying, well, duh, I'm after you. Anyone on your side is fair game. I seem to remember you were the one they sent to deal with me. Way back when. And just look at you now, what a fall from grace. Branch whips out her sword and is like, you want a piece of me, let's do this, but we're taking it outside. OMG. That move almost rocked the hitman's world. But he just starts laughing his butt off like, LMAO, you still got some juice left in you, huh? Well, this cute little needle is about to send you on a forever nap. And then you guys... The dude literally yeets a poison needle right at Branch. And bam, she gets hit, flinches, and is all like, he got me. The hitman, looking so pleased with himself, just saunters over. And is like, Branch, babe, looks like your subscription to life has expired. So Branch is grabbing her chest, totally in pain. Then bam, out of nowhere, Lam Nu Yet shows up freaking out like, OMG, miss, are you good? Lam Nu Yet sees the gash on Branch's chest and is like, whoa, what the flip happened to your chest? But Branch can barely talk, she's just like, just bounce, get out of here, like right now. So the hitman, being completely out of pocket, just hurls another poison needle, this time at Lam Nu Yet. She shuts her eyes tight and just screams her head off. But then get this, boom. Some crazy power blast just materializes from nowhere and obliterates the needle into dust. And there's Duang Hai stepping in front of them like a total hero. And he says with this super serious tone, it's me, Tixa. You guys are safe. I got this. And you should have seen the hitman's face when he heard that name. He's like, Tixa, hold up, you're that Tixa from the Adjudicator Squad. The legend who completely dismantled the Saint organization. And Duang Hai just hits him with the coldest reply. If you know, you know, so dip. But the hitman just starts cracking up like, damn big talk, bro. Seriously did not see you showing up here. I'd bet. Let's see what you're really working with. And he just unleashes this massive attack on Duang Hai. Boom, Sunflower True Chi. Duang Hai tries to counter right away, but holy crap, his move gets totally canceled out. His eyes get huge, he's completely shook. Duang Hai has to literally use his own body to block the attack. But ugh, the two girls behind him still get hit by the shockwave. They both scream, cause you know that had to hurt. Then Duang Hai recognizes the move and is like, wait a sec, Sunflower True Chi, you're Vuong Tuktien. And then cue the drama, Vuong Tuktien steps out of the shadows. What's good? You actually remember little old me, Vuong Tuktien. Duang Hai is losing his mind, like, 2 years ago I literally slapped the cuffs on you myself, and you got a life sentence with no chance of parole. So how in the world are you out? Vuong Tuktien just laughs it off. Oh, you know, a little friend helped me escape, and I'm not that same scrub Vuong Tuktien anymore. I'm officially in my S-class era now, baby. Duang Hai is pouring sweat, barely holding his sword up, and he's like, an S-class criminal. All right, fine. I'll risk it all to drag you right back to the cage you crawled out of. So Duang Hai is scoping out Vuong Tuktien, thinking, crap, this dude's power level is insane, way past A-class. If we actually fight, Lam Nu Yet is gonna get seriously hurt. I can't risk a real battle right now. I gotta figure out how to make this guy leave. So Duang Hai goes for a bluff. Listen, you're strong. I'll give you props, but it's 2 against 1. And listen to this, the top S-class user from the Adjudicators. A. is literally on his way here right now. You really want to test your luck against all of us? But Vuong Tuktian just scoffs like, and what if I just smoke all of you before your little friend even gets here? Duong Hai starts charging up this huge energy ball like, bet, pull up then. But Branch jumps in front of him. No, you guys have to get out of here now. I'll buy you some time. Then Lam Niu yet whips out her phone shouting, heck no, we are not leaving you behind. Just hold on. I'm calling the Hero Association for backup this second. And seeing that Vuong Tuktian actually backs down, he hops up on a lamppost and is like, all right, you win the numbers game for today, so I'll let it slide. But I'm coming back for your head. You can bet on that. And poof, he's gone. Lam Niu yet lets out this massive sigh of relief. Phew, did we really just bluff that guy into dipping? And Duong Hai turns to her like, wait, you weren't for real calling the Hero Association? Were you? And Lam Niu yet is like, nah, I was totally capping to freak him out just like you. Branch's whole deal is super complicated right now. Getting the association involved would just open up a whole new can of drama. Branch finally chimes in. Tixa, I have to tell you something. It's about the adjudicator organization. But Duong Hai just holds up a hand to stop her. Look, just go get that wound taken care of first. I'll hit you up once you're all fixed. And with that, he just ghosts them, leaving the two girls standing there. Lam Niu yet is just standing there shook like, so do all you superpowered folks just poof into thin air like that? And Branch is like, nah, that's just him being extra. Normal people 100% do not do that. Lam Niu yet looks back at Branch's wound. You're poisoned. Seriously, we need to get you to a hospital. But Branch just shakes her head no. Nah, I can't. A crowded hospital is the absolute last place I should be. I need a quiet spot where I can use my own powers to get this poison out. So Lam Niu yet is like, then just come crash at my place. Branch is completely thrown like, huh? And right then, Duong Hai comes jogging back in his normal clothes like nothing ever happened. Hey Lam Niu, yet what took you so long in the restroom? Then he puts on this whole fake surprised act like, whoa, no way, is that the famous Branch? What are you even doing here? Branch is totally lost. Who is this dude? And Lam Niu yet has to explain. Oh, that's just my boyfriend. We were just on a run and I had to, use the facilities. Then she fills Duong Hai in on the whole getting attacked on her way back story. So Branch was looking a little rough, but you could tell she had that main character plot armor, She's like, yo, mind if I crash at your crib for a hot minute? And Duong Hai, smooth as ever, was just like, yeah, say less. I got this. And bam, Duong Hai just scoops her up piggyback style and starts heading home. Lam Niu was trailing right behind, probably taking mental notes. Then Duong Hai hits her with, Ayo Branch, real talk, you've been in Lock City for like 5 minutes, and you're already getting run up on. Branch just sighs like, girl, you have no idea. So what was the deal with you two lurking at the port anyway? And Lam Niu, OMG, she just points at Duong Hai and starts spilling all the tea. Okay, so you are not gonna believe this, but we were just out on our little nightly jog minding our business, and we see you getting totally ambushed. Branch was just floored like, you're kidding me. Seriously, thank you guys. For real. But honestly, I'm basically the most wanted person on the planet right now. Why would you stick your necks out for me? And Lam Niu just clapped right back. Listen up. The Branch I know is a ride or die who would literally jump in front of a bus to save someone. Remember back in Zokchow you went full-on superhero to save those kids? Duong Hai and I, we know you're good people. Period. But Branch just sounded so over it, She was like, look, I did not off the masked boxer, and I am 100% not in cahoots with that sketchy adjudicator crew. And that's when Duong Hai decided to jump in with his 2 cents. I heard that masked boxer dude was just some muscle for the Saint organization out in Sasha, right? So even if you did drop him, he was probably no angel. But Branch just scowled and shot back. Who iced him isn't the point. The crazy part is that someone's using him taking a permanent nap to try and get me canceled, and maybe even... And Duong Hai, like he's reading her mind, just jumps in to finish her sentence. And maybe they're trying to paint the adjudicator organization as the new big bad. Branch looked totally shook like, wait, you see it too. Duong Hai broke it down. Yeah, because all this gossip they're spreading isn't just to drag you through the mud. They're also pushing this whole story that you and the adjudicators are like secret BFFs. Then Lam Niu chimes in all confused. But hold up, aren't the adjudicators supposed to be the good guys? Like for real legit. I mean, their top dog, Rooster, has saved Lock City a bajillion times, and Hello Tixa literally just swooped in and saved our butts like 2 seconds ago. But Branch was like, okay, so you guys probably aren't clued in, but all the soups from other regions are getting low-key freaked out by the adjudicators. There's this wild rumor making the rounds that the secret adjudicators are plotting a hostile takeover of Area 53 to basically become the kings of Blue Star. Duong Hai's jaw hit the freaking floor. He was thinking, hold up, say what now? But Branch was on a roll just spilling everything. And that's when it all clicked. This whole drama is why the people after me are ability users from all over the map. And if you really stop and think about it, that little price tag on my head is nowhere near enough to make this many people so thirsty. So my guess is they all rolled up because of the rumor that I'm secretly working with the adjudicator organization. Branch started laying it all out. Okay, look. In Area 53 of Blue Star, there's this unwritten rule that the number of soups and their power levels in each region have to stay balanced. It's the only thing stopping total chaos from breaking out because of power trips between zones. It's like a legit clause in the peace treaty. Lam Niu was completely shook. Get out, seriously. And And Branch just nodded, adding, "That's also the real reason the Hero Association is always shipping ability users off on these long-term missions to other places. They just spin it as going on vacation to keep everyone from freaking out." Lam Nu's mind was blown. Whoa, so that's the real tea. Regular folks like us would never hear about any of this stuff. Meanwhile, the gears were finally turning in Duong Hai's head, thinking to himself, so wait, that means the Violent Fist Maiden wasn't even chilling in Lock City for that long. Back when those mutant beasts invaded, she said she was just back from Leva, which was code for being on a mission somewhere else. Branch kept going. But see, the problem is the Adjudicator organization is stacked with way too many heavy hitters, especially that S-Class legend Rooster. Suddenly having a dude that OP on the board is putting this crazy unspoken pressure on everybody else, like all the soups in the other regions. And now some shady figure is trying to use all this tension as an excuse to get a mob together and go after the Adjudicators. Duong Hai was thinking, okay, who has that much pull? Who can start a whole-ass movement just by spreading some gossip? Is this person trying to build their own personal superpowered army, using taking down the Adjudicators as their cover story? Lam Nu just gasped, like, OMG, no way, that's like a massive threat to the entire world. And Duong Hai's mind immediately went to that Crimson Jade Ring crew is also crazy good at playing mind games. Could it be them pulling the strings? He was spiraling a bit. This whole age of abilities has only been a thing for like 100 years on Blue Star, and now we've got these monster beasts attacking from the outside, and all these conspiracies trying to blow up the peace from the inside, and I still have no clue what this glowing blue spot on my body is even about. Man, my anxiety is through the roof right now. Duong Hai finally turned to Branch and asked straight up, so Branch, are you in Lock City to join this witch hunt against the Adjudicators or what? Branch replied. Get your facts straight. I'm here to spill the tea and help the Adjudicators. And Duong Hai's brain just short-circuited wait, asterisk, help asterisk them, huh? Then Branch gets all blushy well, Tixa from the Adjudicator squad. We're total besties. Ride or Die's been through the thick of it together. Just a sec ago. He literally just materialized out of thin air to save my butt. I trust that dude with my life, no cap. So I gotta figure out what the whole Adjudicator org is really asterisk about. Meanwhile, Duong Hai's over here thinking, hold on a sec. Randomly, girl, please. I heard that whole mess go down and did a whole Superman in a phone booth thing to follow little Tuet. Then Lin Loyette just had to jump in. Hero Branch, you're giving off some serious I've got a crush on Tixa energy, just saying. And Branch totally panics whoa, what, no way. And then bam, we're suddenly at the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's HQ, and this place is just dripping with insane weapons. Okay, so get this, the old guy getting a shoulder massage from Chian, that's Chin Bu Hui. And he's like, this is crazy, I seriously never thought that beyond the four great seas, another squad as stacked and powerful as the Judgment Organization would just appear out of nowhere. Dada, I'm for real, if you can wiggle your way into that crew. The Chian family's clout in the Commerce Guild is gonna go straight to the moon. And Chian Dada is all say less. But Loki, even though I'm boys with that big deal rooster guy, he's never not even once been hey, you should join. What if we, slip him some ridiculously rare loot to kinda nudge him? And Chin Buhui is just blown away Dada, you're an absolute genius. So Chian Buhui is all hyped up laughing his head off haha, I love it, let's do it. We'll throw this huge weapon expo and invite him. We'll even gift him that insane S-rank ability weapon to show the Judgment Organization that the Chian family has major pull and we ain't playing around. Chian Dada is so freaking pumped she gives him a massive hug and is OMG, thank you, Grandpa. I knew you were the greatest of all time. But y'all in the background, Yurang is just standing there, dead silent, clenching her fists. The asterisk drama asterisk. Anyway, cut to Judgment's place, and Lin Loyette is setting out a whole breakfast spread. So Dong Hai sneaks up and gives her this cute back hug. And Lin Loyette is hey, my unit just hit me up. I gotta go in early so I can't do breakfast with y'all, sorry. Dong Hai plants a little smooch on her cheek all smooth I'll drive you. But she's nah, I'm good. You just go brush your teeth and get cleaned up before all this bomb food I made goes to waste. And of course poor Branch is just sitting there third-wheeling so hard and getting a front row seat to their lovey-dovey morning routine. Lin Loyette whips off her apron, tosses it on the table, and as she's leaving she goes, Aight, I'm out. Branch, you chill and get some rest, you hear. So then it's just Dong Hai and Branch left at the table super awkward. And Branch finally breaks the silence. Hey, thanks for everything last night for real. But I gotta dip. And Dong Hai is just wait, what? Why, dude? There are literally people all over the place trying to find you. But Branch is I still got my own drama to deal with and a mission I gotta finish. It doesn't matter how sketchy things get, I gotta see it through. Don't even worry about it. I'm healing up just fine. If it's meant to be, we'll see each other again. And as Dong Hai is munching away, he's thinking, bruh, I did not just secretly play doctor on you all night just for you to run off and get messed up again. He was literally shook when he realized she'd pulled a total ninja move and vanished without him even noticing. Wait, what? Where'd she go? And then boom, we're looking at this huge epic ocean. Dong Hai is just posted up on this cliff looking out at the water okay, yeah, this is the perfect asterisk spot to try out my new divine dragon powers. And then the whole ocean just starts going crazy. Dong Hai, decked out in his divine dragon gear and in full-on dragon mode, is literally surfing this massive wave when he sees something. He's like, hold up those two. They look super familiar. And way out in the distance. So Dong Hai spots this crazy bougie yacht just vibing on the water. Everyone on deck is living their best life. And guess who's there, of course, Chian and Yurang Avi. And they're both rocking some seriously fire swimsuits. Chian is yelling at some dude like, beat it, you're not on the list. But this guy Johnny, who's wearing this super extra vest, claps back with all the sass. Oh, are you sure about that? Let's be for real, if the Lefu Commerce Guild wasn't propping up your little Chian family, you guys wouldn't have even half of those S-rank weapons. And standing right there with him are his cronies, the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman. Chian just scoffs and snaps, please, a few years ago you were just my little simp trailing after me like a lost puppy. And you really think you have the nerve to step to asterisk me asterisk Chian now? But Johnny just flips his hair all smug and looks down on her like, well, you can only blame your own family for falling off this hard. And okay, maybe I asterisk was asterisk a simp, but check it now, asterisk I them asterisk the one putting you in your place, Chian. Then Yurang jumps in like, dude, show some class. Johnny just gives his goons a little nod. Oh, you want to see classless, say less. Go snag Yurang's outfit for me. I want to see what all the hype is about with the second hottest chick in the 4 Great Sea regions. And just like that, the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman start slinking toward the girls, giving off the creepiest, most villainous vibes ever. And bam! Like something straight out of a movie, Duong Hai just pulls up. He's literally just vibing on a pillar of water coming in for the ultimate clutch save like, ayo, what's up, ladies? Real talk, I'm kinda lost. Can y'all point me to Luatkang City? Chianada is totally checking him out and is like, ooh, hold on, are you one of the Great God Rooster's crew? But Duong Hai on a completely different planet just shoots back. Crew, nah, that's a super weird word for it. I'm the Divine Dragon of the Judgment Organization. And girl, when I tell you the whole place went silent, you could hear a pin drop before the tea went flying. No freaking way the Judgment Organization has another S-tier member, bro. This is gonna break the internet, I'm telling you. And judging by his voice, he sounds like he's not even out of high school. I wonder what his stats are. Yurang was practically on his knees begging, yo, Divine Dragon, we're boys with Rooster for real, I swear. Please, my guy, you gotta get us out of this mess. Duong Hai just hits him with a nah, I'm good. Then he points at Ga's crew and drops this bomb, cause they're the ones who need to make an exit. Jean absolutely flew off the handle screaming, you little brat, you really think you can mess with the LFU Commerce Guild, get him. And just like that, the Fire Dragon Scepter and the Dark Swordsman went on the attack. The Dark Swordsman lunged, but Duong Hai was just chilling, completely unbothered. Everyone on the boat was just gawking at the sky, totally losing their minds. Chian screamed, what in the world? What kind of power is that? A massive figure made of water just materialized behind Duong Hai. It was the River Guardian. Duong Hai just smirked. Heh, you call that an attack? All right, my turn. The River Guardian just straight up snatched the Dark Swordsman's sword from his hands in midair. The dude is struggling, gritting his teeth like, crap, I can't even make it move an inch. Then a single drop of water comes rocketing down from the sky at a ridiculous speed, blasting a hole right through the Dark Swordsman's shoulder. He collapsed thinking, one single drop of the water. My man weaponized a water droplet. The power gap is just way too big. I have literally zero chance of winning this. The Fire Dragon Scepter dude raises his staff all smug. I knew you were a water type. You're getting a massive power up just by being on the ocean. He gave this little smirk. But listen, home field advantage isn't about to save you from this beatdown. The Fire Dragon Scepter then summons a couple of fire dragons, puffing his chest out. Let my Fire Dragon Scepter teach you a lesson. Duong Hai looked so bored he could have fallen asleep. All that trash talk and you've got zero skills to back it up. Who even told you I was just asterisk a water type user? As the fire dragons charged at Duong Hai, he was already doing big brain calculations, activating his lord's consciousness. I can control any fire that's weaker than my own. The system screen popped up. Lord's consciousness. Still just posted up on his water pillar, Duong Hai pointed a finger at the Fire Dragon Scepter and was like, today you're gonna learn something. The 2 fire dragons chasing him suddenly pulled a full 180 and made a beeline straight for the Fire Dragon Scepter. He was totally stunned, just screaming, what? He was scrambling to get away, yelling as he ran. This kid can use 2 elements. Everybody run. People were recording the whole thing, completely shook. He's that young, and he's already mastered both ice and fire. The Judgment Organization's whole crew is seriously on another level. With all these god-tier players teaming up in one spot, you think they're about to make some kind of massive move soon? Duong Hai just casually hopped onto the yacht. He glanced at the crew and was like, damn, that dude can book it. Weren't you the one talking all that big game just a minute ago? Yurang immediately started gushing. Bro, thank you, seriously, thank you so much. Chian pleaded with Duong Hai, Mr. Divine Dragon, sir. Since you're also part of the Judgment Organization, could you please help us find our Uncle Rooster? We need to get him an invitation to the beast weapon auction, the one the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild is hosting. Duong Hai was like, oh, for real? Yeah, I know a way you can reach out to Big Bro Rooster. You can just ask him yourself. Chian asked, but how? Duong Hai whipped out 2 glowing gems and said, sign the spiritual contract. You'll become external members of the Judgment Organization. Chian eyes totally lit up, and she got super excited. Wait, for real, it's that simple to become an external member. Duong Hai added, no cap, Rooster is the one who sent me. He wants you 2 to join up as external members, and keep helping the organization process all of its loot. But inside his head, the real plan was forming. Okay, this world is way bigger than I ever imagined. I'm coming for all 4 of the Great Sea regions, and the Chian family is going to be my secret weapon to do it. Chiandata didn't even think twice. I'm so in. Yurang was on board too, saying, as long as it doesn't cause any problems for the Commerce Guild's business. I want to join too. The 2 gems just floated over and gently booped them on the forehead. Meanwhile, back at Maung's place, the TV was absolutely blowing up with news about the new divine dragon. Okay, so Maung is watching the news and he is literally shook. Like he full-on yeets the dumbbell on the floor and just dips. Meanwhile, over at the Anti-Sea Commerce Guild's beast weapon auction, the gossip is insane. Everyone's like, OMG, is that rooster, that dude's been making major moves. The word on the street is he's rolling with some heavy hitters. Like, we're talking stacked with S-rank experts. Hold up, wasn't everyone saying the Chian family was totally finished? How are they suddenly rolling with a crew that's so OP? So Chian Buhui is all smiles walking up to Duang Hai like, Rooster, my dude, I've heard so much about you. And Duang Hai is just smooth like feelings mutual. For real, I'm hyped to finally meet the OG Elder Chian. Chian Buhui just waves him in like, come on, grab a seat. This whole thing is about to get wild. But then, of course, Guinea has to interrupt with a, yo, hold on a minute. His goons start dragging something in behind him. Janae gives Duang Hai this shady look and goes, well, looks like a real VIP just showed up. So, what's the big hurry to kick things off? And you can just see the gears turning in Duang Hai's head like, all right, this dude came here to start drama. This auction's about to be a total mess. Then Jenny whips out his invitation and says, what's up? You got an issue with me being here, I got the invite. But Chiandata puts her hands on her hips and just claps back, oh, please don't act like we don't know exactly what you're trying to pull. Literally nobody shows up to an auction with their own beast weapons to sell. Janai just smirks. Damn, I guess the rumors were true. The Chian family is even more broke than I thought. Y'all must be desperate for a sponsor. And he doesn't stop there. Look, the Chian family's stuff is fire, I'll give you that, but your prices are insane. With all the gossip I've been hearing, I figured why not bring a few of my own items to sell, hope that's not like a big deal or whatever. Hyodong is fuming like, he's straight up dissing our family's weapons. But Chian Buki just puts up a hand to chill him out like, relax. Then Yang Shi strolls up to Janae and asks, you're the heir to the Uruk clan, aren't you? Janae snaps back, yeah, what about it? So Yang Shi just throws an arm around his shoulder and is like, me and your dad, we're old friends. He shakes Yang Shi's hand, trying to size him up like, oh, for real? Which elder from the Uruk clan is an old buddy of yours, Mr. Rooster? And you can just see Yang Shi thinking, how am I supposed to know I'm completely making this up? He knew if the kid looked at his face for 1 second, he'd be busted. So there was only one move hit him with the Uno reverse card. That was the play. Yang Shi totally dodged the question, saying, why don't you just ask your elders when you get back to the Uruk clan? Then Yang Shi dramatically pulls the black cloth off this green sword he's holding. Jenny tries again like, Mr. Rooster, do you maybe know my aunt? But Yang Shi just completely blanks him and says, the gear you brought is actually pretty sick. Yang Shi totally shuts him down before he can even get another word out. Go sit down. Jenny is looking super awkward like, but Mr. Rooster? Yang Shi just drops into a seat next to Chian Bukui. The auctioneer gets the party started, pointing at some blue armor and shouting, all right, people, welcome to the Fanheim Merchant Guild's beast weapon auction. Kicking things off, we've got this blue armor that looks like a centipede. Thing can take a gnarly hit from a B-rank Esper easy. We're starting the bidding at 3 million. And boom, the bids just start going crazy. 3,600,000, 4 million, 6 million. All while Jenny is just kicking back, sipping his tea and thinking, what a bunch of absolute clowns. This armor is a complete scam if it goes over 5 million. The Chian family is just throwing this out there as bait. Seriously, they don't have a single Emperor-grade weapon to flex. The auctioneer keeps the hype train rolling. Okay, this next item is a real banger you should all know. It's one of OG Chian's classic hits, the Gloves of Light. Bidding starts at a cool 200 million. Jenny's jaw literally drops to the floor like, no freaking way that old man is actually selling something that iconic. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon Scepter immediately clocked how legit those gauntlets were. Yo, that's 2-star gear from an S-rank beast. The Dark Swordmaster was so hyped. An A-rank physical Esper wearing those would be throwing hands at an S-rank level no cap. Hyodong was totally bugging out. Bro, the price is already at 300 million. You could tell Chiandata was low-key getting emotional for her grandpa, though. I mean, the Gloves of Light were her grandpa's favorite thing ever, but they were in a tough spot. Chian Buki leans over to Yang Shi and says, yo, Rooster, if you're vibing with these, why not toss a bid in? And hearing that, Yang Shi is just thinking, bruh, the entire budget for the Arbiter organization is only 200 million. How am I supposed to even get in on that? But it's like Chian Buki was a mind reader, because he grabs his hand and is like, here, take this. It's just a little something to show you we're serious about this partnership. Yang Shi was like, I'd bet, would be a crime not to. And Chian Buki was so gassed, telling him, let's go, my dude Rooster, go absolutely wild with the bids, we got your back. Seriously, don't even stress the Chian family's credit card is your new bestie. So then Guinea drops a casual 310 million. The auctioneer's all like, 310 million, who's gonna top that? 310 million going once, 310 million going twice, 310 my psych. Yang Shi just slides in with a 315 million bid. Janine was totally shook, giving him this major side eye. The Fire Dragon Scepter crew was like, should we go higher? Janine just hits him with a, nah, let him have it. Trust the real drama hasn't even dropped yet. So the auctioneer shouts, hey, shout out to Mr. Rooster for copping this sick pair of gloves. Then he's like, okay, people, next up we got an S-rank beast weapon, the Black Jade Shield. This bad boy was forged from... But then Janine, this absolute madman, just struts on stage with his sword out, cutting him off like, yo, pump the brakes a sec. Janine gives his sword a little twirl and says, before you sell it, you gotta let us see if the merch is even legit. Young Shi was just vibing, taking in the whole scene, thinking, okay, I've seen enough of this clown show. He literally couldn't hold back anymore. Huang was over there looking so stressed, giving him that OMG please don't do anything crazy look. Look, that Black Jade Shield might be from some S-rank beast, but its elemental D is the only good thing about it. Its physical defense is straight up garbage. In his hands, I'm kinda worried for the shield, not gonna lie. Hearing that, Chianda whipped around so fast and screamed at Young Shi, Mr. Rooster, let me borrow your gloves of light for a sec. I'm about to snap that wax sword in half. But then get this, Yang Shi just reaches out and pats Chianda on the head, and she was so not ready for it. He gives her this super chill look and says, and don't even trip. Just kick back and watch the show. And then with this huge clang, the green sword slams down on the shield. And you guys, the Uruk clan's young master's face was just pure disbelief as he screamed, no way, that's impossible. While everyone was just staring totally gagged, he winds up again with all his might, ready to absolutely demolish the weapon. You hear that clang one more time, but this time the green sword in his hand just shatters into like a bajillion pieces. The crowd below started whispering, and you know the tea was piping hot. OMG, wait, isn't that the heir to the Uruk clan? No shot he's out here using a knockoff. I actually can't believe it's a fake. Bringing a dupe here to flex is just so cringe. Without even turning around, Chianda goes, Mr. Rooster, you knew that sword was busted the whole time, didn't you? So Yang Shi has this little flashback, right? To when he used his plunder power to swap the dude's sword. Classic. Meanwhile, the Uruk clan's young master is just clutching his head, like his brain just blue-screened. He's screaming, how is this even happening? And his boy leans in and whispers, Boss Rooster touched our weapon earlier. The second his hand made contact, it felt like all the juice just drained out of it. Now the big green sword is toast. When she heard that Chianda went off, totally defending her boy, Yang Shi, are you for real with these baseless accusations? Your gear is an S-rank beast weapon. You think a little tap is gonna break it? Get real. That dude just smirks back. His Esper ability is S-rank, duh. It's not exactly a stretch to think he could mess with the metal's internal structure or something. As soon as he said that, the whole crowd starts buzzing again, like, you know, that kind of tracks. Rooster Asterisk, did Asterisk touch that weapon before? If someone's playing games, my money's on old man Chian's Alchemy. The Uruk young master then goes, fine, if that's how it's gonna be, we'll get to the bottom of this by testing the other two beast weapons. Yang Shi just crosses his arms, looking cool as heck, and is like, bet. That's exactly what I was thinking. So the Uruk dude puts on a mask and blows this freaky horn. It shot out this insane golden light, and wherever the light hit, people started freaking out, grabbing their heads and crying out in pain. OMG, my head is splitting. All right, that's enough, the Uruk young master said, taking off his mask. He looked totally stunned. The offensive and defensive stats of the S-rank beast weapons are 100% fine. Chianda furiously stomped over, got right up in his personal space, and yelled, have you not caused enough drama for one day? First you kill the whole vibe, then you start beef with our guest. How are you not completely embarrassed to still be standing here? The Uruk young master was literally speechless. Chianda totally read him the riot act. His minion steps up and whispers, boss, this whole situation is mad sus. I think we might have a snake in our own crew. The Uruk young master just screams at them to leave, then turns and bounces with his two lackeys. Watching them dip, Yang Shi was having a whole party on the inside. Phew, thank God he interrupted. I was literally about to yoink the energy from the other weapons. So then Yang Shi has this total flashback, right? He remembers the Uruk master being all like, yo, Mr. Rooster, you have asterisk no idea asterisk who my aunt is, do you? And this was literally seconds before Yang Shi was about to go all mad scientist on that beast weapon. And my dude literally just stopped dead in his tracks. Hyodong hit him with the major side eye and was like, hold up, so you were just playing him this whole time. What was the actual plan? Chianbuki just saunters up to Yang Shi, sticks a hand out all proper-like and goes, hey, your excellency Rooster. This old dude also wants to know if you pulled a fast one on that ginormous green sword. Come on, let's go chop it up in the VIP room. Meanwhile, back in Liu Kang City, some sketchy figure in a black cloak was straight up creeping through the night. Brunch, who was already looking hella stressed, suddenly scrunches up her face cause she clocked something. Up in the trees and on the building across the street, a whole squad was posted up just waiting to ambush her. And guess who the Elemental Five? One of the girls, twisting a piece of her hair all smug, gives Brunch a smirk and asks, hey little sis, has nobody ever told you that girls shouldn't be wandering around all by themselves at night? Oh, you know, Brunch got heated. She scowls, clenches her jaw, and gives the girl the nastiest death stare, saying, listen, no one has ever had the audacity to talk to me, Brunch, like that. You're the first. Then some bald dude flexes a fist all covered in metal knuckles and sneers at her, sort of ceiling. You really messed up running into us, the Elemental Five. Bet. Today's the day you get deleted for real. So, back in the meeting room, Hyodong was standing with Chian Bukui, basically staring down Yang Shi. Chian Bukui looks at him and says, "Look, Your Excellency Rooster, it's just us in here. I'm gonna need you to keep it 100 with me." The Esper Core was literally getting sucked into the big green sword, so Yang Shi explained, "Whether it's a beast or an Esper, they all run on an Esper Core, and I low-key just realized that beast weapons are packing them too." Hyodong gives him this look like, "An Esper Core? Is that what you call the vibe in alchemy or something?" Chian Bukui, still grilling Yang Shi, said, "Yeah, but for gear makers like us, we can only feel that energy with our spiritual power. We can't actually do jack with it, so spill the tea. What's the secret sauce your squad is using?" Yang Shi just holds up his hand, flexing a sick green ring, and explains, "To be exact, we collect it. These little gadgets are essence absorbers, and they're the tools we use to yoink Esper Cores." Chandu Duo totally shook, looked at him and asked, "You can just collect Esper Cores with one of those no-cap that's straight up magic?" Chian Bukui closes his eyes, taking a hot minute to process it all, and said, "In the whole alchemy world, I Chian Bukui am kind of a big deal, but I have never ever heard of just collecting ability cores." Chian Bukui slides a wolf hairbrush over to Yang Shi, saying, "This wolf hairbrush is D-grade supernatural beast gear. It makes wounds heal up way faster. If you're down with it, my guy, how about you take this as payment?" Yang Shi held the brush and thought, this thing only has 30 dark energy points. It's kinda whack, to be honest. Then, BAM! He hits the brush with his extraction power. Yang Shi handed it back to Chian Bukui and said, "Yo, Elder Chan, why don't you check it again and tell me if I'm capping?" Chian Bukui totally freaked out. No freaking way you can actually collect the essence in alchemy. Bro, this is a complete game changer. You're wrong. Looking kinda sketched out, asked, "Okay, so what do you guys even do with all the supernatural powers you collect?" And Yang Shi was just thinking, finally they're asking the real questions. Spilling the tea to the Chan family about ability potions could give them a serious glow-up. That way, when the big war with the 4 great sea regions pops off, I won't have to carry the whole thing on my back. Yang Shi just answered him super serious. "We cook up ability potions. That's why every single member of our Judgment Society is rocking 2 or more supernatural abilities." Chandu Duo's mind was just blown. Hold up, if you can just slap ability cores onto beast weapons, then we could theoretically forge 7 grade S-tier gear. She was already seeing cha-ching signs floating all around her head. But before she could even start celebrating getting that bag, Yang Shi completely crushed her daydream. "Yeah, unfortunately, that ain't happening." He then walked over to Chian Bukui and asked, "Actually, Elder, I've always had a question for you." Chian Bukui just smiled at Yang Shi and was like, "Bet. Go for it." He laid out his question. "A supernatural beast weapon is made from just one tiny organ or a piece of the beast, right? So how in the world is that one little part packing 1/3 of the entire body's juice? Make it make sense." Showing a picture of a rhino with a glowing horn, Chian Bukui explained, "After a supernatural beast bites the dust, this thing we call active essence convergence happens. It's a whole alchemy thing. The essence instinctively funnels into certain special organs. After all, the rhino's active essence gets jammed into its horn. That horn gets made into a war horn," he went on. "Okay, so get this. You take this super gross living organ thingy, throw in some alchemy voodoo with a magic circle, and bam, you've got yourself a legit ability weapon." Then Chian Bukui is just like, "Peace out." And as he's walking away, he tosses over his shoulder like, "Hey, my dude, if you're actually serious about this whole alchemy gig, this old-timer is totally down to spill all the tea I've collected over the years." Yang Shi just watches him bounce and is like, "Say less." And just like that, the whole sky's gone dark. It's nighttime. Meanwhile, over in Lugang City, this giant freaking aircraft is just hovering, blasting this announcement on repeat like, "All right, people, listen up. We've got almost 10 ability users just posted up on Chang'an Street in Lugang City right now." So some random guy looks up at this ship like, "What's all the racket?" And then bam, out of nowhere, homeboy's eyes just bug out. He is shook because a whole squad of 3 ability users just rolls up on him. The one in charge gives him this look like he's about to eat him and goes, "You seriously have the audacity to touch what's mine?" Hearing that, the guy gets all twitchy and is like, "Lord Molong, my crew, the Elemental 5, we're the ones who found that sealed sword. For you to just roll in and jack it? That's just foul, you know." But Molong just instantly flares up with this insane dark purple energy and is like, "Blanche is a straight-up snake, no doubt. But you, the Elemental 5, you're just a bunch of wannabes trying to get clout with the Hero Association. You really think I'm gonna let that slide?" And the second he says it, Molong just poofs into thin air, leaving Hong Su-yan totally floored. Then he zips right back just as fast and totally blindsides Hong Su-yan. The announcer is losing his mind, screaming into the mic, completely hyped. In a literal blink, Molong just *erased Hong Su-yan. Can the villain squad, the Elemental 5, even escape this monster? And dude, the live chat is going wild like Molong is giving total main character vibes. He's 100% getting a pentakill today, no cap. Low-key Hong Su-yan was kinda hot, not gonna lie. Her whole aesthetic was on point. Yo, my guy in the comments above me, do you have zero chill? How are you out here simping for a soup who's doing the absolute most evil stuff imaginable? Mind your business. I like who I like, deal with it. Meanwhile, Molong is literally getting cornered from 3 different directions. One dude throws down some ice spikes, another one summons a giant freaking earth bear, and the last one is literally a tree person. They all charge him at the same time. After taking out Hong Su-yan, Molong is just like, "That's 4 down." Seeing this go down, Yurong starts slowly backing away, looking absolutely terrified. Then she just turns and books it thinking, OMG, the power gap is insane. I'm asterisk, so asterisk not trying to die today. I just gotta bounce. If I can escape, I can totally get my revenge later. And then bam, a splash of red just splatters right across Yurong's face. Like, hold up, when did Molong even get behind her? He lets out this creepy little laugh like, you're not going anywhere, sweetie. Then he looks over at Blanche and says, you're next. Blanche just glares back at Molong, not saying a single word. So Yuan Dai is just smiling all cool and collected at Liu Yuan, who's literally sweating bullets watching the screen. Dude, don't even stress. Blanche is not at 100% right now. There's like no way she can beat your brother. Liu Yuan turns around and just kinda laughs awkwardly. Haha, yeah, totally. I'm not worried about him one bit. But he's still glued to the screen thinking to himself, what I'm actually freaking out about is what if this Blanche girl is for real, one of our people from the Judgment Society and then my dumb as a rock brother actually takes her out for good. How in the world am I supposed to explain that asterisk to my adoptive dad? But Yuan Dai, who is completely oblivious, just keeps poking at him. You say you don't care. But your face is telling a completely different story. You and your brother are super close, aren't you? Liu Yuan just forces this weak little smile and is like, yeah, whatever. Just keep watching the screen. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. And with that, he's out thinking, nope, this is so not good. I have to call my adoptive father about this like ASAP. UND just watches him dip, totally confused. By this point, the sun's starting to rise. Yang Shi calls up Liu Yuan like, what's the big emergency? Why'd you have to track me down? Liu Yuan is totally freaking out. It's that little punk Molong today. He totally wrecked Hong Su Yan, and now he's trying to straight up delete Blanche from existence. Then he gets all secretive, leaning in to whisper, yo, dad, for real, is this Blanche chick one of us? Cause I saw some crazy gossip online that she's getting cozy with the Grandmaster Pasha. Yang Shi just hits him back with, don't believe all that garbage on the internet. Do you have any idea how old Paisha is? Liu Yuan's just stroking his chin, all serious, thinking, an old guy and a young girl? Oh, I get it now. It's giving. Blanche has to be Grandmaster Paisha's secret love child. Then he shakes his head like, nah, that's too much. With this much juicy inside drama. It's probably way smarter for me to just play dumb. I can't be making things messy for my adoptive dad. Yang Shi's voice totally snaps Liu Yuan out of it. I understand the situation. I'll get the crew on it. Liu Yuan bounced, totally amped, yelling back. Bet Pops, you already know I'm gonna be all over this. Yo, watch my back and blow up my line if things pop off. And Yang Shi was like, say less. Then my boy Yang Shi whips out these two sketchy-looking green orbs and is all, jackpot. 2 fresh elemental powers for my man Shenlong. And bam, the system menu just materializes. The first orb was rocking this Elder Earth skill. And get this, the T is it can literally sense massive earthquakes before they even hit, and lets you straight up throw hands with some earthbending moves. Perk number 1, you can make stuff heavy as hell. Perk number 2 is Earth's Might. We're talking A tier for real. Then you got the second orb's power, called Shenluo. And listen to this description, it's straight fire. When you command the wind, the spirits ride with you. It lets you whip up a compressed storm, literally ride the wind, and wait for it to freaking wind scythe. Also A tier like sheesh. Then some random dude in front of Yang just pieces out. Meanwhile, over with Molong, he pulls up on Blanche talking mad trash like, yo, I'll give you a hot sec to call your mans. He's all like, for real, I don't want to get into it. We go way back since we were kids, you know. But Blanche just hits him with this stone-cold death stare and is like, spare me the sob story. If you're gonna fight, then let's fight. And OMG Molong got so pressed and just launched himself at her screaming, all right, bet you asked for this. But Blanche, being a total queen, just hit him with the Matrix dodge. And my guy Molong completely whiffed. Then out of nowhere, Blanche pulls out this insane golden sword. She does this super clean spin, and Molong's face is pure unadulterated shock. That sword just yeeted itself right at him at the speed of light. It went clean through my boy Molong, and he is just screaming bloody murder. Blanche, holding that glowing blade, dives in to finish the job while Molong is on the ground trying to put up a block. But hold up. Blanche is looking kinda rough, starting to cough and everything. This whole fight is so insane, it's even messing with the news chopper flying overhead. The anchor is totally bugging out, all frowning and yelling. This is not a good look, people. Our live feed gear is getting totally fried in the crossfire. The stream's getting super glitchy, but just hang in there, y'all. Our field team is hustling over there right now to keep you in the loop. Then Molong gets all up in Blanche's personal space, threatening her. If you don't make that call, it's curtains for you. Blanche is clutching her chest, but she still claps back with, get that weak stuff out of my face. So of course Molong just flings himself at her. Blanche down but not out points her sword right at him, and boom, this golden force field just pops up around her. Molong's staring at her with this totally unhinged, hyped up look. And he's screaming, we're just getting warmed up! You can see cracks starting to spiderweb all over Blanche's shield. She's just gritting her teeth, taking all that pressure like a champ. All right, so the reporter is on the ground now. She's like, we are live from Ching Cheng Street, and it is a total disaster zone down here. Molong and Blanche are in the middle of a massive brawl. And yikes, Molong has Blanche by the throat, threatening her like, last chance, you gonna make the call or not? You can literally see blood trickling from her mouth, and she's just scowling, just completely tanking the pain. She lets out this massive agonized scream like she can't even form words anymore. And as soon as he hears that, Molong goes full-on rage mode and just yeets her into a wall behind them. It kicks up this insane cloud of dust. And as it starts to settle, you can see Blanche just completely still. So the anchor chimes back in, basically saying after a hit like that, there's like zero chance Blanche is getting back up. The internet obviously is popping off in the comments. Oof, tragic. Wait, that's it, kinda weak. Nah, Molong is doing way too much right now. I'm literally speechless, this is heavy. But like, she's a traitor, right? She deserves to get wrecked. I don't see the problem. Does the person above me have zero chill? Did y'all forget she literally saved our butts like a million times? Meanwhile, Molong starts strolling over to where Blanche went down. So Molong's two boys, probably seeing he's about to do something stupid, jump in to stop him. Bro, Molong, that's enough chill out, man. If you keep this going, even if she lives, she's gonna be messed up for good. Molong just whips around and glares at them like, are you for real defending this snake right now? But just then, Blanche calls out his name. Yo! She staggers out of the dust cloud, clutching her arm and asks, you guys done with your little therapy session? Then she looks at them and literally smirks. If you're done yapping, let's get back to business. The reporter on the scene immediately jumps back in. Let's not forget, people, Blanche has gone to bat for all of humanity time and time again. That fighting spirit is on a whole other level, you have to respect it. And Molong just charges at Blanche again, screaming, you all heard her! She's asking for this! But get this, Molong is totally shook when a giant wall of water just materializes and blocks his attack. Standing right in front of him is this massive, terrifying water creature. This giant water golem thing just scoops Blanche up in its hand. Then some mysterious masked dude says to her, my bad, Blanche. The squad's running late. And you already know the comments are going nuclear again. So Blanche really is a traitor. The rumors were true all along. Wild. Okay, I did not see that plot twist coming. But Blanche is absolutely fuming, yelling, why would you tell them I'm with you guys? So this dude just stares her down and is like, you like enjoy breathing, right? So what's the move? And OMG, Blanche was straight up silent. Cause what do you even say to that? Then you hear footsteps rolling up. Then Long rolls right up to Ma Long and is like, I'd spill the tea. Why were you messing with our homegirl Blanche? But get this, Maong totally dodges the question and flips it right back on him. Yo, where's Daoka at? Than Long just crosses his arms, giving Maong the nastiest side-eye like, bro, what's your deal? Maong was just looking down on him, serving some serious, I'm better than you energy. You gotta get through me to get to the final boss, simple as that. And bam, just like that, Than Long gives the signal and this massive water golem claps its hands together, totally trapping Maong inside. Maong is literally screaming his head off, using every bit of power he has to stop from getting turned into a pancake. And Than Long's just watching like, poof, is that all you got? Watch this. And after he says that, he just balls up his fist. Two water hands holding Maong just go asterisk, poof, asterisk, and my dude is left completely shook. He looks up and there's this gigantic water hand about to just smash down on his head. Boom, dust and smoke just explode everywhere. So while that asterisk hot mess is happening over on the other side of town, this glass tower is all lit up. And it's giving off these super mysterious, dreamy vibes. Anyway, Duong Hai dips out after a quick chat with Old Master Tin. A little while later, he's looking over his shoulder, scoping the place out. Once he's sure the coast is clear and no one's following him, he ducks behind this huge tree. Then he all sneaky-like reaches into his coat and pulls out this super old, janky-looking brown notebook. And then boom, we're in a flashback to when the old guy gave it to him. The old man was all smiles and was like, okay, so this is some top-tier tea on alchemy from the Diamond Alchemist himself, plus like a few pages from his secret diary. The old dude is just watching him hold the notebook. Like totally zoned in, and he goes, dude, that's pure gold right there. So while he's reading, one of the pages just starts glowing like for real, full-on magic, and it totally catches him off guard. He freaks and slams it shut, which makes the old man go, yo, my dude, Dao K, if you're vibing with it, you can totally borrow it for a bit. He just gives a little nod and a tiny smirk. My bad, fam. This stuff is so fire, I kinda got lost in it for a sec. So yeah, thanks a ton. And then we snap back to the present. Duong Hai is just muttering to himself while he's reading like, okay, so the secret to this notebook is that it's a whole conversation only people with spiritual powers can even see. Yo, this old Master Tin dude doesn't even look that old for real. After flipping through for a second, he finds that same page and points. This is it. And just like that, poof, the hidden text just appears out of nowhere. It says, so I'm from way out on the Odessa Plain continent and I'm part of the Ananso family. I kinda just stumbled into this ancient magic world not too long ago. An image of Earth literally flashes in his mind as he reads the next part. And get this. I found out the legendary Philosopher's Stone. It's totally real. That thing is juiced up with some insane mystical energy, the Philosopher's Stone. Even a total noob like me with zero magic or talent can use this thing to level up and become an absolute boss just by tapping into the deep secrets inside this treasure. And the book kept on spilling even more tea, dropping even more details. It's like, after I absorbed more than half of the Philosopher's Stone's power, I was stronger than anyone in the Alfonso family like ever. I finally broke through to the 4th stage, becoming this super respected powerhouse on the lesser planes. Then I was like, aight, time to dip. And those bright lights in the sky? Yeah, that was me, 'cause right before I bounced, I low-key helped a bunch of humans figure out how to open this massive portal to another world. This mysterious dude, Bawang, has the stone stashed away. For some chosen one to find so they can cash in on the huge prize I'm writing about in this journal. Go find the Philosopher's Stone, it's somewhere on Lambton. This is the gift I'm leaving behind so humanity doesn't get enslaved. And just like that asterisk, poof asterisk, the text vanishes. But then all of a sudden, a beam of light just zaps right into Duong Hai's brain. He closes his eyes, just soaking in the energy. It was this pure white light, which was basically the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. So after that, he whips up an iron board, hops on, and mutters, "Wait, so the beast world has a civilization that's even older than Wayman's? That's wild. This world still has so many secrets just waiting for me to uncover." And with that, he just jets off, leaving the old man's place in the dust. Next thing you know, it's night and the stars are all coming out. Meanwhile, you are not going to believe this nuet was live streaming from right behind that huge cloud of dust. Maung was still trapped under all that rubble and nobody had a clue if he was even okay. So get this, the new guy in this org seems pretty chill, but his power level is actually bonkers. Seriously, the whole squad is terrifyingly stacked, then out of literally nowhere. So get this, Than Long literally just phases into existence in front of her, scaring the absolute life out of the poor girl. Seeing she's totally spooked, he's all, "Whoa, easy there, sis, I gotcha." Then he looks straight up at the drone, gives it a little wave like he's on TV. He does this super smooth intro "The name's Than Long, and yeah, I'm repping the Judgment Squad. And trust me, babe, our crew sees asterisk everything asterisk." The camera zooms right in on his face, and he cracks this absolutely wicked smirk saying, "So yeah, y'all can just chill." And then boom, this massive explosion pops off behind him and my dude literally jumps LOL. And it's Ma Long, y'all, with his eyes glowing a freaky demon red, lifting this giant chunk of ice. He just yeets it to the side and roars, "Phase 3, let's get it." Clocking the crazy power-up, then Long warns her, "8, so this dude's Phase 3 is basically all brawn, no brain. He's high-key a menace right now. Says you gotta bounce and stay safe." Then he just launches himself at the monster, leaving Nitu totally frozen with hard eyes just watching him go. And over on Throng Street, things are about to get real. Then Long casually whips up a whole ice statue behind him while he's just vibing on a stone pillar, basically daring Ma Long to pull up. Then he summons a giant stone fist and just sends it flying at him. Seeing this thing coming, Ma Long straight up asterisk chomps asterisk down on the stone hand. Then he hoists it up while his tail just goes wild and smashes all the windows on a nearby building. It's literally raining glass. Meanwhile, over at the Colon Company, Viendup and Loi Nguyen are glued to the screen watching this absolute chaos. The kid is totally fangirling "Bro, no way Than Long is my age and he's asterisk that asterisk cracked. Our Judgment Squad is just built different." But then the whole vibe just shifts. She feels the room get icy and is is it just me or did it just turn into the Arctic in here? The second she says it, they both look up and their roof is just gone with Ma Long's tail latched onto the freaking wall. She's frowning so stressed "Of course the young master had to show up and nearly total my entire business." Back on Tantong Street, the drama continues. Ma Long unhinges his jaw like a snake and bites down hard on the stone hand. He jumps, and the wall just spiders with cracks from the force. That huge chunk of rock then starts falling right towards Nitu. She's caught so off guard she can't even move, so she just squeezes her eyes shut, ready to get pancaked. But after a sec, when she's still, not flat, she peeks her eyes open and sees Than Long made a whole stone statue just to catch the debris for her. She's so relieved she just breathes out, whispering, "Thank you." He just gives her a casual no biggie wave, thinking, "Okay, this guy's damage output is insane. I gotta speedrun this boss battle like yesterday." Then, out of nowhere, a sword just runs him straight through the chest. The attacker. You're not gonna believe this. It's that wandering swordsman dude using his armor-piercing skill. He's all "I've been camping for this opening for a hot minute." And now that he got his shot, he just lets go of the sword, starts free-falling, and mutters, "Job's done." Back in the live stream, the director sees this and is breaking it down "Okay, so to even scratch the Divine Dragon's defense, the purple swordsman, ignoring the massive recoil from his own move, just pulled off a play that was 100% S tier." He looks dead serious, y'all. The Divine Dragon's shield is basically on 1 HP, and one more critical hit will shatter it. But these openings only happen because our boy was distracted, playing hero for that innocent reporter. He rests his chin on his hand, looking so stressed, and keeps talking, making the entire audience feel some type of way. At the same time, the viewer chat is absolutely losing its mind. And right then on Throne Street, Linaire channels all her energy into one hand and drops a 1,000-pound punch right on the money. A huge chunk of the Divine Dragon's ice shield just explodes from the impact. Totally gassed from that one move, she leans over panting, "Demon Dragon, he's all yours now." Meanwhile, Naiwa and the crew are just standing there completely drenched. She's trying to wipe the water off, complaining, this whole place is a literal swamp now." As for the other guy, he's already back in the fight, popping his ult scythe lure. He summons a storm of scythes that just homes in on the Demon Dragon. The spinning scythes, looking like glowing Beyblades, slam right into his stomach, shredding through his tough guy armor. This nasty red gas starts pouring out of him. After taking that hit, his whole body just goes limp like a puppet with its strings cut, and he starts to fall. Seeing his chance, our boy doesn't give him a single second to recover. In a flash, he transforms his arm, covering it in rock, and just blitzes him. And in the demon dragon's crimson eyes, you can see the reflection of the divine dragon, with a glowing stone fist rushing right for his face. The divine dragon closes the distance and just mercilessly unloads a massive punch right into the demon dragon. I bet. So he throws his hand out like he's about to do some insane earth-bending jutsu. He's all like, yo, quit squirming, it's game over for real this time. Then bam, this gigantic rock hand just snatches the demon dragon up, catches him from behind, leaving my dude completely shook. It just yanks him straight down, no cap, giving him zero chance to do anything but scream his head off like a final girl in a horror movie. And OMG, when they slammed into the ground, the impact was so insane, the whole area just detonated, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere like it's a Michael Bay flick. Seriously, where are the explosions? A massive dust cloud kicks up and you can't see squat. But wait for it! When the smoke finally clears, get this, the demon dragon is back in his human form, just laid out cold and completely out of commission on the floor. And then the divine dragon just casually whips up these water chains and puts both of them on lockdown. We're talking the wandering swordsman and the demon dragon. He's like, yo, Mr. Armored War Hero, my dude. I'm pretty sure you know what the move is here, right? Meanwhile, back at the guild's HQ, this one guy is watching the stream, and he is absolutely seething, like his hands are literally shaking. He balls up his fist so tight he straight up shatters his cup. Savage. Over on Thrung Street, Nayu was trying to piece together the tea, like what did he even mean by that? Like what's this choice the Armored War Hero is supposed to make? Is he gonna have to pick one of the two? The demon dragon or the swordsman? Or is he about to trade two A-rank heroes for something else? Girl, the tea is absolutely scalding. So as she's just vibing, staring up at the sky, she spots a figure getting closer and she's like, hold up. No freaking way the Armored War Hero actually pulled up. He flies in carrying the ice-piercing warrior in his arms, and bam, it triggers a total flashback to a whole convo he had with young Shi while he was undercover. You can see the gears turning in his head as he connects the dots. So let me get this straight. After all this drama, you just want me to help you investigate the crew pushing that sketchy product? That's the whole plan? And then they just stared each other down for a hot minute. The tension? You could cut it with a knife. Then he's like, and not just that, you're also gonna help me get in on the boxwang plan. And for all my trouble, I get an A-rank ability potion, the kind that'll make me a dual-threat A-rank user. My guy is driving a hard bargain. Snapping back to reality, the Armored War Hero brings the dude over to the Divine Dragon. Aight, so, about that deal we discussed. The ice-piercing warrior looks over totally lost. Boss, what deal? What are you even talking about with them? And his boss's whole vibe just gets super dark as he starts explaining, there was a deal that I took cause I owed someone a favor. I was kinda hesitant, but now, to get the demon dragon and the wandering swordsman back. But what's sacrificing one subordinate in the grand scheme of things? Oof, that's cold. Hearing this, the ice-piercing warrior's whole face just drops. Getting two A-rank heroes back? Yeah, suddenly any sacrifice was worth it. His boss even gives his boy a little pat on the shoulder, smiling with this super sus look on his face. You get it right, glad we're on the same page. The guy panics and tries to make a run for it, but the second he bolts, the boss just takes him out. Instantly. This left everyone watching Dao Katatnai and Yonde completely shook, just staring at the absolute madness going down. Meanwhile, over at the cologne company, Liu Yuan is watching the whole thing go down through binoculars with this smug-as-heck grin. See? That's how it's done. Why'd they drag it out so long? I can already taste that new ability potion. After that, he just starts cackling like a total movie villain. The Armored War Hero then walks over to the ice-piercing warrior and just yanks him up, completely ignoring him, pleading, bro, why are you doing me like this? Then he just tosses him on the ground in front of the Divine Dragon and says, a trade. The guy turns his head, gritting his teeth. We don't have a problem. Why are you trying to take me out? The hero just looks down at his fist and starts airing out all the guy's dirty laundry. You really gonna play dumb about what you did? You were dealing with that special sauce and you were hurting innocent people. This ain't random, fam. This is just karma coming to collect its dues. And with that, he eats the demon dragon and the wandering swordsman over to the Armored War Hero, who shoots out a robotic arm to catch him. I've handled my end of the deal. The rest is on you. But then out of absolutely nowhere, the ice-piercing warrior just starts laughing like a complete maniac, making them both look over like, what the heck is going on? His eyes go crazy wide and some nasty green goo starts dripping from his mouth. Then like he's hitting a self-destruct button, he just explodes in a flash of green light, forcing our two heroes to dive for cover as this freezing fog rolls in everywhere. And get this, his missing limbs just reform out of pure ice. He's just floating like a couple feet in the air. Alright, so, how should I repay you all for this little betrayal? The ice-piercing warrior, now sporting these sick new ice limbs, gives the Divine Dragon the ultimate death stare. Today, every single one of you is getting deleted. The Armored War Hero just turns and says, let's team up and put this clown on a t-shirt. Without missing a beat, he nods. That's exactly what I was thinking. Then he busts out the immortal bird summoning jutsu. These insane flames just erupt from the ground, forming this absolutely epic firebird. The ice dude looks down all salty at the Divine Dragon. As long as my ice game is strong enough, even a monster made of this fire is about to have a major glow-up and become an ice sculpture. As he's saying this, he just yeets a whole storm of ice shards like they're arrows, screaming, y'all need to chill out. They totally zoom over. And just like instantly flash freeze the immortal bird's fire. My dude then just dashes in and slices it clean in half, easy peasy. But then he gets this asterisk look, asterisk, you know. He turns to them and raises his hand, whispering something like, "Air bullet." He swings his arm and just launches it at the armored hero, who's midair basically saying, "Have a nice day." But my guy isn't even breaking a sweat, he just casually pops 2 missiles from his shoulders. They collide with some insane force, setting off this massive kaboom that echoes everywhere, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and smoke. He's giving the dude some major side-eye. "Looks like that power-up just made you extra, not actually better." And the second he says that, these gnarly green laser beams just blast out of his eyes. They shoot straight into the Ice Warrior's face, making him scream like his favorite show just got canceled. The dude gets zapped and just stumbles back, eating dirt like hard. Up above, the Divine Dragon sees him just laying there and is like, "Wait as he toast, it's over just like that." "All right, bet we should probably go get a closer look." So they both land to scope out the scene. The armored hero is all like, "Ugh, what a total waste of my time. It's a wrap." But then plot twist, that creepy green goo starts oozing out of his body again. Except this time it's giving sentient. Like it's totally moving, like it has a mind of its own. His spidey senses were going crazy, so he grabs the armored hero and just yeets them both backward. Yo, major red flag! That goo just morphed into these freaky-looking tentacles with teeth, and bam, it snatches the armored hero, wrapping him up crazy tight. My guy is screaming, "What is this nightmare fuel?" And just like that, the other dude gets yoinked into the mess too, all tangled up. "Yo, I don't know if you can reach, but just chuck some bombs in there and light it up." He looks down and is completely floored. The Ice Warrior isn't even knocked out. He's just standing there, total main character energy in the middle of this freaky monster plant thing. He's laughing like a total psycho, like, "Whoa, this power is wild. Is this my villain origin story arc or what?" Hearing his voice, the armored hero is freaking out too, like, "Bro, what in the final boss level up is this?" The other guy is just as clueless, trying to make sense of it. Is this like the Ice Warrior's secret weapon or something? And while all this insanity is popping off, some super sus character is watching the whole show from a distance. This person's looking at the monster, which is getting bigger every second, and mutters, "Damn, what a shame. We were so close to snagging that W." Guess test subject number 52 is officially a total bust. But low-key, its destructive power is on a whole other level compared to the last ones. Is it because of his own willpower? He just gives his hat a little tip, looking way too cheerful. Man, the soul is a trip. The more I study it, the more I realize I know absolutely nothing. I'm about to hit level 3 spiritual power, and for real enter my commander era. He was so lost in the sauce plotting his little schemes that he had zero clue someone's been spying on his whole operation for a hot minute. I'm just gonna hang back for a sec before I go farm that deep blue star marrow from his body. Let these 2 clowns soften him up for me, saves me the effort. Young Se is just watching this guy, shaking his head. You're so busy chasing the bag right in front of you that you can't even see the massive L you're about to take. Anyway, time skip. Over with Nayu. She's draped some random cloth over herself and is back to live streaming the whole throwdown. Okay, so all aircraft are getting absolutely no access to the battle zone. We've had to pull back to a safe distance. From what we're seeing on the ground, the healing ability on these tentacles is completely cracked. Even if they manage to break free, it'll probably be for like 2 seconds tops. She glances over at the monster. The Ice Warrior's body has gone through some super freaky transformation that our brains literally can't compute. It's giving less epic power-up and more alien parasite hostile takeover. The Divine Dragon whips out his scythe lure attack, just launching scythes at the tentacles. He's thinking to himself, oh hell no. These things just keep on coming. The scythe is just slicing and dicing tentacles left and right. Meanwhile, the armored hero, who's still got his legs all tangled up, is also powering up with blue light just crackling from his hands. The monster dude sees him struggling and just laughs. Yo, boss man, don't play dumb with me. Didn't you want me to take over the cologne company bet? Right after I'm done having you for dinner, I'm taking the whole damn company for myself. Yo, why does eating people feel so normal? It's like you guys were always on the menu for my greed tribe. Hold on. What the hell even is a greed tribe? He's muttering to himself. And boom, the second that crazy thought leaves his mouth, he's totally bugging, and his head starts throbbing like a drum solo. God, my skull is about to split open. He gave the old dude the nastiest side-eye like it was all his fault. Annoying, bruh, this is 100% your bad, you dusty old relic. You literally scrambled my brain and now I've got this killer migraine. And then get this. He made a tentacle just start munching on his own head. Wild. Aight, after I yeeted that annoying part of my brain, I'm feeling way better, no cap. Watching this dude literally eat himself. So the guy starts dishing the dirt, right? Okay, low-key. I'm pretty sure its true form isn't just some hand-me-down from the ice-piercing hero, and the wildest part, my boy has zero clue. We gotta find its main body and hit it with a final boss move. For real. The armored hero just nodded, he was so down. I can totally yeet this armor-piercing egg to clap this goofy monster, but you gotta help me break out of these things. Hearing that, the guy was like, say less. Then he whips out this insane legendary firebird. It just starts blasting flames everywhere, crisping up those tentacles. He saw his opening, while they were all panicking to just launch himself into the air and huck the egg. It was this pitch-black thing that just nosedived right into the center of the tentacle mosh pit. From way up there, he looks down and is all casual like, oh, my bad, totally forgot to mention. Then a couple seconds later, he drops this bomb. It's got a 500-meter blast radius. If you don't dip like right now, you're gonna be toast. Hearing that divine dragon was absolutely shook, looked up and was like, you absolute... And right then the egg started glowing like a supernova, shooting out these crazy beams of light that zapped every single inch of the monster. Then boom, this massive explosion just goes off, shaking the whole city. The energy from that egg just shredded the monster into confetti. When the light show finally died down, all you could see was this massive cloud of smoke just hanging in the air trying to hide the carnage. Once the smoke finally decided to clear out, you could see the aftermath on the ground. There were just these little pieces of the monster left squirming around like a bunch of gross worms. Divine Dragon somehow managed to clutch up and leap onto a floating piece of ice just in the nick of time. But he still got clipped by the blast, and yikes, lost his legs. He was probably thinking, dang, that old-timer, the armored war hero, is a total snake for that. Good thing this is just my clone, LMAO. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was absolutely losing its mind, spamming stuff like, wait, did Divine Dragon really just lose his legs? Is he even gonna be in the Judgment Org after this? Getting bodied that hard by another hero is just insane. The armored war hero is probably trying to send a message to Divine Dragon, basically saying now's the time for everyone to squat up and take this thing down. Then the camera zooms in on the monster bits and those little wormy pieces start growing back at like a terrifying speed. And the chat just went off again. OMG, the monster's still kicking, for the love of God, somebody finish this thing, I live in Lokong City, man. If this thing goes fully psycho mode, I'm so done for, there's no way I can dip fast enough. Not even that pocket nuke could take it out. We're so boned. The dust from the explosion started to settle, and you could see the tentacle monster just casually regenerating like it was no big deal. Then through the smoke, this foot in a bright yellow sneaker steps into frame. Spicy Superman just strolls and sizes the thing up and smirks. Fighting a monster this lit, y'all really thought you could throw a party and not invite me, spicy asterisk dust asterisk Superman. Liner stepped up ready to get in on the action. Count me in. And right after, a whole crew of other heroes started showing up. I'm in too. Yeah, let's get it. I can throw down too. Seeing this whole superhero squad assemble, the reporter kept the play-by-play going for everyone at home. This is officially turning into the longest night in the history of Lokong City. Some kind of freaky next-level power has invaded our home. This thing is on a whole other plane of existence. It's handed us some major L's, and not gonna lie, we're getting absolutely wrecked. Then she turned back to the camera, with tears in her eyes, and just screamed with everything she had. But we have never, ever lost hope. Look how many heroes have pulled up to this fight. I just know the dawn is coming for real. The live chat saw that, and everyone got super emotional in the comments. Real talk, this is feeling less like a battle and more like a one-way trip to Yikesville. But like our reporter on the scene said, with that total main character energy, we're definitely gonna see the dawn. The livestream chat was just a straight-up waterfall of feels at this point. Divine Dragon, still just chilling on his ice perch, looked down and was like, yo, what's the game plan? You guys just gonna group up and become a monster buffet? Liner just scowled and clapped back. You got a better idea then. He glanced up at the monster. Obviously. So y'all might want to take a few steps back. I'm not trying to have any friendly fire incidents. And just like that, this notification window just pops into existence. Compression storm sphere. A gray orb just sucking in all the energy around it was spinning in his hand. It's a really good thing this is a clone for real. Otherwise, there's no way I could go this hard in hero mode. She looked up at him, totally sus. What is this dude even cooking up? Spicy Superman started thinking out loud. Okay, based on that last round, we know that big area of effect attacks don't do squat to this monster. Its core is buried deep inside. Someone's gotta get all up in its business to land the final hit. OMG. Girl, the second she heard that it was like asterisk, ding ding ding, asterisk, a light bulb went off. She knew he was about to do something huge. Divine Dragon was just like laser focused, soaking up all that spiritual energy like a sponge. His eyes were totally locked on this one spot. And then like a split second later, bam, this insane explosion just goes off. The boom was so freaking loud it literally shook the whole dimension, no cap. Dust and debris just went flying everywhere like a disaster movie. And you've got Liner and Spicy Superman who were right in the splash zone screaming and throwing their arms up to protect their faces. Like, not the face. Whoa. So when the smoke finally clears, get this. That monster from before was just poof gone. The people watching were absolutely losing it. You already know the comment section was a whole war zone. But wait, here's the plot twist nobody saw coming. The Judgment Organization totally stepped up. But OMG, this one dude from their squad, Divine Dragon, his legs got completely mangled in the blast. It was tragic. Like he deadass could have dipped, but nope. He decided to go all in, charging straight at the monster to take it down with him, a real one. So anyway, back to the drama. And Nuer was just sobbing like a full-on ugly cry, thinking, Divine Dragon, you were our hero, our light. The feels were so real she couldn't stop the tears, they were just pouring down her face. And it wasn't just like, oh no, he's gone, sad, you know? It was this super deep, heavy gratitude for what he did. Like she was wrecked, but also so thankful. Meanwhile, Yangi, who's in his full-on chicken man form, is just staring at this random seed in his hand. He thinks for like 2 seconds and then he's like, I'd bet, you're the new Divine Dragon now. So the whole power-up is basically a top-tier rank A Flame Lord ability, just downloaded right into Shinua. The new Divine Dragon rocking a whole new fit and a mask just gives a nod and is like, say less. So then the two of them just post up on a skyscraper having a whole main character moment watching the sunset in silence. And right where the monster's body used to be, this crazy deep blue jade thing just materializes floating in midair. So of course the armored war hero sees it and reaches out to yoink it, but then this voice just booms out of nowhere like, "You clueless little human, that ain't for you to touch." And at the exact same second, a green sword just runs him straight through. He didn't even see it coming. He's completely shook, barely turning his head, probably thinking, wait, what? How is this even happening? My armor is literally pristine, not a scratch, but I'm actually hurt, and that dude is like a mile away. Plus his suit's alarm system didn't even go off. Total ghost attack. Then Yuan just pulls his weapon back and starts strolling over like he owns the place. No offense, but for real, most of you human ability users are just riding on that beginner's luck from your first glow-up. The viewers on the stream were shooketh, and the chat just exploded. WTF is happening? A green light holdup, is he with the monster? Is this a team-up? So the armored hero immediately yeets himself into the air to get some distance and yells, "Who the heck are you? Why'd you gank me?" And Yuan just casually bends down, picks up the stone, and claps back with zero chill. "I didn't jump you, my guy. You were just too slow to see my totally obvious out-in-the-open attack. So yeah, you just had to stand there and take it while I hit you right in the soul." But psych, before he can even grab it, the stone gets swiped right out of his hand while he's still monologuing. And it's Yangi holding it. He just turns his head and goes, excuse me. Just so we're all clear here, this little deep blue crystal, yeah, that belongs to our crew, the Judgment Organization. The viewers went absolutely wild seeing him. The Rooster of Judgment has officially entered the chat. Everyone knows as long as he's on the scene, this whole mess is about to get sorted. On the live feed, the comments were just flying, dude. People were hyped. So Yuan holds his weapon out and is like, "Look, Mr. Rooster, my crew, the Primordial Organization, we got no beef with. Judgment-ite. Just give back the crystal and we can all just pretend this little misunderstanding never happened." Meanwhile, the cameraman on the side is having a meltdown like, "Why can't I get a shot? Is my camera broken?" Na looks down at the grounded drone, totally freaked, and says, "It's not the gear, fam. All of it is being jammed by some crazy psychic power. Tell HQ like right now." And in that moment, it all clicks for Duong Hee. The crew backing Du Hoan is called Origin. This dude is jamming the cameras on purpose. Okay, so he's trying to stay on the down low. There's gotta be some major conspiracy tea brewing here. Then he snaps back to reality and opens his mouth. "So what if I *1* to make you an enemy?" And since they weren't shaking on it, a super pissed Yu Huan just launches himself and slashes at him, screaming, "If you've got a death wish, I'm more than happy to help you out." But my guy didn't even flinch. He just instantly blasts a psychic shockwave. And get this, 3 golden rings just pop into existence out of thin air, totally blocking the attack like it was nothing. The weapon in his hand just shatters into a million pieces on impact, and he's freaking out, yelling, "Tier 3 mental power!" He's staring at the guy's power, totally shook, and just mumbles to himself, "Dude, our commander hit Tier 3 like 15 years ago. I was out here thinking only our greed tribe could even touch the human race's defenses. I guess I was wrong." Okay, I was not expecting a human to actually level up to Tier 3 for real. Then boom, Duang Hai's mind just flashes to Fifi lying helpless in that hospital bed. That little blue glow on her soul was 100% connected to the Deep Blue clan, no cap. He was so not about to let these aliens slide. So after his little internal freakout, Du Hoan just had to open his mouth. Damn, what a shame. I was kinda hoping we could throw hands, but plot twist, the organization just dropped an urgent mission on me. And as he's saying this, my guy starts to bounce like for real. "This deep blue essence crystal, you can hold on to it for me, but next time we link up, I'm taking it back with interest." Seeing him try to make a break for it, Duang Hai was like, trying to dip, "Yeah, you better park it right there." Du Hoan looked completely shook like a light bulb just exploded in his head right when Duang Hai blasted 3 psychic shockwaves straight at him. The dude whipped around, materializing a 6-winged shield in his hand. He was stressing hard like, his psychic game is way too OP. My shield is not going to be able to tank many more of those hits. Not even giving him a sec to breathe, Duang Hai just summons a crazy sharp spear out of thin air and runs him straight through before he could even blink. Ah! Du Hoan got totally wrecked and cursed him out. "You grimy backstabbing snake," having lost all his energy to fight. He completely lost his footing and just ate dirt. Duang Hai looked down from the sky, ice in his veins, and said, "With that Deep Blue clan mark, congrats, you've just won a one-way ticket to meet the Arbiters." Sprawled on the ground, Du Hoan screamed, "If you're gonna finish me, just do it already, I'm cooked, I tap out." Duang Hai landed, and seeing the guy was clearly not gonna make this easy, he asked, "So how'd that feel, you down to go a few more rounds?" He leaned in, super threatening. "Look, just answer my questions like a good little boy, and I might just let you keep breathing." Then he hit him with the death stare and growled, "Spill it! What's the whole deal with these ice-piercing warriors and the blue pills?" The guy gasped for air, coughed a couple times. "Cough. Aight, fine. I'll tell you about the origin seed." He then started laying it all out, picturing a body with that blue seed inside. Okay, so the origin seed, it's basically living in the soul of every last Deep Blue clan member. When the whole transformation thing kicks off, this tiny blue speck of light starts to literally rewrite a creature's soul. He continued describing these nasty tree-like tentacles latching onto someone. The sapling's roots use the speck of light like a GPS to lock onto the soul of a potential new recruit. The stronger their original soul is, the more juiced up the origin seed gets. And the thicker those roots grow. Then he got to the good part. With some thick roots, the host body can basically suck way more power out of the sapling. For instance, secret moves and combat skills. It's like these shadow figures are plugged into the matrix, just downloading power for poison techniques, physical buffs, and weapon mastery. After that, my clan started mass-producing and pushing these blue pills everywhere. The Deep Blue clan was slinging those blue pills on a massive scale to find the right people to flip into one of us. A smoking frozen hand pops up as Du-Hoen talks about the side effects. But obviously, not everyone can handle the shock when that sapling connects. If they fail, they get nerfed into some low-level monster. He was picturing the ice-piercing warrior, whose entire body except his head looked like a frozen deep blue mutated nightmare. Hearing this, Duong Hai got heated and snatched him up by the collar. After someone's infected with this origin seed, is there like a cure or something? Seeing how totally pressed he was, Du-Hoen was like, why are you even asking? Don't tell me one of the guinea pigs is someone you actually give a crap about. Duong Hai was so over his crap he just zapped him with a few psychic blasts, making him twitch. Are you gonna talk or not? Du-Hoen just busted out laughing, haha. Then a whole-ass stream of blue light shot out of his face. He literally became the light and just ghosted, leaving the body behind. Duong Hai could only watch, screaming with rage. He got away again! The body he ditched suddenly started pouring out thick smoke, leaving Duong Hai and Warbear just staring completely floored. When the smoke finally cleared, Du-Hoen's body was gone, and in its place was some young woman. The old man squinted, then yelled, "That's Manager Wang, the head of the Heroes Association's branch right here in Liukong City." Duong Hai sighed. Of course it is. Looks like the Origin organization has already got its claws in the Heroes Association. The old man gave him a look, frowning about a whole Heroes Association manager getting taken out. I'll back you up with the Arbiters. Consider it me making up for that whole Divine Dragon mess before. Hearing that, Duong Hai clapped back super blunt. Do you even have a clue what you're talking about? So you think raising a whole-ass quad elemental user is a walk in the park? You really think a little heart-to-heart is gonna fix this? The old dude was so not having it. Alright, so what's the game plan? And Duong Hai, who was totally waiting for this exact moment, clapped back with, make Luong Nguyen the new CEO of Kunlun instead of Molong. And get this, Warbear just smirked. But then he got dead serious like, yo, I'm cool with Luong Nguyen taking the throne, but his power level has got to be at least A rank or literally no one is gonna respect it. Duong Hai just casually hopped on some floating piece of metal and was like, bet. It's a done deal. The day Luong Nguyen hits A rank is the day he officially gets the keys to the Kunlun kingdom. And just like that, he made the metal thingy zoom off, pulling a total Naruto, and summoning a clone behind him in midair. Then Duong Hai was like, Ike, clone me, you go handle Branch's whole mess. I gotta dip to the hospital like ASAP. The clone was so on it. Say less. But while my guy was booking it, he couldn't shake this feeling like, when that ice-piercing warrior bit the dust, it sent out this super sus energy wave. My spidey senses are tingling and it is not a vibe. For real, I gotta check on Fifi like right now. And with that, Homeboy was gone, blasting through the city like the Flash, zipping past all those skyscrapers. Meanwhile, back in the room, Warbear was just standing there, arms crossed, looking grim AF. So I'm guessing y'all heard we took an L. That was Wang Yen, a manager at the Heroes Association. And he looks up all dramatic and drops this absolute bomb. Turns out she was a double agent working for some shady organization, and she was the mastermind behind that juiced-up ice-piercing warrior. He got real serious and was like, so when the Heroes Association starts asking questions, I expect every single one of you to keep it 100 no cap. Tununchu was like, we got you. Lamney, who was just vibing on the side, looking totally drained and over it, didn't even argue. If we're good here, we're gonna bounce. But just as the squad started to dip, Warbear yells, Yo, Luong Nguyen, get over here. Luong Nguyen turns around looking so annoyed and grumbles, Oh, what now? But Warbear was all smiles, telling him, So Luong Nguyen, your dad, and Duong Hai just cut a little deal. He puts a hand on his kid's shoulder all quiet and sneaky and says, Basically, if I let you be the heir to Kunlun, he's gonna hook you up with an A-rank ability potion. He even gave his son a little head pat advising, Don't screw this up, you little punk. You gotta grab this opportunity by the horns. Luong Nguyen looked away, totally cringing, and was like, Hold up, wasn't Ma Long already locked in to take over the company? Switching it up like this out of nowhere is gonna totally mess with our whole bro dynamic. Then he just turned away, thinking to himself, Besides, my endgame is to be the top dog in the Arbiters and carry on the Divine Dragon's legacy. With that in mind, Luong Nguyen kept going, throwing some serious shade. Godfather already has this epic path laid out for me, and now you want me to get stuck running the family biz. He balled up his fists, all fired up. Isn't this just gonna totally nerf my whole career? Warbear just stared at his son, saying nothing, but you could tell he was thinking, Damn Duong Hai, your plan is clutch, but you completely misread the room on this whole father-son thing. Lost in his thoughts, Warbear stepped in and gave his son this super soft, loving hug. You little punk. You're really all grown up now. Luong Nguyen was instantly grossed out, yelling, Get off me! How old do you think I am? This is so cringe. Meanwhile, out on the street, a totally exhausted Branch was slumped against a wall. Then out of nowhere, a hand gently reaches out to her. It was Duong Hai asking in this super sweet voice, You good to get up? Branch tried to get to her feet all like, I got this. But then she just crumpled. Duong Hai was like, whoa, whoa, don't push it. It was like his words just opened the floodgates and Branch completely lost it, covering her face and sobbing, I'm so sorry. The divine dragon is gone and it's all my fault. Duong Hai just gently patted her on the head. Hey, this isn't on you. Come on. The organization sent me to get you sorted out. Hearing that, Branch took Duong Hai's hand and finally got up. Okay, whatever you say. A little bit later, they pulled up outside the hospital. Duong Hai was scoping out the hospital from way up high, thinking, okay, this hospital is giving off some seriously weird energy. The whole building was literally wrapped in this blue glowy force field. So Duong Hai heads inside, does a quick scan of the hallway. Total ghost town. But the second that thought crossed his mind, bam, this blue flash of light just explodes right in his face, making him jump. And right after, some gnarly-looking zombie thing materializes and lunges at him, screaming, you're done for, aight! So Duong Hai is like, oh, hell no. He's backing away because this freaky wave just turned all those poor people from the convenience store drama into these wild deep blue monster things. Straight up nightmare fuel for real. And like before my dude can even process bam, a hand slaps his shoulder. He spins around hard about to jump out of his chest and boom, another one of those blue freaks is lunging right at his face. Jump scare alert. It's absolute pandemonium. We're in a hospital hallway in the middle of the day and everyone's gone full blue monster. One of them just barrels right into Duong Hai's shoulder, but my boy just yeets it away. Then Duong Hai winds up and delivers this sick punch straight to its chest, making it yak up some nasty goo from its mouth. Ew, gross. The rest of them just drop like flies. He's taking them out one by one. 1, 2, 3. All 5 of them. After a hot second when he's the last one standing, Duong Hai finally gets a breather. And thank God Faye isn't one of them. He's like, okay, maybe she's not a zombie yet. So he pulls this low-key genius move and sends a paper airplane into an air vent to track her down. He finds her room, walks in, and y'all... My girl is literally just floating in the middle of the air. What the heck? Like he can see straight through her, legit watching her messed up cells going crazy inside her. Yang Yi is totally bugging, thinking, oh crap, Faye's already mutated. But get this. The craziest part is that this freaky primordial seed thing is only on one half of her body. The other side is perfectly fine. Her eyes are starting to turn blue though, just like the other zombie things. It's like Faye's own spirit is in a full-on war holding on to half of herself for dear life. But then out of nowhere, she lets out this blood-curdling scream. Holy moly! Her entire body just slams down onto the hospital bed, and she can totally feel someone's in the room. Yang Yi runs over all panicked like, Faye, are you okay? Her eyes fly open and listen to this, one of her pupils is a totally different color now. So freaky. She doesn't miss a beat, just whips out a knife, holds it to his throat and goes, who are you? Yang Yi is freaking out, trying to talk her down. Faye, chill out, it's me, your brother. But the more he talks, the more she's not having it. Faye just snaps, that is not my brother's voice. And that's when it hits him, he totally messed up. So he quick changes back to his regular form. My bad, you forgot to switch back. We're cool now, right? But Faye is not buying it for 1 second and just screams even louder, you! My brother can't do that freaky shape-shifting stuff. Who the heck are you? Yang Yi is totally cornered, so he has no choice but to spill some major secret sibling tea. All right, listen up. On your 5th, 6th, and 7th birthdays, you totally wet this bed. And so Mom and Dad wouldn't find out you'd trick me into sleeping in it and then pin the whole thing on me. The ultimate sibling crime, I swear. Instantly, Faye's entire vibe does a 180. She's sitting there like a sweet little puppy, all happy like, bro, how'd you learn how to shapeshift? Yang Yi just snags her hand and starts dragging her out of there. We gotta dip like ASAP. I'll spill all the tea on the way. So fast forward a little bit. The two of them are back at Yang Yi's spot, and Faye immediately hops in the shower. Meanwhile, over in the kitchen, Naiwei is whipping up a feast. He sneaks up behind her and wraps his arms around her waist and asks all sweet and low, what you making a whole feast for? Naiwei turns around, slides her arms around his neck, and is all like, Faye waking up is basically a miracle. We have to celebrate, duh. But then her whole mood just shifts and she gets super serious. You know, the last time I was out on a mission, I realized just how helpless regular people are against all this insane stuff. Naiwei's looking down, her voice all soft and worried. Even a total beast like Shenalong could... But then she perks right back up, telling him, that's why we have to cherish the people we love, you know. And Naiwei just casually drapes her arms back over his shoulders. She starts leaning in, getting super close to Yang Yi's lips. But of course, they get totally cock-blocked by Faye yelling, is dinner ready yet? I'm out of the shower. Naiwei gets all red and shoves him away like, yep, it's ready. And a second later, there's this absolutely insane feast on the table. Faye comes bouncing up to the table and screams, no way you made all my favorites, sis Naiwei, you are literally the goat, I love you. She just snags a chicken leg and goes to town. I'm not even gonna try to be polite right now. So the three of them are just vibing at the dinner table, having an awesome time. And seeing this whole scene, Yang Yi feels this new determination. As long as his family can be this happy and carefree, he's ready to pay any price. So later after dinner, Faye's on her bed looking a little stressed. She asks, bro, are we seriously not gonna tell Mom and Dad that I'm awake? Yang Yi shuts that idea down so fast. Nah, absolutely not. The Hero Association is swarming all over that hospital mutation mess. For now, you have to stay officially, off the grid. He crosses his arms and just lays it all out for her. The more they know, the more danger they're in. And that includes my secrets too. And you can't tell Sis Naiwi either. She gives him this super sweet knowing smile and says, I get it. But from now on, you're not going at this solo. I've got your back. OMG. Yang Yi was in his full-on sad boy era, totally spiraling. This is all my fault. I completely fumbled the bag, didn't protect you, and now you're like half otherworldly. But Faye, being a total G, knew what was up and was right there to comfort her man. She was like, babe, seriously chill. It's not that deep. Low-key, I think I even got a mental glow-up out of it, like I unlocked some new data. Then Faye reached out, totally checking on him. You good? He was sweating buckets, but he grabbed her hand and tried to hype her up like, the control puppet is a go. All right, next up. I've got a super important mission for you. But then plot twist Nayu just waltzes in with a fruit platter like snack time, and bam, his whole sad boy vibe just vanished. He whipped around and was all smiles. Bet. So Yang Yi pulls up a chair across from Naur, trying to get the tea like, so what's the new hustle? She was laser focused on her screen and just shot back. My last project was a total banger, so the network greenlit a brand new show for me. He got a little sus though, asking, is it gonna be shady like last time? But Naur just flashed him a quick smile to get him to chill. Nah, this time I'm just on the panel, giving my hot takes. Yang Yi slides up behind her and holds out his hand. And boom, this sick green jade thing just appears on the back of Naur's hand. The info. Panel just pops up. Ability little green snake bracelet. So the T is this thing is basically your personal bodyguard on autopilot ready to go when things get messy. It can literally turn into a giant green snake to throw down with your enemies. It's ranked somewhere between C and B. But for real, why a bracelet and necklace would have been such a better vibe. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, Branch is just chilling at a hot spring soaking in the whole moody, cloudy sky vibe. Xiaorang comes in hot like, yo, Miss Branch this. Hot spring has like these insane healing powers. It'll get you back to 100% way faster. Branch was completely unfazed, scooped up some water and was like, oh, for real? Then she just gets up to leave. The organization hit me up, I've got a mission. You two keep doing your thing. I'm out. But psych, she just moved to another spot to lie down and get lost in her own head. Another new mission already? Du sat up, totally simping over her. That is some serious main character energy. The true OG of the org. You also totally crushed that ambush mission. A little later, up at the cloud-top Heavenly Palace Branch is standing in front of these big-shot leaders on giant thrones. Yang Yi in his wild rooster bear getup asks her, you ever heard of the 4 Great Sea Regions because the org is about to send you out there to do some recon on the Deep Blue Clan? And then he continued, if you ace this test, you could level up to be one of the 28 constellations of the Tribunal. It's a massive glow-up. Branch didn't even flinch, just dropped to one knee and was like, bet. I accept the trial. Send me to the 4 Great Sea Regions. Under that mask, though, Yang Yi was internally freaking out, thinking to himself, no cap, the plan actually worked. The Tribunal's scouting squad finally has a real powerhouse. He then just kind of waved her away. All right. You can bounce. Go get some rest. Take care of yourself. She bowed and was like, say less. Blood Rabbit watched Branch leave, then was like, ahem, can I jump in? And piped up, yo, old man? So what's the game plan now? It's all figured out. Spicy Noodle Superman and Liu Yuan are going to investigate what's going on with the Roundtable Knights. The Hero Management Company and the Deep Blue Clan. You know, the dude in the red suit and the one with the ponytail. Meanwhile, Branch has to go scout the 4 major regions. Branch was just sitting there, totally locked in, absorbing every word. And get this, Branch also has to go full-on spy mode, infiltrate the Hero Association's inner circle, and basically be the Tribunal's mole. Branch looked dead serious. Yang Yi, still rocking his rooster bear fit, wrapped up the meeting. All right, that's the plan for now. I gotta go check on an old friend. Okay, so picture this iron fence, some trees. Ye Fan is just posted up on a bench, totally in his head, cracking open a bottle when bam, Yang Yi just appears out of thin air. You been feeling burnt out lately? Like, if you're feeling fried, it's totally cool to take a break, he said, making the guy jump out of his skin. He whipped his head around like, boss, it's been a while. Yang Yi put a hand on his shoulder and asked, so how's that power level looking? Ye Fan kinda looked away, feeling a little down. I still haven't hit my final form. I can't max out the potential from my ability training. Right now, my physical strength is only at like 7 times a normal person's. Hearing that, Yang Yi was totally shook and let out a 7 times already, bro. A physical level that's 10 times a normal person's is literally the benchmark for an A-rank power level. He turned away, totally gassing Ye Fan up. Dude, you're crushing it, no cap. You're gonna be the top rookie at this year's Global Ability User Convention for sure. After that pep talk, Ye Fan yelled out, totally hyped. I'm gonna go all out for the org, you can bet on that. But Yang Yi just held up a hand to stop him, telling Ye Fan to be careful. Aight, listen, it's getting real dicey out here. I'm gonna have to use this non-puppet skill on you. If things go sideways, I'm just gonna jump in and puppet your body. And he was just like, say less. Then boom, a system alert dings. Non-puppet skill activated. And my dude immediately winces like big yikes. Suddenly, Hwanju, who was flooring it, just slams on the brakes, and standing right there in front of her are Azir and Manu, just creeping towards her with some seriously bad vibes. You nosy little brat! You completely blew up our whole operation. The Firecloud Society is not gonna just let you walk away from this. But she clapped back all fired up. Robbing normal people is what you call an operation. Your crew's whole get-rich-quick thing is sketchy AF and 100% illegal. Then some shadowy weapon comes flying straight for her face. Luckily, Hwanju had reflexes like a cat and dodged it, but she looked pale as a ghost. Then she just yeets herself way up into the sky, aiming her sword right down at the two of them. And bam, a piece of Manu's horn gets straight up clipped off, and my guy is shook. He starts sweating buckets, totally bugging out. You're using poison. But plot twist, my dude stepped right on a landmine. In a split second, this huge explosion erupts in the middle of the woods, taking in that whole disaster. Azir threw up his hand to block the smoke and dust, just grunting. Then from literally nowhere, the tip of a sword is about to give him a permanent dirt nap. Audio was bugging as the blade zipped right past his body. That almost game over moment sent him sprawling on his butt, completely stunned, and he hits her with, "What even is your deal? Why is all this overpowered crap always happening around you?" Hanu just slings this cannon over her shoulder with total main character energy and dares him, "Go ahead, guess. You get it right and I'll spill all the tea." Amiyet was so ticked off he was basically radiating bad vibes. "I'm about to mess you up." But before he could even twitch, a whole sneaker comes flying at him. A loud asterisk smack asterisk echoes as Dupam lands a huge kick on the guy, which totally catches Hoenku by surprise. After that, he just smoothly turns to her and says, "Miss, if you keep pulling stunts like this whole place is going to get torn apart. In like 5 days, the Yenkin University selection tournament is happening right here." Seeing his moves, she totally gassed him up. "You're giving off C-rank Esper vibes, but I'm guessing your real power level is at least B-rank, maybe even higher." Then she flashes this cute smile and introduces herself. "The name's Hoenku. Maybe we'll run into each other at the selection tournament. We could totally team up." He shakes her hand. "All right, bet. If we're in the same group 5 days from now." Then all of a sudden, Dupam looks down totally confused, cause Hoenku has his hand in a legit death grip. She's just smiling all innocent-like. "Hey there, handsome. Wanna grab a late-night snack?" Meanwhile, my dude is just frozen solid, internally screaming about what to do next. He hits up his leader, Dwang Hai, in his head like, "Bro, what's the move? How am I supposed to answer her?" And he gets a reply. "Don't even sweat it. Just watch and learn." Dwang Hai then takes control of Dupam's body to handle things. He uses the moment to totally curve her. I actually have some stuff I need to handle at home, so I gotta bounce." Then he just yanks his hand away from hers, a move that leaves her looking completely shook and confused. He makes a fast, quiet exit. Dwang Hai asks, "So did you learn anything? Never let a girl get that attached?" "My sister is already a whole vibe. I just don't have the energy to handle another one." He thinks back. "Lesson 100% learned. Thanks, boss." Hoenku just lets out this super hyped laugh. "Well, it looks like this selection tournament isn't going to be boring at all." Meanwhile, over on Van Street, the sun's beating down on this parking lot that is absolutely buzzing with people. All of a sudden, Nabi's voice rings out. "What is up, everyone? It's your commentator Nabi coming at you live." She then turns to introduce her co-host. "And my new partner in crime is Nayuet, the MC who's been blowing up all over your timeline." Sitting next to her, Nayuet greets everyone. "Hey, what's good, y'all? I'm Lam Nuyet." After that, Nabi gets back on the mic. "Aight, next up, I'm about to give you all the juicy details on this year's Yenqin University Hero Department Freshman Selection Tournament." And Nayuet keeps the hype train rolling. "The rules are crazy simple. Y'all just gotta clear the official routes before the clock runs out. And the contestants have total freedom to figure out how to do it." Nabi winks, basically calling cap on that whole simple thing. But is it really that easy? The answer is a hard no. Let's see what kind of insane obstacles and traps the school has cooked up for him. On the flip side, under a gray sky, Minhoi throws an arm around D-Fam's shoulder and asks, "Yo, bro, you didn't bring a ride or anything. So you're one of those souped-up espers, right? Then how come you ain't rocking any goggles for the windbur, my guy?" And my dude was like, I'm not really built like that. I'm quick, but not like asterisk goggles. Needed asterisk quick, you feel me?" Minhoi just cracks up all chill like, "Hey, bet, bro. You can literally pull up with zero prep and still have a whole miracle happen." This rando just walks up to Dupam ready to spill all the tea like, "Yo, you hear the latest gossip?" Apparently, the S-rank soul weapon user from Kim Ban-long, some A-rank dude, and 2 whole dukes got the golden ticket for this event. Then the guy just yells out, "Ayo, Dupam," which like totally froze them in place. And look who it is, Hoenkoop strolling over to say hi. She's all grins like, "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Guess we're on the same team now." She gets all up in Dupam's space and is like, "You swore last time we'd be ride or die. Don't you dare ghost me today." And my boy Dupam gets all blushy, looks away and mumbles, "Aight." Then bam, out of nowhere, Minhoi wedges himself between him and gives her this super cringe wink like, "Hey, classmate, I'm a speed demon just so you know. For real, I could carry you bridal style and still smoke this competition, no cap." Hoenkoop just gives him this look like he's something she scraped off her shoe and goes, "Some random NPC from the boonies thinks he can slide into my DMs, get lost loser." Hearing that Minhoi was so wrecked, he started doing that silent, ugly cry thing. Then the announcer's voice just blasts through the speakers. All right, contestants, get set countdown in 5 and 4, 3, 2. Everybody strikes a pose. Dupom's whole aura just shifted. My dude was completely zoned in as the announcer screamed, "What?" A starting gun pops off and it is on. A couple of these tryhards with jetpacks just yeet themselves into the sky, leaving everyone else on the ground looking up like, bruh, seriously? Luffy's just floating up there looking down at them like they're literal peasants. Trying to fly with your feet, y'all are tripping. All of a sudden, this duck just swoops in from behind and starts going absolutely feral on him, pecking him like crazy, making Luffy shriek, "Ow, what the actual heck is happening?" Then two more ducks that looked straight out of a mob movie pulled up. One had a full-on tattoo, and the other was sporting shades, both quacking like they ran the block. Nabi sees this and is just like, "Pfft, if people could just fly, everyone would just cop a jetpack." She squints her eyes and asks, "Noah, you got an ID on those ducks?" Nuyet, who is already on the case, shoots back, "That's gotta be the Duckmander from the Shadow Syndicate? He's a B-rank summoner." Nabi just keeps the commentary rolling. "Okay, so after our jetpack boys got knocked out of the sky, the ground pounders are now in the lead, looking like a whole dang track meet out here." A cherry red car just vrooms past, leaving a fat cloud of smoke. She's like, "Okay, not gonna lie, this is hype. I low-key wish all our finals were street races from now on." And right on cue, two race cars are duking it out, speeding straight for a traffic cop who's blocking the road. The driver in the black whip yells, "Yo, is this even in the rulebook?" The one in the red car snaps back, "Nah, fam, it ain't. The rules just say the top 100 make the cut. It says jack squat about not breaking a few traffic laws." And with that, she slams the gas, leaving them in her dust. Seeing that car wasn't even thinking about stopping, the cop blows his whistle and throws up a hand. Then, poof, a whole wall of bubbles just materializes, blocking the black car. "Ope, looks like the three-person police force is here to drop some knowledge. A hero's supposed to save people, not put them in danger by breaking all the rules on a mission, you know." They just hung their heads all embarrassed and were like, "Our bad." Minhoi, who's still running on foot, looks back and scoffs. "Figures. I knew there was a catch. No way they were just gonna let us use cars for free." And right then, this old dude walks by, but Minhoi spots him way too late. They totally smash into each other, sending them both flying. The old guy smacks the pavement hard with blood coming from his nose and mouth. Minhoi, also rocking a bloody nose, is freaking out like, "Oh crap, why is he so jacked up?" Some rando in an orange jumpsuit just jogs by like, "That kid ran into him. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Let's bounce." But another contestant in green was actually concerned. "Bro, he looks seriously messed up. Maybe we should get him to a hospital or something." Minhoi starts to drag himself away, but he keeps looking back at the old man. And when the old guy sees this, he absolutely flips his lid and starts screaming at him, "You knock over an old man and now you're gonna just dip out. You call yourself a hero when you can't even take responsibility." So, scene change, and now Dupom is pulling off some insane parkour moves, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Then all of a sudden, something totally catches his eye. It's Huang Kyo just vibing on some kind of flying hoverboard thing in the middle of the air. She just casually says, "Hey." He looks away, thinking to himself, "Damn, Yankin University is not playing around. They're even busting out the hologram tech for this." Huang Kyo was like, You peeped that the old dude was a fake. Not bad, not bad." Then my guy squared up and was like, "All right, let's throw hands." And get this, there are two more little minions pulling up from behind. Huang Kyo just glances back, 0 Fs given. Bro, this is literally the final boss stage the school cooked up. OMG, I am so here for this tea. So get this posted up on some random building. Are these two randoms? One's a string bean and the other's built like a tank. And they're just peeping the whole scene. The skinny dude is like, "Hold up, those two look mad familiar." He's all like, "Whose crew they even with?" And then Nabi, being the drama queen she is, does this whole fake gasp, hand over the mouth thing and goes, So word on the street is these two espers weren't even on the official list for Yenkin University." Then she drops this bomb. "But the school has a chaperone on deck. They're ready to jump in if things get way too out of pocket." So basically, they're turning this whole showdown into a surprise test for the students. LOL. Then bam, we cut to this dude standing in front of a massive window, hands behind his back, serving some serious "I'm the main villain" vibes. He's just staring down at the city like he owns it. Then he gets all formal with the guy behind him like, "Appreciate you sliding through, Teacher Lacthan." And Teacher Lacthan's response is just, "Don't even trip, director. I got these two on lock. It's literally my job as their homeroom teacher. Time to school these two little clowns on what a real B-rank hero looks like." And just like that, my dude goes full-on anime transformation mode. Fangs sprout, he's growing these wild furry sideburns, and a whole-ass tail just bursts out of his back. It's a look. He gets down on all fours and lets out this massive, terrifying roar. That's literally just meow. LMAO. Ho and Q are just staring completely unfazed. Actually, Scratch, that hoe's eyes are sparkling like she just saw a unicorn. She's literally squealing, totally freaking out. Oh my god, he's the cutest little kitty ever. And next to her, Dupom is just broken. Like his brain blue screened. One of the bad guys is like, "A meow. Seriously, I got this fluffy one. You take the other dude." The villain says right before he just yeets himself into the fight. Meanwhile, Duanhai slides into Dupom's mental DMs like, "You getting this? Once you actually learn to control your power, you can literally feel every single muscle and bone working in sync." And Dupom's just like, "Bet. Say less." Just then, a meow pounces at him, screaming, "You little punk, what are you whispering about over there?" But before a meow could even blink, Dupom claps back with a gigantic punch straight to the stomach. My guy's eyes literally bulged out of his head as he was like, oof. That punch was so brutal it straight up shattered his ribs. The dude is wincing, thinking to himself, Haitian Nuda Huyen Datu of our Firecloud Society. Sheesh, so this is the kind of monster you guys had to fight before. So after watching the dude just completely fold our guy, the exterminator literally stops mid-fight looking totally confused and thinking, this dude looked kinda squishy. Like he was not built for this life. I probably should have held back a little. Meanwhile, a meow who is absolutely wrecked is just on his knees coughing up blood. Yikes. And then out of nowhere, Dupom offers him a hand and is like, "Hey, you good, my bad bro. I think I overdid it a little." A meow is feeling so disrespected right now, he just loses it and screams, "Are you kidding me? You already wrecked me and now you're trying to clown me?" And with that drama, we're jumping to a totally different scene. A stream of water is just zooming towards this random deserted island. It zips into a cave and deep inside some mysterious black-cloaked figure is just vibing on a platform in the middle of it all. The figure looks up, his eyes are glowing with this insane red light and he's like, "So you're still alive?" And then get this, a whole swarm of nasty waterworms starts bubbling up from the water. And this thing is straight up nightmare fuel. Like no face, just one giant mouthful of jagged teeth and a ton of squirming tongues. Gross. It reports, "Commander, I've got some major tea to spill." The Rooster of Judgment just hit spiritual power level 3. And you're not gonna believe this, its body swelled up like several times bigger than you, Commander. He scowls like, "You serious, another level 3 just spawned in this dimension?" Then we cut to Yang Shi's place where Faye is like, "Bro, I have no idea what just happened either. Like, for a hot second the abyssal greed seed just randomly went off," she says, clutching a pillow for dear life. The moment he hears that Yang Shi gets super tense. "And you tapped into someone else's point of view?" She nods. "Yeah, I saw like 3 different scenes. I'm guessing it was stuff other members of the Abyssal Greed clan have seen." He immediately flips open his laptop and starts digging for info. Okay, spill. Where exactly? She tries to remember. The first one was the White Tower in Area 2 of Rose City. The second was some random club, and the third was inside a huge mansion. He's got the laptop balanced on one hand, just flying across the keyboard with the other, typing everything she says. Yang Shi is just furiously typing in all the deets Faye is dropping, trying to lock down the location. He's getting stressed, then yells, "Got it. The club you saw, was it called T?" She peeks at the screen, totally shocked. "Whoa, yeah, that's it. That's the place. I saw one of the Abyssal Greed clan members in there getting a full-on glow-up hair and nails done and everything." Based on everything he's digging up, Yang Shi connects the dots. The big shots at the Knights of the Round Management Company actually do have a daughter. Apparently she owns 50% of the shares, but she's a total normie, zero powers. Faye then chimes in, and in the third scene all I saw was a big lawn, a fountain, and a bunch of old fancy-looking junk. My brain just went full-on static, you know? Then homegirl just does this full-body stretch face plants onto the bed and is all like, "Bruh, I am so done." She's literally like, "My brain is toast, I got 0 juice left. Just like speedrun my memories or whatever." And then bam, we cut to this bougie boardroom where these 3 suits are having some super serious powwow. "So you got Jin Shang, right? He's over there with his hands all folded, looking like he's been trying to solve the universe for like ever." Then he finally lets out this massive sigh and goes, "All right, listen up. I called you both here because I've got some major tea to spill." He stares Molong dead in the eye and is like, "Ahang, I'm handing the whole company over to Awan. And you're getting that sweet spot in the Hero Alliance. It's a done deal." My guy looked absolutely floored, okay? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan is over here looking all stressed, literally sweating, but then he busts out this smile and is like, "Dad, you finally see Awan's major glow up. He's a natural at running the business way better than me." And boom, just like that, Molong's entire vibe does a 180 and gets all dark and serious. Me, all I've ever wanted is to be the undisputed goat of heroes. But Jane Shang was not having it. He gets this super grim look and is like, "Son, I know you're still pressed about losing to that one guy from Judgment. But check it, there's something I've got to tell you." He leans in all conspiratorially and whispers to Molong, "You ever stop and think why everyone from that Judgment crew is so ridiculously overpowered?" And Molong's probably thinking, why is my dad even asking me this dumb question? But he snaps back instantly like, yeah, obviously. It's because their grind and their talent are just on a whole other planet." But his dad just claps back with, "Nope, not even close. It's because they have the tech to literally brew those ability potions." And y'all, homeboy was completely shook by this. Then his dad hits him with another bombshell. And get this, I'm almost positive they're getting help from some sketchy power from a whole other dimension. And scene change, we're in a black void, and then poof, a random jet of water appears. Okay, so Yang Shi is basically scrolling through his sister's brain feed, right? Watching these cute little clips of Feffy on a bike smiling and waving. Then out of nowhere, his focus just locks in like super intense. Bingo! And then this picture of a Venus statue and this creepy-looking rabbit with red eyes flashes on screen. And we zip over to the courtyard of the Duyandan liched-up mansion smack dab in the middle of this huge garden. And there's our boy Yang Shi with Blood Rabbit. He's like, "Okay, listen, just stay near me and be my backup. Don't do anything." And oh my god, she was so mad. "So what, you just dragged me here to be like decoration?" And then Yang Shi just pats her on the head and she's like, "Hey, Yang Shi, Then he does his whole cool rooster to viper transformation thing and just looks over at her like, yeah. So Blood Rabbit just straight up punches him in the shoulder. Okay, I've got it figured out. Your real superpower isn't all your crazy abilities. It's how good you are at faking people out. Meanwhile, Alam is just vibing by the Venus statue, sipping on some nice hot coffee. He looks over all cool and is like, well, look what the cat dragged in. What brings you crashers to my little get-together? So Yang Shi's squad just appears, and these shadow snakes totally demolish the statue. He says one word, bye. And then they just completely turn the tables on Alam. Alam just leaps up and launches a kick right at Yang Shi. But for real, I'm super curious about you judgment dudes. The rumor mill says you're funded by that whole necromancer system burnt family thing. And our guy is just standing there thinking, bro, where did this rumor even come from and how the heck did it blow up so fast? Then Alam's face gets all serious. So spill the tea. Can you actually bring a soul back from the afterlife after all this time and stick it back in its body? And through the viper mask you can tell he's analyzing this dude. The Abyssal Greed clan. Oh yeah, they're the experts when it comes to souls. Why are you asking me? And you just see Alam's face totally fall. He's like, yeah, I figured. Same old runaround. Then he just whips out a gun and starts shooting like crazy. All right, Bet, you're useless to me now. Time to get erased. And then bam, 5 Viper Mode Young Shis just appear out of thin air. The bullet nails one of the clones right in the chest. He just scoffs like, The bullet literally just passes right through the clone's body. And he's just calmly analyzing it like, okay, so this bullet has an auto-targeting thing. Lucky for me, it's not moving at the speed of light, so I can definitely stall for a bit. So Alam fires off 2 more shots at 2 of the Yang Shi clones. He's all cocky like, if I hit your shadow too, you're totally trapped. There's no escaping that. Right. And then poof, Yang Shi teleports directly behind him with his longsword just casually resting on his shoulder. His comeback a simple nah, and Alam just smirks completely unbothered. It's showtime. 3, 2, 1. Then this huge explosion just rips through the courtyard. Smoke is everywhere. When all the white smoke finally clears, 2 of Yang Shi's clones are just standing there looking totally chill. Then this tendril of green smoke just wraps itself around Alam's arm, and he totally flinches. The smoke starts sinking into his skin, and he just starts panicking, screaming, no! And okay, get this, Blood Rabbit is just posted up sitting crisscross applesauce on this floating throne that's all decked out in feathers. Alam looks over at Yang Shi and Blood Rabbit and completely loses his mind. Wow, you guys are really pulling out all the stops for little old me. You sent both Blood Rabbit and Viper. My dude is literally sweating bullets and struggling to breathe while trying to command that shadow thing behind him. Aight, Bet, it's go time. Helen, you're up. And just like that, Helen, who's holding this sick glowing-ass longsword, just full sends it. Yang Shi screamed, Blood Rabbit, watch your 6! And he's over here getting all defensive with his green blade. Meanwhile, Blood Rabbit is literally sweating bullets, barely holding off this massive sword Helen's swinging at her. She rips her sword back, hops away, and is like, hold up, you're repping the Abyssal Greed clan too. And Blood Rabbit, get this, just kicks back on her floating throne in midair and is all casual like, yep. Alam pops off another shot screaming, Viper, you're so done. Yang Shi just closes his eyes, probably thinking, Aight, Bet. Blood Rabbit's handled. Now how the hell do I outplay this aimbot on these bullets? So we get this super dramatic close-up of Yang Shi eyes shut behind the Viper mask as this bullet is just screaming towards his face. And as this thing is zipping through the air, a freaking flame icon just lights up on his kicks. He ducks and yells, gotcha! The flame thingy on his shoe just poofs into red smoke. Then my dude just tilts his head and pulls a full-on Matrix dodge on the bullet. It was insane. The bullet drills straight through a tree, and the whole thing just explodes in flames. Alam's face goes dark and he's totally shook like, wait, how is that even possible? You straight up just broke my special move. Yang Shi just leaps up and rushes him a purple orb crackling with electricity forming in his hand. Blood Rabbit also hops off her throne sword ready to go. Helen's mid-charge when she sees this purple orb of doom flying right at her. She dodges it super quick, but the orb still manages to, just graze her bicep and then blows up with a huge bang behind her. Then bam, Blood Rabbit is right there with a follow-up attack forcing Helen to throw up her shield to block. Alam's face is pure rage and he's dripping sweat screaming, oh hell no, you did not just put a scratch on my wife's body. And while he's having this whole meltdown, he's got a handful of these little blue pills. He just downs the entire handful of blue pills, and his whole body and his eyes just explode with this freaky green light. Helen looks over at him totally freaking out like, Master, don't do it! She's holding this giant-ass needle and jumps down right in front of the glowing Alam, then jams the needle right between his eyebrows and says, your spiritual form can't handle this many raw particles. You're gonna turn into some abyssal greed freak. And Yang Shi, just vibing in the air, watches Helen literally suck the green gas out of Alam's mouth. Like what? So then he whips up another asterisk purple orb in his hand and just yeets it straight at the 2 of them. Alam sees it coming and immediately starts to panic. He spins Helen around and takes her spot, catching the purple orb right in the back. The pain is so insane, he screams, stop it! And looking at Alam in front of her, Helen's heart is just shattering. Master, wake up! Alam is looking super weak now. Is this it for me? Am I about to check out? His eyes are just filled with this deep sadness. A total 180 from his cocky attitude before. So this day is finally here. Thanks y'all for helping me find an escape. I'm just so tired. He lies down on Helen's lap, his eyes squeezed shut. Ever since my wife passed, every single day has been a living hell. With that, Alam gestures to Helen. Villa, put your hair back like it was before. I want to see what Helen really looked like. He gently brushes her hair aside. The Deep Blue clan promised they could bring my wife back to life. The price I had to betray all of humanity. But to save my wife, who gives a crap about betraying humanity? Helen takes his hand, ready to throw it all away for him, saying, I'll join the Deep Blue clan, no cap. That way I can take your wife's soul's place and let this body get a do-over. But then, all of a sudden, Alam coughs up a ton of blood, looking like he's got major regrets. But in the end, I was just playing myself. Helen's already gone. He looks up at young Shi and Mao. She wasn't the one who was wrong. She just fell for a heartless teacher who couldn't love her back. Then he drops some major tea on young Shi. Those people, they're tied to the Posy Merchant Guild. With those last words, his eyes close for good, leaving Helen just sobbing her heart out next to him. No, master. Don't leave me all alone. Mao's watching this whole tragedy unfold from above and asks young Shi for his 2 cents, bro. So, are we gonna take out this Deep Blue clan member or what? He just waves his hand like, nah, hold up. Totally heartbroken, Helen hugs Alam. She lays down on top of him with this super peaceful look on her face and whispers, this is enough. Right next to her, this blue orb just floats up out of her body. Then the orb drops to the ground, and a hand scoops it up. Holding the orb, Mao and young Shi just stare at Alam and Helen lying there. Bro, what a scene. Her voice was literally trembling like, OMG, they were total ride or dies. Do you think I'll ever get a love story like that? And he just turns his back and starts walking off. And is all like, aight, let's dip! So they hop on this weird triangle hoverboard thingy just cruising towards the school district. And Mao too is just standing there with her arms crossed, totally lost in her thoughts. Ugh, bro, where are we even going now? But in her head, she's like, OMG, he's in a new era again. Yang Shi just dropped his cha skin for the Yuji one. She was literally thinking, bro, you're getting a little *2* good at these costume changes. So, cut to the Yinjing University sports field. And yo, it is packed. A whole line of people just waiting around. They bring this super shy fan and their hype man bestie on stage. And seeing this young Shi's just like, damn, look at Yayan passing the vibe check. My boy even made a friend. So in Yayan's dorm room, my guy is holding this glowing green orb, being all like, Yayan, you've been on your grind for real. But Yayan started getting majorly sketched out the closer that orb got. Yangzi just keeps going, I'm about to boost you to A rank, my dude. Then bam, this notification panel just pops up out of nowhere. Training ability, the lowdown, your 5 senses, you know. Your strength and your speed can get a sick, continuous glow up through training. The level cap is a wild 64 times your race's natural talent. Evaluation A rank. And no cap, they said nobody has ever hit that limit. He slaps a hand on Yayan's shoulder and is all, I keep that same energy for the next tryouts. I got a dip for a hot minute. Where you going? He asks all worried and stuff. But young Shi just plays it mad cool like, oh, just the 4 great sea regions. Meanwhile, over in Molong's office at Kunhiro Management, Liang Yuan is pacing in front of a safe hand on his chin, thinking super hard like, this password, don't you dare tell me it's my birthday. Again. His fingers tap in the code and pop, the door swings open, showing this super thick notebook inside. Liang Yuan breaks into a full-on sweat, mumbling to himself, what is actually wrong with my brother? Like, why is my birthday his go-to password for literally everything? Then he just starts whistling all happy and snatches the notebook. And Molong is just watching his little bro make a whole dramatic exit. Han's like, low-key. I have no idea why Liang Yuan is so obsessed with getting intel on the 4 great sea regions. But y'all, his eyes were just giving off major proud dad energy. Then he adds, but hey, now that he's got it, he'll be happy for a bit. So then over at Sky Peak, Yang Shi is holding the very notebook Liang Yuan just finessed. Okay, so this was the T. The 4 great sea regions. On the map, you got the southern and northern continents split by this ginormous ocean. Originally, right, Planet Yan had just 2 continents. But after the Great War with the Otherworld, these Otherworlders basically rolled up, colonized the entire southern continent, and put everyone there in chains. So messed up. 2 diagonal lines just sliced the sea into 4 zones. Yang Shi kept reading this list of absolute legends who tried to change the game and built this massive defensive line. Another map lays it all out, showing the 4 regions split up by the lines. You had the Ironblood Sea region, which was run by, you guessed it, the Ironblood Army. The Hero Sea region, managed by the Hero Association, duh. Then the Free Alliance Sea region, which is run by the Merchant Guild Alliance, and the Grey region. And the Grey region was wild, split into a bunch of smaller colored zones. It was a totally chaotic mess, full of different crews, big and small, but somehow their defenses were actually set up. And you had the 3 big powers calling all the shots together. A big red flag was marked on the map. And girl, whether it was the Posy Merchant Guilds, shady connection to the Deep Blue clan, or the whole Sage's Stone drama, all signs pointed straight to the Free Alliance Sea region. So young Shi and his Yuji fit is thinking, the Free Alliance Sea region, huh? Is gonna be my first stop. He puts a hand on Liang Yuan's shoulder and starts gassing him up. You totally understood the assignment getting this intel. It also shows me how much you've leveled up. And Liang Yuan is rubbing his hands together, eyes all lit up like, so then, foster father. And Yang Shi just holds up a hand. Bet. Since you passed my little test, the organization isn't about to stiff you on the ability potion you earned. And then Liang Yuan just chugs the entire green potion. He's making a face like it tasted disgusting and asks, Foster father, what rank is this ability potion? Then boom, a notification screen appears. Werewolf ability intro. After you transform, you get the whole werewolf bloodline, which comes with self-healing powers and a crazy strong build. Let's go. Skill Berserk. The trade-off is you totally lose your mind in exchange for 3 times the recovery and speed. Evaluation B rank and get this evolved from a husky. A husky, I'm dying. Then another panel pops up. Dreadful Mask ability intro. It lets you absorb your enemy's fear to power yourself up. The max number of fear stacks you can get is 9. That's kinda terrifying. The power boost lasts for 45 whole minutes. Evaluation B rank. And the description is like, making other people scared isn't what's really terrifying. Ooh, edgy. Liang Yuan was so hyped he gave Yang Shi this massive hug just screaming, thanks foster father, thanks organization. From now on, I'm ride or die for the org for real, for real. Okay. So get this over at Yang Shi's place, they're having this super romantic dinner. We're talking 2 glasses of red wine clinking nigh, raising her glass the whole candlelight situation. So Yang Shi's sitting right there and she's like, listen, no matter how you look at it, getting sent to work abroad for a whole year is a serious level up for you. But you could totally see the heartbreak in his eyes. He's like, but that means for a whole year, I won't be here with you. And Nai just gives him this little smile and goes, I can totally handle myself. You just gotta focus on the hustle for us. And OMG Yang Shi's face gets all serious. He downs his wine, getting all pumped in his head thinking, the second things calm down out there, I swear I'm never leaving you again. And girl Nai starts blushing, wraps her arms around his neck and whispers all cutesy. Okay, but you better bring me back a seriously good present. Yang Shi is turning beet red, right? He pulls her in by the waist. And then bam, her dress hits the floor, while her hand is caressing his face. Yang Shi just plants one right on her lips. I'm gonna miss you so bad, she says totally glowing. Same here. So they've got this chill music playing, but cut to the main gate of the Chian family mansion. Someone's knocking. The Chian family butler comes out, opens the gate, and is all smiles like, you folks must be from the judiciary, am I right? Please, right this way. Yang Shi just gives a nod like, thanks man. So in old man Chian's study, Mr. Chian is kicked back in his chair flanked by Xiaorang and Chian. The old man finally breaks the silence. Welcome you two. The judiciary let us know you were on your way. Then Dada just blurts out, wait a sec, I know you. We were on that flight with the Fiong agent, weren't we? Yang Shi gets all awkward like, ugh, so embarrassing, but yeah, that was me. I guess because of how I dealt with all that chaos on the plane, I kinda caught Lord Yuji's eye. He continues. So yeah, because of that, Lord Yuji hooked me up with a straight-up A-rank ability potion and told me to come find the judiciary. Dada's eyes go wide like, wait, you just got handed an A-rank potion for real. What kind of power did you get? But Mr. Chi just scowls and straight up shuts him down. Dada, relax, that's hella rude. You can't just go around asking people about their powers. But Yang Shi just waves it off all chill like, nah, it's all good. We're teammates now, so I don't mind spilling the tea. The power I got is called Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. And Yal Xiaorang looked completely clueless like his brain just blue screened. He's like, Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles, bro, never heard of it. Yang Shi's like, nah, you wouldn't have, it's cool. It's basically a remix of 2 different movesets, Marine Martial Arts and the Plum Blossom 6 Styles. And then boom, a stat screen pops up. Ability Marine Plum Blossom 6 Styles. The T is, you get the full playbook from both Marine Martial Arts and the Plum Blossom 6 Styles. You got Plum Dodge, which is basically Plum Blossom footwork on steroids, letting you juke and weave around enemy attacks. Then there's Dragon Subduing, which lets you straight up immobilize and grab your enemies. Then you have Mountain Splitter, a single kick can literally split the ocean. The rating A rank, duh. But the comment section says kinda basic. LMAO. Anyway, Dada then points over to Faye and asks, whoa, so powers like that are actually real. So what's her story? Yang Shi's like, this is one of Lord Mao's students, she's also an A rank. And then Faye chimes in, my power, I can control ice. Yang Shi jumps back in. Lord Yuji told us to bounce to the Free Alliance Sea region and pretty much rep the Chian family name, so I'm kinda wondering what old man Chian's take is on all this. Mister. Chi strokes his chin all thoughtful and is like, no doubt. It is absolutely time for the Chian family to reclaim its spot in the Free Alliance Sea region. So, later that night there's this little crescent moon just chilling in the sky. Down at the port, Faye is sitting all by herself. Then out of nowhere someone comes up and puts a hand on her shoulder. It's Yang Shi and he's like, what you thinking about? She just goes, oh hey bro. She kinda sighs. It's nothing really. We're dipping from Liu Kang City tomorrow anyway. Yang Shi, getting all sentimental, sits down next to her and says, it's not like we're leaving for good. She cracks a tiny smile. True. I was just thinking about how everyone here in Liu Kang City will probably go their whole lives without ever knowing the 4 great sea regions even exist. And he's like, I mean, it totally makes sense why the 3 big shot powers and the government want to keep the 4 great sea regions super hush-hush. He keeps going. The moment the truth about the 4 great seas gets out, and normal people find out what's really going on, that humanity is in a legit war with these gnarly aberrations, it would cause absolute chaos and a planet-wide meltdown. She just lets out this super long sigh staring out at the water. When you think about what's happening in the four great seas, the people who are still alive here are crazy lucky. Yang Shi gives her a little pat on the head. Yo, the Free Alliance Sea Merchants Guild is a total dumpster fire, and the politics are insane. You gotta be watching your back 24/7. And she's just like, I got this, bro. Don't even sweat it. So, get this, the next morning at the port, this absolute beast of a 6-star alchemy ship is just like parked there. Elder Chian, Yang Shi, and Fei are just vibing by the docks when Elder Chian starts spilling the deets. He's like, "Aight, my dude, Yang Shi, check it. This ship's hull is literally made from exotic monster parts, and it's juiced up with 3 different kinds of alchemy grids." And OMG, he was grinning like a total goofball. Just hit it with a little spiritual energy, and this baby can pop up to the surface, blast some massive cannons, and throw up a force field. Plus, it can totally book it. Then he gives this little wave, and the steward instantly gets the hint, bringing out 3 items, basically the starter pack for the 4 great seas. We're talking sea walking sneakers, some light armor, and an air bubble thingy. Elder Chian keeps going. This stuff lets you literally walk on water and breathe like you're a fish. Plus, you can even customize the drip, so you two want to give him a try. Fei just laughed. Yo, that's low-key fire. Yang Shi was like, aight, but like, where's the rest of the squad? And speak of the freaking devil, 3 people roll up from behind them. It was Dada, Helen, and Yurang. Dada yells, yo, we're here, while Yurang, looking all prim and proper, was totally blushing. Then Elder Chian glances over all annoyed like, who's making all that noise over there? The steward answers. Oh, that's the 3 Hands Merchant Guild, the second son of the Gelem family, a dude named Asat Gelem. And girl Yang Shi looked like totally shook. He whipped his head around, thinking, you have got to be kidding me, the 3 Hands Merchant Guild is really pulling up on me right now. But Elder Chian was so not feeling it. He's just the second son. Why's he gotta be so extra? The steward spilled all the tea. He was supposed to be on the guild's 4-star ship, but then he heard we scored a 6-star ride, so he just had to come crash our party. Elder Chian, super chill, just goes, whatever, just get him a room. The steward's like, yeah, about that. Master Asat is demanding Mr. Yang's Platinum Suite Room 608. Then Asat just slides up to Yurang. Damn, you really do live up to the hype as the number 2 baddie of the Great Seas. Elder Chian hits him with a super loud asterisk, ahem asterisk. Asat snaps around and gets all fake polite. Elder Chian, what's good, it's Asat. The elder was just like, Master Asat, you're a VIP. Welcome aboard. Then he tells the steward, Afu, just do what you can, make sure Master Asat is taken care of. So the steward politely tries to lead him away. Master Asat, Elder Chian says we can totally hook you up with a platinum suite. But Asat's face gets all stormy, and he whispers to his little lackey, the second we're on board, find out who's squatting in room 608. He was totally fuming. Some rando and Elder Chian, who do they think they are, dissing me like that? Meanwhile, Yang Shi is just vibing in his room, completely unbothered. Snacking and drinking, just taking in the views. Then out of nowhere, someone starts pounding on his door. He just calmly wipes his mouth and goes to open it. The nerve. And guess who it is? Of course, it's Asat and his 2 little goons. Yang Shi just smirks like, well, look what the cat dragged in. Asat was bugging out, then yelled, yo, punk, you knew we were coming. Then get lost. My boys here will help you pack your junk. But then get this, Yang Shi leans in and whispers something that makes Asat's entire face turn bright red. Hey, Master Asat, you wouldn't happen to be interested in some, let's call him exclusive photos of Miss Yurang, would you? And OMG, Asat's face goes beet red. He gets this super creepy grin and is practically drooling. You actually have them! Yang Shi was still so calm, it was crazy. For real, I wouldn't play the second son of the Gelem family, so Asat whispers super fast. Let me see him. Yang Shi gives this little smile. How about this, Master Asat, slide on in, check out a little sample. See if it's your vibe. He turns to the goons and says sharply, you 2 stay posted at the door. So the 2 of them duck into the room. Asat was getting impatient like, aight, hurry up, let your boy inspect the merch. And then suddenly, his whole world starts spinning and bam, he gets zapped with the prey control spell. Classic. Yang Shi starts scrolling through these floating images, and his eyes lock on a pic of some blonde dude with a beard holding a wine glass. He strokes his chin, Byron, a main family dude who was basically a total nobody. And yet, he had this insane glow up out of nowhere and became one of the top dogs. He kept thinking, this Byron guy, even if he's paranoid, he's totally gonna let his guard down around his own nephew, Asat. Asat was just standing there completely frozen. Master Yang Shi walks right up to him and lays down the plan. You're gonna play the part of the real Master Asat. Get tight with Byron. It's super likely. He's a member of that ancient shady organization. Asat just bowed his head, all obedient like. I'll keep tabs on the family drama and report back to you ASAP, Master. And with that, he dipped. One of his goons asked, so, boss, are we moving his stuff now or what? So Asat just straight up smacked his boy upside the head like, yo, use that coconut for once? This room is a total snooze fest. I'm trying to chill in Elder Chian's penthouse a little longer, you dig? And my guy starts sweating buckets like, Aight, bet. Then the other dude pipes up, yo, boss, we're literally pulling up to Libertyport. Maybe it's time to, like, simmer down a notch. OP Asat totally snapped back, since when do I take orders from you? All while their ship is just slicing through the ocean, getting closer and closer to the island. Meanwhile, out on the deck, Faye is absolutely losing her mind over this giant stone gate, screaming at Yang-shi. You, look, what in the actual heck is that? So Yang-shi glances over and gives her the 411. Faye was like, wait, that's Libertyport, totally shook. Libertyport. And then get this, out of literally nowhere, this lanky dude just appears. We're talking a super gaunt face, a full-on handlebar mustache, the works. And he's rocking this brown shirt with black pants. He just kind of glides over super smooth without anyone even noticing him and goes, welcome to Libertyport. I basically run this whole operation. And boom, it's number 97 himself, the Soul Chaser Spear. Yang-shi is just staring completely floored, thinking, okay, this dude is built different. I didn't even feel him creep up on me. The second the Soul Chaser Spear pops up, Elder Chian whips his head around. And listen, even though he was smiling from ear to ear, the whole mood suddenly got super heavy. He's all smiles like, Soul Chaser, my man, long time no see. And Soul Chaser was right there with him, matching that exact same friendly energy. He strolls over to give Elder Chian a proper dap. Brother Chian, the very first time you rolled through Libertyport, I had a feeling you'd be back for more. And with that little teaser, he waves them all inside like, and I see you brought the new blood from the mainland. All right, everyone, let's get this party started in the main hall. I'm throwing a massive feast for you guys tonight. And y'all, the banquet hall was bougie as heck. We're talking chandeliers, fancy light walls, the whole 9 yards. It was giving warm but like super expensive vibes. Inside, the place was absolutely popping off. The table was loaded with a ridiculous amount of food, and it was packed. A whole crew of girls immediately swarms Yang-shi, yelling, hey cutie, can I get your number? First time in Libertyport, you're def gonna need a tour guide. You are so my type. Let's hang out. And poor Yang-shi is just trapped in a sea of hotties, blushing like crazy and totally sweating. Just completely flustered. So Dada, who's busy stuffing his face, sees all this go down and leans over to whisper some drama to Yurang. I seriously don't. Yurang's face went, like tomato red. Y'all know the deal with me and Yang-shi. We are just friends, deadass. Quit trying to stir the pot. Then, out of literally nowhere, Faye just bulldozes through the crowd screaming, move, get out of my way. Big bro, your main chick is here to rescue you. She yanks Yang-shi by the hand and straight up drags him out of the party. But not before shooting this killer side-eye at Dada and Yurang, who were just posted up watching the whole disaster unfold. You don't just stand there enjoying the show. Go be a decoy for this thirsty-ass crowd. But Yurang just gives this little smirk and goes, so, who's down to hit up Libertyport's legendary seashell bar? And hearing that Dada got so hyped, like, bet dude, the special thing they do at the seashell bar is iconic. Everyone knows what's up. Meanwhile, Yang-shi, still being dragged for his life, is totally clueless, like, wait, what special thing? My dude has no idea there's a whole lipstick stain on his face. Then this hand just materializes out of nowhere and points right at the lipstick print to let him know what's good. Brunch hits him with a final, you'll find out when we get there, then crosses her arms and storms off ahead. Yang-shi, still confused AF, wipes at his face. So the whole squad rolls up to the seashell bar, and this place is insane. We're talking glass walls everywhere filled with water and all kinds of sea creatures, like it's giving major aquarium energy. And get this, a red-haired mermaid who is built like a goddess with a waist snatched for the gods greets them like, welcome y'all to the seashell bar. We Muroki are so stoked you're here. This place is about to go off. So side note, the Muroki are ability users, the deep transformation kind. And Yang-shi just looks over at Yurang begging for an explanation. But Yurang is totally gatekeeping, just giving him this mysterious little smile. You'll see. Dada just happily skips ahead like, big bro Yang, go snag a seat. We're about to go change. So for a second, everyone's just vibing, watching the fish swim around. And then bam, holes start popping up all over the glass. And all this water starts flooding out. But plot twist, instead of screaming in terror, everyone starts cheering and going wild. Yang is just watching this wall of water come right at him and he's screaming, what is happening? Is this part of the show? Meanwhile, the MC is on stage with a mic hyping the crowd up even more. 8 party people, get ready for the main event, cause the Mermaid's Delight is officially popping off. Who's ready to live their best mermaid fantasy? And then there's Yang-shi just sinking and thinking, bruh, what is even my life right now? He's just staring at some random fish minding its own business when boom, Dada pops up right in his face. Asterisk blub, blub blub. Yo, big bro Yang, what are you waiting for? How come you still have legs? But my guy Yang-shi is completely spaced out. His eyes are bugging cause he's just staring at her new green fishtail. He snaps his head around and no cap, the entire squad has the mermaid drip. I'm talking Dada, Feifei, and Yuru, the whole gang is here for it. But then his eyes land on Yuong, and homeboy Yang-shi starts blushing like crazy. And wouldn't you know it, his legs just poof into this sick-looking black fishtail, and peep the glow up, my dude is now shirtless, showing off these insane chiseled blue muscles. Duong Hui glances back at Hyodong, giving her this look that's like impossible to read. It's like he finally understands why she was acting so sus before. He starts to swim off, but then bam! Duong Hui's eyes go wide. Cause up ahead, this gnarly-looking fish just appears out of nowhere looking totally unhinged with teeth like razors. The second the other mer people see it, they're all like, hey, I'ma head out, and they just dip. The giant whale just puts the pedal to the metal, like it's about to eat the entire party as an appetizer. Duong Hui completely freezes up, my dude is stressed, you can literally see the sweat beading on his face. He's thinking, is this thing some kind of freak mutant or is it a player with a transformation skill? Then a system notification just pops up. Dragon Subduer. And at that exact moment, the killer whale's tail comes slamming down. Somehow Duang Hui manages to throw up a block at the very last second. But the whale was not having any of that. It lets out this ungodly roar that literally sounds like it's tearing a hole in the universe. Next thing you know, it powers up and just yeets him across the water. The impact was so insane he's literally coughing up blood, and that's when it all clicked. It seemed like the whale was just trying to test his and Fee's power, like some kind of pop quiz from the underworld. He's giving the whale a total death glare, thinking, I can't go full power, but I still have to absolutely wreck this thing. I gotta figure out a way to take it down. Then, out of the blue, Brant just zips through the water and slams her weapon right down on the whale's dome. Her slash was vicious, like super sharp and crazy powerful, but it was literally nothing to this monster. It just straight up catches the sword in its teeth, completely shutting her down. Hyodong sees this and just screams, Yo, it caught Brant's sword with its mouth. Okay, so that thing is asterisk, definitely asterisk a maxed out A rank, if not S rank, no cap. And bam, just like Duang Hui, Brant gets absolutely yeeted by a smack from the whale. Oof, she is looking asterisk pissed asterisk. She's totally ignoring the blood coming from her mouth like it's nothing. Hyodong's over there all worried like Brant. But before she can even get a word out, Dada's screaming for Hyodong again. Hyodong, look over there, hurry! And OMG Fee starts glowing with this insane blue light, and the water is swirling around her like crazy, which totally gets the whale's attention. And like in a blink, that psycho whale becomes a giant whale sickle. The weight of the ice just yanks it straight down into the deep. Some random merman is just watching this giant ice cube sink and is like, Yo, are we good? Is it over? And his buddy is like, Yeah, I think we're chilling now. But plot twist, they were so not chilling. That whale rockets right back up and everyone absolutely loses their minds. Then it makes a beeline straight for Duang Hui. He pops his skill plum blossom dance, and instantly it's like my dude strapped on a jetpack. He zooms forward, leaving this sick trail of water that looks like crystal flowers. But he's thinking, yeah, my A-rank naval iron plum style ain't gonna do jack to this thing's armor. Guess it's time to bust out the secret weapon. Duang Hui balls up his fist, and this wicked white gauntlet just materializes right on his hand. It's got these super dope gold lines running from his wrist all the way to his knuckles. He winds up and just decks the whale, and the punch is so nuts the water behind it literally explodes. The whale lets out this unholy screech. Duang Hui's kind of stunned for a second. When he comes to the whale's just floating there super dead. Hold up, did I just one-shot it? He's thinking, watching the body sink. Oh hell no. If anyone saw I just one-punched that thing, my whole low-key vibe is completely toast. My guy is sweating buckets right now. So he decides to just wail on its stomach a few more times for show, and then when he thinks no one's looking, he makes a run for it. Meanwhile, Dada and Hyodong are just staring completely shook. Dada's all confused like, wait, didn't big bro Duong already win? But Brant gets all serious saying, that's an A-rank girl, not some pushover. Hyodong chimes in all nervous, should we go help big brother Duong? Then it gets dead silent because the dude they're literally just gossiping about Duang Hui appears right in front of them. And get this, he's sinking completely in his birthday suit. LMAO. He gets it together real quick though, and a pair of ripped up pants just poofs into existence on him. You know, to cover up the family jewels. Extractability. He says the word and all this insane power gathers in his hand, forming a perfect round emerald. This glowing orb appears and bam, the system panel pops up. Ability Killer Whale. Get this, it lets you literally turn into an orca. You get insane spiritual and physical power, making you the absolute boss of the entire ocean. And the skill Reinforced Skin. Bro attacks literally just ricochet off you. Like asterisk boing asterisk, evaluation A rank. And get this note, it says, NGL black and white creatures are low-key cute. So Fifi totally freaking out is like, OMG, are you okay? But Duang Hui just wipes his mouth all chill and smirks. I'm good. The 4 C's are no joke for real. Then Huang looks at him all soft and is like, we should probably bounce back to shore and get you fixed up. That looks nasty, dude. So Brant swims over, scoops him up bridal style, I'm dead, and she's like, you did not have to be so dramatic. If you just waited for the rest of us to show up, you wouldn't be this messed up. Ouch, talk about a burn. He totally blushes and looks away thinking, okay, challenge accepted. Guess I'm gonna play this whole super injured card for everything it's got. And that was the game plan. So later they get Duang Hui a private room to chill, and who shows up but Mr. Chian? Seeing Mr. Chian looking all serious business, he immediately tries to be like, yo, about these injuries, they're not actually... But Mr. Chian just holds up a hand like, shh, say no more. I'm picking up what you're putting down. If people are trying to snoop around, we can't let that slide. And Duang Hui just lying there totally relaxes. My man Chian, about that whale? You got the hot goss on which crew sent it? Mr. Chian takes a drag from his pipe, one hand behind his back looking like a total boss. Honestly, way too many crews are gunning for the Chian family right now. It could be literally anyone. We just pulled into Lafu Island. This whole place is controlled by the Lafu Merchant Guild. And the main family calling all the shots is the Uruk family. He's just standing there by this huge window, staring out, not showing a single emotion. Duang Hui's brow all furrowed. The Uruk family, wait a sec, wasn't that joker who was going completely nuts at the last auction one of theirs? Without even looking back, Mr. Chian just drops the command. In a bit, the Chian family's gonna start a rumor that you're seriously hurt. I'm gonna need you to really ham it up for a few days. And Duang Hui's just like, bet. Appreciate you having my back. So a little later, the sun's setting, it's total golden hour vibes. He's just kicking back on a lounge chair with his sister Fifi. So while they're just chilling, Fifi suddenly bolts upright and screams, I see it again, that vision about the Deep Blue Clan. Duang Hui sits up too, flipping off his sunglasses and turning to her. You're seeing it again? That's the second time. I need to get to the bottom of this, like right now. Her two-toned eyes are literally sparkling as she reports all proud, Big bro, I can see so much more this time. Once I level this skill up, I bet I can drop a pin right on their secret spot. Duang Hui just shakes his head like, nah, I'm not letting you get mixed up in this. I just need you to be okay and safe, you know? And Fifi just dives in for a hug, grabbing his arm all cute. I know. Just check my memories again, bro. See if there's any new tea. So Duang Hui totally gives in and uses his power to jump into her head and see the vision. And like instantly, Fifi's head starts to feel all fuzzy, and her vision gets super blurry like she's about to faint. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself inside her memories, and it's like he's standing in front of this giant live TV. Duang Hui is just watching the whole thing back, trying to find any juicy details. Okay, so the first clip is this super lush forest with a tower that looks like a lighthouse way in the background. Then clip 2 is some guy getting like suffocated with a piece of cloth. Yikes. Then it zooms in on a hand with a thumb ring pouring some sketchy green stuff from a black bottle into the water. And for the grand finale, a bunch of kids in torn-up clothes pop up looking pale as ghosts, totally terrified and sweating like crazy. After he's done with the memory trip, he sees she's still passed out. He quietly sneaks out, thinking to himself, okay, so this time Fifi's vision was tied to some old-timer from the Deep Blue Clan. He was spreading that powder around to get as many people as he could on that weird frequency. Those kids must be the recruits he's training. Duang Hui thinks, walking off all dramatically into the sunset. Then plot twist. The scene cuts to this massive room where some guy is chilling in a giant bathtub full of rose petals. And walking towards him is this woman in a killer fire red dress. And it's Gima Uruk, one of the top 10 baddest chicks in the 4 Seas. And she's literally stepping right into the tub with him. She gets super close and purrs in this crazy sweet voice. Did you miss me? 'Cause I missed you like so bad, my darling. Babe, let's play a little game, what do you say? She coos, holding up a cherry like she's about to feed it to Jack. The drama okay. So get this tea, Gima was literally about to pop a cherry in Jack's mouth. You know, setting the whole vibe when some random party pooper just wrecks the mood like, Madam Young Master Diane is here to see you. So she just hops out of the tub and dips, leaving my man high and dry with a promise like, you just wait for me, babe. When I get back, we're gonna finish this. And she even hits him with this major thirst trap look over her shoulder. So boom, living room. Diane spots her and gets all dramatic, throwing his arms open like my all-time favorite auntie. So I was wondering, you got the hookup with some super-powered metal-bending dude named Doji. And Gima, being the drama queen she is, just drapes herself over the sofa and is like, maybe. Did he mention me? And spill the tea? Is your boy Doji a total hottie or what? Diane's whole vibe instantly got super cringe, and he's like, Annie, you'd know more than I would, if you actually know Doji. Couldn't you ask his crew, the adjudicators, to watch our backs? Wouldn't that make things like 1,000,000 times easier? And when she heard that, Gima just gets up, turns her back on him, and totally kills the conversation, saying, we'll see. I'll think about it. Your girl has a asterisk lot asterisk of connections. Meanwhile, back in the bathroom, OMG. The tub water was straight up blood red, and Jack was just gone. Poof. Seeing that Gima's face went from 0 to 100 real quick. And this seriously terrifying dude was just standing there, holding a whole-ass sword and everything. Can you believe it? His own fiancée, that sneaky girl, dared to get cozy with another guy. This was the Rose Swordsman, and let me tell you, my dude was seething with jealousy. He whips his sword out and is all, today's your expiration date. The swordsman Rose swings it around and screams, what's wrong, cat got your tongue or something? But Gima was completely unbothered by his little tantrum, pointing right back at him like, all you ever do is bully girls. If you've got the guts, why don't you go find that asterisk guy and try your luck? Let's see if you can even back up that big talk. Tuang V lowers his sword and just starts laughing like a maniac. Ha, your little boy toy is already 6 feet under. Gima just crosses her arms, giving him the nastiest side eye. Please, he was just an appetizer. My real asterisk man? I bet you wouldn't even look at him funny if I told you his name. And girl, that one sentence sent Tuang V spiraling. He lunges and grabs her by the throat like hard. Spit it out. Who is this pathetic loser? Gima, for real this time, was shook and trembling, trying to pull his hands off while whispering, it's Joker, from the adjudicators. Every single time you called, he and I were both listening to you run your mouth. You're a total clown. And when he heard that, my dude was so devastated he had to use his sword to stay standing, literally coughing up blood. His eyes were just pure rage. This is so messed up. Joker, I swear on my life, you're a dead man. Okay, switch up. Duang Hai is on a ship, bored AF and sighing all dramatically. Yo, what in the world is that? And then bam, he spots something way out in the distance. As it got closer, it was totally giving off submarine vibes. Then someone screams his name. Duang Hai, get to the captain's room, like right now the dolphin is getting jacked by some super-powered pirates. It was Branch waving his arms like a crazy person down the hall. Inside the room, the captain looked stressed AF as he explained the situation. The crew blocking us is the Farstar pirates. Their boss is a majorly powerful S-rank user, the Spirit Circle mage Fabui. And Fabui has 3 A-rank generals, some total smoke show fox lady, a giant seaweed monster, and some dude calling himself the deep sea overlord, he said, looking completely panicked. It's gonna take 3 minutes to get the shields up to protect everyone on board. So we're seriously gonna need your help big time. The captain then gives them this super respectful bow. Old man Tuan is just over there stroking his chin thinking, this whole surprise pirate attack is low-key just a test from other crews to see what the adjudicators in our Tuan family are made of. We gotta play this smart. Duan Hai's eyes just lit up, and he got so hyped a little smirk on his face bet. I've never seen anyone just serve up free EXP points on a silver platter like this. Then he starts laying out the plan. Aight, listen up. For now, Hanuet and I will handle the Far Star's head honcho. Y'all can take care of the rest. Hearing that, Hyo literally jumped in front of Duong to block him. No way, you're not even fully healed yet. Seeing her so worried, old man Tuan had to cover his mouth so he wouldn't bust out laughing. Relax, Hyodong. Brother Duang Hai is pretty much all good now. It's not a big deal. Seeing him laugh, she got super red and clapped back. How could a wound that gnarly heal that fast? Duang Hai just scratched his head with this awkward laugh. Okay, team, we should probably bounce. Time's a-wastin'. And like clockwork, the emergency lights started flashing. The whole hallway just exploded into absolute chaos. All the passengers were freaking out, slamming and locking their doors and hiding in their rooms. Outside, the pirate ship had already rolled up right next to the Tuan family's boat. Their leader stepped out. It was the Spirit Circle mage Lonely Star 97 holding this wicked-looking staff with a skull on it. So this dude was totally gassing up his crew like, aight, my sea wolves, peep this, that's the Tuan family's dolphin ship dead ahead. Then he whips out his staff like a total rock star and goes, so spill it, what's the treasure we're snagging? And his goons just waving their swords around like maniacs were screaming, we're grabbing all their bling, the chicks all of it, we're gonna absolutely wreck every single one of them. So on that cue, the entire squad just yeets themselves into the ocean. But and get this total plot twist, they didn't even sink. Nah, they were just standing on the water like it was solid ground. Freaky, right? Duane Hai just straight up launched himself off his own ship. He lands right on their heads, stomping them so hard he probably gave them a factory reset. And as he's getting closer to the pirate ship, he spots this absolute baddie, this fox lady with one crazy huge jacked up hand and a long white tail just chilling waiting for him. And OMG, you guys, the smirk she shot his way, it was iconic. She's like, well, look what the cat dragged in, pretty boy. You only have fun bullying these little noobs. And without even blinking, she swings that giant hand with its gnarly claws right for his face. But Dwayne Hai is way too quick. He pops an ability, creates this little snowflake on the water to use as a trampoline and just vaults super high into the air, completely dodging her attack. She got so salty and started trash talking like, is that all you got running away so lame? Then the fox lady just straight up fires this beam of light at him. But Dwan Hai was so not impressed. He just smirks like, seriously, you're trying to play mind games with asterisk me asterisk, bro, my mental game is at level 3, you can't even touch this. He just completely shuts down her little magic trick. And then in like 2 seconds flat, he's on her grabbing the fox demon by the neck. Girl was absolutely shook. But homegirl recovers like instantly and gives him this killer death glare like, okay, you blocked my mind trick. Big deal. This is gonna suck for you. And from way off, Fifi just screams, behind you, look out. And bam, out of literally nowhere, a whole-ass skeleton with a sword just materializes behind him. It's raising its blade about to bring it down hard on Duong Hai. But even with this spooky skeleton about to chop him in half, Duong Hai isn't even breaking a sweat. He just glances over his shoulder and actually smirks like he's 10 steps ahead. Total savage move, Duong Hai just whips around and uses the fox demon he's holding as a literal demon shield to block the entire attack. She gets totally wrecked and her power collapses into this little blue orb. He snags it instantly. Holding the ability orb, Duong Hai whispers GG's. I mean, you probably had a high score for real, but maybe you'll get a better roll on your next character. Then this notification screen just pops up. Ability Seductive Fox. Description. It lets you turn into a fox girl who can use psychic powers to totally mess with enemies' heads. It usually gets stronger by asterisk draining the life essence asterisk from dudes. Yikes. Main skill seduction. Where you basically use your words and your moves to rizz up the enemy until they're completely dazed. The rating A rank. Not bad. A pretty solid psychic bloodline with a ton of different ways to play. Meanwhile, on the other side of this whole mess, Hyodong is getting totally jumped by this dude who calls himself the Deep Sea Overlord. He's bald, rocking an all-black fit and carrying this gnarly mace. Then she has this total galaxy brain moment. In a blink, she zips from being in front of him to right behind him, leaving the guy completely shook. He screams out to his buddy, yo, this girl's speed is insane, seaweed head. Where are you with that trap? And this giant seaweed monster with long, messy purple seaweed for hair who's just vibing and dancing answers, chill, bro, I'm on it. Then like a zillion strands of purple seaweed just shoot straight at Hyodong, completely blindsiding her. In less than a second, she's completely tangled up in the seaweed and gets hoisted into the air. Blanche sees this go down and rushes in, swinging her sword like crazy to try and cut her friend free. The seaweed monster gets super cocky, yelling, my seaweed is indestructible, fam. Then even more seaweed starts flying at both of them. Seeing how messed up the situation was getting, Fifi throws her hand out and activates her skill, Freeze. The seaweed dude's hair instantly freezes solid and then just shatters into a million tiny pieces. and from way off in the distance, some guy is watching the entire scene unfold through binoculars. Back in the captain's room, the captain's voice crackles over the intercom. Young Master Dwayne Hai just took down one of their main guys. And it looks like Miss Hyodong and the other girls are totally handling themselves against the other two. He still has the binoculars practically superglued to his face. Old Man Tuin chimes in. Man, I seriously wish I could be out there fighting with them. But I guess these old bones are only good for watching from the sidelines now. Right then, the ship's defensive shield powers up. The dolphin was now just chilling inside this huge golden bubble shield. This shield thingy threw up a massive golden wall completely blocking them off from the pirate ship. Over on the enemy boat, a wooden staff slams hard onto the deck. The main magic user dude was gripping his scepter looking absolutely furious. Oh my god, this dude was so salty. So you're Duong Hai, huh? I'm literally gonna turn your skull into a new centerpiece for my staff. He holds up the skull and bam, this thing starts crackling with black lightning. And all this white smoke just starts billowing out. All those beams zeroed in on the skeleton and poof, a giant cloud of white smoke just exploded. When the smoke finally settled, the skeleton was back, but it got a serious glow up. It was totally jacked now, rocking a mace on each shoulder. That mage was really feeling himself talking all that trash. Check it, an S-rank C-bone ape. So what's the tea, you gonna last like 1 minute, or are we thinking more like 30 seconds? But Duong Hai was completely unbothered by this clown. He just hit him with a chill. I bet. Show me what you got. The S-rank ape monster immediately just charged right at him, hoisting its maces up high. It tried to turn Duong Hai into a pancake right then and there. It made this huge explosion, sending water flying everywhere. But our boy dodged it like it was nothing, zipping up and straight behind the S-rank C-bone ape. While the thing was still looking around all confused like, wait, where'd he go? Duong Hai came crashing down and stomped on its back. But plot twist, a brown tail just shot out of its back, whipping around like a maniac and forcing him to jump back. Duong Hai totally stuck the landing right behind it. He got his game face on, slipping on these sick white gloves with some flashy red gems on them. He was probably thinking, okay, I gotta deal with this psycho tail first, or I'm never getting past its defenses. And speak of the devil, the tail came whipping at him again. But this time, Duong Hai just casually blocked it with his gloved hand. The tail started sizzling and snatched itself back real quick. He powered up, dashed in, and landed a massive kick right to its back. The creature literally never saw it coming. The sea-bone ape just face-planted hard, and you could see this huge dent in its back. Duong Hai dusted off his hands all like, I'm sorry, what were you just saying? I couldn't quite hear you. Could you run that back for me? The mage's face went completely dark. He was beyond pissed. You really have a death wish, don't you, Fine? I'll show you what real S-rank power is all about. The mage was looking so smug, talking down to him like, you know what? After that little show, I've had a change of heart. I'm gonna turn your bones into my own personal skull warrior. And make you fight your old squad. The skull on his staff started spitting out that dark energy again, and boom, a blue magic circle just appeared on the water. The people on the ship were absolutely freaking out, pointing like, yo, what in the world is that thing? And just then a whole dragon skull just burst through the surface of the sea. It looked like a whole-ass skeleton dragon with wings, and it was just coughing up this thick, nasty white smoke. The smoke started to wash over the pirates, and they were all clutching their noses. They were screaming, it's the death dragon's breath. Oh hell no, I'm not going out like this. You could just hear people screaming in agony all over the place. This hurts so much. Duong Hai looked at the flying skeleton dragon and was low-key impressed like, damn, now that's a wild skill. He balled up his gloved fist, actually looking hyped. So this is one of those summoned beasts, huh? Alright, game on! Let's see what this whole cross-rank battle feels like for a minute. Someone on the ship totally got it and started spilling the tea to their friend. Bro, that necromancer is S-rank. Duong Hai is about to fight across ranks. Only the absolute legends from the 4Cs ranking would even dare to try a stunt like that. Just then, the flying dragon skeleton's eyes started glowing this creepy blue, and it blasted a stream of that death dragon's breath right at Duong Hai. Our boy was way too quick on his feet and got out of the way. Right before the blast could hit him, Duong Hai popped another skill, making a freaking flower to use as a launch pad to get way up in the air, getting right on the dragon's level. He pulled back his gloved hand and threw a punch that was just glowing with this insane golden energy, aiming right for the dragon's head. The necromancer was just watching from a distance, looking all smug like, hey, it's pointless trying to get close to me. But before he could even land the punch, he got spotted. The dragon skeleton whipped its neck around and fired another blast of that death breath. Things were getting a little spicy, so Duong Hai started charging up his gloved hand while he was falling. A golden shield just materialized right in front of him, totally blocking that death breath for a hot second. While this thing was just spewing gas like a fire hose, Duong Hai was pushing forward to get closer to its mouth. The closer he got, the more insane the pressure from the gas became. He was just full sending it, no hesitation. Once he was right up in its face, Duong Hai reached out with that gloved hand and straight up grabbed the skeletal dragon by its jawbone. Seeing this, the necromancer started to freak out and leaped off the boat, but he was still talking smack. Even if you can grab it, it's useless. He was just floating there, gripping his staff with both hands. The skull zapped out 2 streams of blue electricity as he said, let's see you get out of this one. Duong Hai just hit him with a little smirk and turned to look at him. As he pushed forward, he pointed right at the necromancer and yelled, "You're about to find out!" Or whatever other freaky monster you're about to summon. Nah fam, I'm skipping the minions and going straight for the final boss you. And OMG, that's when the light bulb went off for the necromancer. My dude went pale AF when he finally got the message. Hold up, wait a sec. You were gunning for *me* this whole time. But before my boy could even fully process that massive L, he was about to take something just blitzed him from behind. A hand all decked out in a clean white glove with some seriously bougie red gems literally just phased straight through the necromancer's chest from the back. Bro coughed up a whole waterfall of red. And even as he was clocking out for good, his eyes were bugging with pure disbelief. No way this is real. I didn't even get to use my ultimate from the Judgment Crew. Did I seriously just get one tap? So boom, just like that, him and his bony dragon pal both took a big ol' nosedive into the ocean. His entire pirate crew saw their leader get deleted and went ghost white. Oh snap, the captain's down, we gotta dip like right now, everybody scatter. And just like that, it was a total free-for-all, everyone scrambling for their lives. Meanwhile, Duong Wei is just posted up high arms crossed watching the whole dumpster fire unfold. Then his eyes bug out cause he just clocked something super shady. Down in the water, some rando was absolutely booking it swimming like he's training for the Olympics or something. Duong Wei is just watching like, okay, homeboy is moving suspiciously fast. He's 100% up to something. This is so extra. I'd bet. I'll just pop a clone to see what his deal is. So he whipped up a rooster clone to get on his 6. The rooster got the memo and boom dove right into the water to give chase. Duong Wei as his little clone self was right on his tail thinking, this ain't just some random dude dipping out. He's got a specific destination in mind. The guy finally pulled up to some random looking shore and scrambled out. Duong Wei played it slick though. He didn't follow him onto the beach, cause he wasn't trying to get his cover blown. He just kept it stealthy under the surface and watched the dude slip into some cave that was totally hidden by a mess of leaves. As soon as the guy was inside, Duong Wei popped back up for air. Whoa, no way could this actually be the Stardust Pirates' secret base? Inside that leafy hideout, this dude Lockie was absolutely losing it, straight up snatching the pirate who just stumbled in by his collar. Run that back. What did you just say? Bainey's a whole S tier, bro. How in the hell did he get smoked by some A-rank scrub from this backwater town? The terrified pirate was sweating buckets, adding, it's not just the captain, but the fire siren chick, the big sea captain, and that giant kelp for brains monster? They all got totally erased. Not a single one of them made it back. Hearing all this tea, some pirate with a buzz cut started freaking out. Bro, our A-team, the top dogs for the Stardust Pirates, just got completely bodied. Another bald dude was clutching his head like, oh my god, man! Why did the captain have to go and poke the hornet's nest? Lockie just straight up yeeted the pirate he was holding onto the floor and screamed, shut your mouth, Bainey, and the crew went down swinging. We're gonna get stronger on the DL and get our get back for Bainey. But the dude who just ate dirt sat up rubbing his neck where he got snatched and actually had the audacity to speak his mind. Aight, if that's the move, then I say us survivors should just split all the loot. The buzzcut guy was instantly with it. Bet, that's a solid plan. Yeah, let's just split up all the goods, and we can all go our separate ways. The bald dude chimed in looking way too hype about the idea. We've been putting in work for the Stardust Pirates for ages. This treasure was pretty much ours from the jump for real. Lockie heard all this side talk and hit him with the death glare yelling, are you for real right now? He balled up his fist and was like, everything Bainey left behind belongs to me now. And that includes every single one of you. You all work for me now. Y'all want to split the loot? You must have a death wish, he growled, and then just cold-cocked the guy who first suggested it. My guy went flying, spitting out a mouthful of red. Then Lockie just reached over and, snap, lights out. Lockie had this totally unhinged look on his face as he stared down at the body. Anybody else want to catch these hands? If not, you better get with the program and do what I say. Roll with me and I swear we're all gonna be living it up. And since like most of the squad got axed, I'll even let you have the good loot and the baddies from that B-rank stash. When it was just crickets, he got heated and raised his voice to try and scare them. Well, what are you all waiting for a written invitation? Finally, the rest of the crew started hyping it up. The buzzcut pirate was going wild, throwing his hands in the air like he just hit the jackpot. All right, we're down, let's get it. The bald dude was clapping his eyes, getting all squinty and greedy. If that's the deal, I'm gonna go pick out one of the ladies for myself first. So get this in this cage. There are these two girls wearing next to nothing, just shaking in fear. And the bald dude walks up giving them this seriously creepy predatory stare. He stomps over and just reaches out for one of them. The girl is screaming her head off like, get away from me, somebody help. And Duong Wei, who's been posted in the corner this whole time, sees this and just sighs like he's so over it. Then poof, a slingshot just appears in his hand. He lets one tiny little pebble fly, and it literally one-shots the entire pirate crew. Just like that. Done. The girl's face gets covered in a splash of red, and it's just... whoa. Was like completely bugging out staring at this bald dude who just ate it right on top of her, his head still leaking juice. Then Lockie rolls up, and his jaw literally hits the floor, seeing his entire squad just flopped everywhere like a bunch of busted-up dolls. He's like, yo, what the hell even happened here? And get this, one of the pirates who was barely kicking hears him and just starts cackling. And OMG, it was that one guy from the Dolphin Guild, the same one who showed up on the island with us. So this clown gives Lockie the absolute stink eye and is like, who would have thought before I check out I get to drag you down with me? Lockie was not having it. He just storms over, grabs the dude by the neck and sends him to the Shadow Realm for real. God, it's always you trash bags, he mutters. Why couldn't you losers just get clapped in the big brawl? And after taking care of business, my man's knees just buckle and he slams onto the floor. He literally drops to his knees, holding his hands out to the cave entrance like he's praying or something. Ayo, big boss, I'm here to pledge my undying loyalty. If you're not gonna play me for a fool, then your boy right here is ready to call you my godfather. For real, from this day on, I'm your ride or die, no cap. I would walk through actual fire for you, bet. But listen, while he's running his mouth with all this sweet talk, you could totally see him plotting something sketchy in his eyes. Then out of nowhere, Homeboy's eyes roll back and he starts spitting up blood. Turns out Lockie got straight up shish kebabbed through the chest with a sword. And guess who's holding it, Duangyi? He just yeeted that man into the next dimension with one clean hit, but not before. Whispering in his ear, so sorry, bro, but the adopted son role is already filled. You can peace out now. And Lockie just coughs like, bruh, all that grinding. For all this time. I was this asterisk close to running the 4 Cs. But before he could even finish his whole evil villain speech, he just drops. LMAO, game over. Then Duangyi sticks out his hand, and this insane blue energy ball starts swirling into existence. And the system is just like asterisk ping asterisk, new ability unlocked. He glances at the pop-up, checking out all the deets on this new red copper battlesuit skill. Okay, so the description says it's made of red copper. Gives you a massive power-up, lets you zip around at 1/4 the speed of sound and makes you tough as nails. Plus it's got B-rank elemental resistance. But here's the tea, if your own power level is weak sauce, the suit is basically mid. So my dude immediately starts pumping energy into the orb. It starts glowing like a freaking Christmas tree, then bam, power level insufficient. He's just like, alright bet, let's just upgrade you then. The notification screen immediately reloads with the new stats for the Gilt Gold Divine Flame Battlesuit. Y'all, we are talking about armor literally forged by the original gods. When you wear this thing, you get some crazy out of this world power. You're moving faster than sound, and your defense is just absolutely broken. It even comes with 2 skills, Skywalking and Gilt Gold Divine Eyes, and it's got an S-rank rating. Sheesh. Basically, it's completely OP. So after that major glow-up, he goes to check out the rest of the place and finds a ton of girls locked behind iron bars. He just calmly goes, hey, you're all being rescued. And get this, he even decides to hook them up for the future. He's like, I'm gonna leave half of these pirates' money for y'all so you can start over. When they heard that, 2 of the girls just burst into tears and started hugging each other like, I can't believe it. We're finally safe. A little while later, he's just chilling outside on a high cliff. So Young Hai is just standing there vibing under the moonlight. He's staring out at the dark ocean, then looks down at the second thing in his hand, feeling like his S-rank power just ain't it anymore. He figures, might as well try to boost one of my skills to SS rank. And boom, this dark super sus aura just starts pouring out of this pitch black orb. The pop-up immediately hits him with a whole wall of text about the SS rank ability, Flowing Gold Divine Demon Armor. We're talking some ancient demon drip right here. Whoever wears this gets their physical strength cranked up to level 3. Top speed. We're talking Mach 20, baby. It's made of some wild material and lets you sling elemental attacks like it's nothing. Plus you get super speed flight. Skill number 2 is Flaw-Shattering Golden Pupils. It can literally shatter illusions and lets you see every tiny little detail. And you can even use that flaw-shattering power on an enemy's attack. It's also twice as strong against soul-type enemies. The third skill is Weapon Condensation. Basically, any attack the armor soaks up can be absorbed and turned into a weapon with the same element. The weapon type is TBD. It's rated SS rank tier 3. Insane. Its biggest weakness is its mental defense, which is kinda a major L. Just for kicks, he decides to try it on right then and there. Not bad. After he takes it off, he thinks, I'll power up another skill and see what happens. The system screen flashes a notification, Plunder. But then plot twist, the upgrade completely fails, which totally messes with his head. So he starts trying to puzzle it out. Why'd that fail? There's no way the ability I swiped was already SS rank, was it? But he immediately shuts that thought down. Nah, no way. It can boost an S rank to an SS rank, which means its potential has to be like way higher than just SS rank. So he pulls up the info screen again to do a real deep dive on the ability stats. Alright, so get this, one line totally pops out at him saying, condense into a weapon that matches your whole vibe. But like, what kind of weapon, TBD fam? And peep this, it's rated SS rank tier 3. So my dude's thinking, I bet this is a tier 3 thing. Maybe tier 3 is just some low-key code for keeping the OP players from going too ham. So he's just gawking at this pitch black orb that's giving off some seriously sketchy energy, and he's like, this is wild. I totally did not think that after grinding to tier 3, this freaking ability orb would be totally locked. Like you can't even scrap it for parts. And just like that, poof, he just whips out a clone of himself. Looks like I gotta do a deep dive on this Flowing Gold Divine Demon Armor. For now, I guess this is gonna be my main. He turns to his clone like, aight, let's see what this thing can do. And girl, the second he says it, homeboy just yeets himself into the sky. First up, let's check out this third skill, the Weapon Condensation. Then a system notification just flashes Flowing Gold Divine Demon Armor. Let's see what this Divine Demon Staff is cooking with. He pops the skill and basically goes full-on beast mode, holding a staff that's giving Major Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jing Bang energy. No cap. He gets all serious and is like, physical mental elemental attacks. Hit me with everything you got one by one. The clone, who's also powered up to the max, rushes in and throws a punch right at his chest. But get this, the clone's fist just stops dead in its tracks and my man is absolutely eating up the results. Looks like the divine demon armor just straight up absorbed that physical damage. So next up, the clone throws an elemental attack. A whole-ass wave of energy just slams into him, making him grunt as he tries to hold his ground. But plot twist, it's the same result as before. All that energy got sucked right into his staff like a vacuum. It even tanked an S-rank elemental attack no sweat. He gives the staff a little swing. So this third skill is all about the weapon form bet. Then he winds up putting his entire back into it and brings it down with some major force. Let's see what this tier 3 power is really about. And the ocean in front of him just instantly vanishes. Goes absolutely bonkers like a whole tsunami, and a massive water spout just erupts. Meanwhile, somewhere else, some dude clutching a bottle is totally passed out. But then all of a sudden, the shockwave hits him and jolts him awake. He's like, yo, what's happening? He grabs his binoculars and spots something glowing way out on the water. That tremor was so insane, it literally left fish flopping on the sand when the tide went out. Yang Hai, after testing his new power, is just like, so this is what it feels like to be a tier 3 boss. He's feeling himself saying, low-key, I've been waiting for a little sparring match to see who's really the top G. Then Yang Hai leans back and mumbles, let's give this high-speed flight another go. And my dude just yeets himself down at the ocean like an arrow, sending water flying everywhere. He dives deep, heading straight for the seabed with bubbles trailing all around him. At the same time, a notification pops up, flaw-shattering golden pupils. And then bam, 2 beams of golden light just blast out of his eyes. The light beam hit a school of fish and just completely poof them out of existence. Now from the POV of the dude with the binoculars looking out at the ocean, this insane golden light just flashes out of freaking nowhere. The dude in the sailor hat lowers his binoculars, totally bugging out. What was that? Am I tripping or did I have one too many? Alright? So fast forward to another morning, and you've got Yang Hai and Elder Chian posted up on the bow of a ship with a whole crowd of other guests around. Elder Chian's just staring out into the distance. Up ahead, that's the first island, Silver Deer Island. And as soon as he says that, Yang Hai, who's standing right there, gets all curious and asks, so like, whose turf is this island? He replied, the Silver Deer Alliance. Their leader is ranked number 39 on the Shu Chun Dao list, some guy named Liu, he adds, keeping it on the DL. Don't sleep on them, their squad is legit. Right after the Chian family got clapped, the Silver Deer Alliance kept trying to slide into our spot. So, over at the port on Silver Deer Island, this middle-aged dude and a super pretty young woman roll up. Turns out it's Li Yu and Li Kaiwei, and Liu starts talking all formal and stuff. I've heard so much about you for real. He gives Elder Chian's hand this super warm shake. Having the Pansy Merchant Guild visit Silver Deer Island is like a huge deal for our Silver Deer Alliance. Meanwhile, Kaiwei is over here just locking eyes with Yang Hai, blushing like a maniac, and he totally clocks it. He's thinking to himself, yo, why is she staring at me like that? Then Liu shifts his focus to Yang Hai, who's just standing there minding his business, and starts gassing him up big time. Such a young prodigy, a real rising star. Elder Chian, you gotta introduce us? A little smirk plays on Elder Chian's face. Nah, he's just some junior. He ain't earned that young prodigy title just yet. So Liu was totally gassing up Yang Hai like, yo, for real? One look at my dude, and I can tell he's got that main character energy. No cap in the future. You're gonna be one of the biggest shots in the 4 Seas, I'm calling it. Then his whole vibe flips and he just casually slides his daughter into the convo. Oh, and this is my girl. Li Kaiwei, she's sitting pretty at rank 43 on the 4 Seas list. You guys are young, you should totally hang out. Then he grabs both their hands and literally smashes them together, making them both turn beet red. Kaiwei just politely squeaks out a hello. He then spills all the tea. The Silver Deer Alliance hooked up a massive feast and got some dope hotel rooms for everyone. Right this way, y'all! After dropping that bomb, he just dips with his crew, laughing his head off, leaving the two of them in the most awkward silence ever. A little bit later, Yang Hai is getting absolutely mobbed at this party. Everyone's all over him like, hey, congrats! My guy Yang on that insane glow-up from rank 99 to 30. You gotta do a shot for that. Yeah, shots. He tried to swerve him. Yo, I appreciate the love for real, but I'm not really drinking tonight. But then this one dude with purple hair gets all in his space like, nah bro, you gotta slam at least 3 before you bounce. Otherwise, you're straight up disrespecting the whole squad. Let's go drink up. So in the end, Yang Hai was cornered and got completely hammered. He literally just face planted onto the clean white bed. Whoa, this stuff is no joke, I'm like actually on fire. Then out of nowhere, there's a knock. He tries to get it together and sits up like, who is it? And guess who's standing there? The one and only the super pretty Kaiwei. She was all shy and couldn't even look him in the eye. Hey, our island has some seriously killer views. Wanna go check them out with me? Yang Hai was totally floored by her asking him out. Wait, you wanna go with me? She just gives him this little nod. He kinda just lets out this awkward laugh and waves it off. Oh, my bad. I'm crazy tired right now. Maybe another time. After curving her, he goes to shut the door super fast. But hold up. She sticks her hand out and blocks it. Wait. Meanwhile, in a whole other room, this lady Jia Shisho is literally freaking out at Li Yu, who's just chilling at his desk. Dude, I've practically watched Kaiwei grow up since she was a baby. You could totally see the panic in her eyes. I seriously can't go along with this. It's so messed up. But Lu just stonewalls her. There's nothing to not go along with. The Chian family has already gone all out for us. If we don't have Kaiwei take one for the team, how are we supposed to lock Yang Hai down for our side? And OMG, what he said next left Jia Shisho completely shook. My guy on the inside already gave us the go-ahead. As long as we get the Chian family ghosted by the adjudication organization, our Silver Deer Alliance can level up and become the Silver Deer Merchant Guild. He looked dead serious. For a prize that big, what's happening to Kaiwei is nothing. So, back in Yang Hai's room, Kaiwei is just passed out on his bed sweating buckets. He was soaked too, and his head was totally spinning. I swear she barely even drank anything. So how is she this wrecked? He started breathing all heavy. What is even happening? My entire body feels like it's a furnace. You can just hear the cold shower blasting in the background. He was trying to cool off, but it was doing literally nothing. This is useless. Man, this whole situation is so unbelievably sus. Something is majorly wrong here. Then bam, a hand just rips the bathroom door open. Yang Hai spins around looking completely freaked out. And the person who opened the door was Kaiwei, looking totally out of her mind. It's so hot. Seeing her all messed up, he grabs a giant towel to cover her. Whoa, easy there. You'll keep your hands off me. But she gets right up in his personal space, giving him that asterisk look. You feel so cool. He was so not about this. All right, if you're gonna be like that, then I guess you leave me no choice. And with that wild thought, he just hits her with the clean karate chop to the neck, knocking her out cold. LMAO. After getting dressed, he just collapses into a chair trying to figure out what in the world just went down. It was pretty obvious someone spiked their drinks, both his and Kaiwei's. Thank God his level 3 mental game was strong enough to fight it off. But now Kaiwei was just out cold on the bed, and for some reason tied up with ropes. He frowned, rubbing his forehead. This was turning into a major headache. The person who drugged us definitely wasn't from the Dolphin Group, and this doesn't seem like the Baklok crew's MO either. I mean, Kaiwei is Lu's own kid, and speak of the devil. And right on cue, Lu himself just barges through the door. But the scene they walked in on left Liu and Diu absolutely speechless and frozen. Yang Hai just turns and gives them the most, well, this is awkward look of all time. Then Chu comes sprinting in right behind them. He's like freaking out, trying to snap her out of it. Tavia, come on, wake up. And then bam, it clicks. They were the ones who slipped or something. He was bugging out, realizing they were probably just lurking outside the whole time. So shady. He's thinking, good thing I'm a real one, cause this could have gone south real fast. Finally, Tive starts coming around, shaking off whatever sketchy stuff they gave her. And girl, she just full-on clings to Chu, a total mess, sobbing like sob Auntie Da. For a sec I thought I was a goner. But then plot twist, her eyes fly open. She shoves Chu away and gives her this look like, what is happening? Auntie Da, why is literally everyone here? And Chu is looking guilty. AF can't even look her in the eye. That's Loi's cue to start screaming, grilling her with questions. He's all like, is that how I taught you to talk to your elders? But Tive was not having it. She clapped back with, oh, so that's the vibe. Is it cool for an elder to slip a kid something then? Oof, shots fired. She gets right up in his grill, pointing. I literally said I'd give him a chance, that I'd see if we clicked. I can't believe you'd stoop this low and drug me just to force us together. Okay? So he realizes the jig is up and my dude just loses it. Silence. Don't you lie, Tai. I'm your father. But her comeback even more savage. What kind of dad tries to serve his own daughter up to some random guy? Yikes, Chu just pulls her niece into a hug like, bro, that's enough. We messed up. This is on us. Tai, I swear on my life from now on, anyone who even thinks about using you is gonna have to get through me first. Period. And hearing that, Tive was just like shook to her core. Auntie Da. They're hugging again, just bawling their eyes out. And poor Duang Hai is just standing there awkwardly watching this whole family meltdown go down. Past the popcorn right. Liu is literally speechless. He just storms out all mad. Duang Hai is just standing there scratching his cheek like, ladies, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'll let you two have a minute, cool. I'm just gonna bounce back to the ship real quick. But Chu looks at him with these super grateful eyes like, actually wait, you don't have to go, young Master Duang Hai. Would you mind just like hanging out in the bathroom for a sec so we can have some privacy? As soon as I get Tive calmed down, we can totally finish our talk. So like a minute later, she comes out and gives him this crazy deep super formal bow. Young Master Duang Hai, for real about everything that happened tonight. On behalf of the entire Baklak crew, I am so sorry. He's totally not used to that vibe, so he's waving his hands like, whoa, stand up, ma'am, for real. You don't have to do all that. It's all good. I'm fine. No one got hurt. So let's just squash it, yeah. But then she grabs his hands, looking dead serious. Young Master Duang Hai, I am literally begging you, please keep tonight on the DL, for Tive. And without even blinking, he's like, for real, she's a victim here too. That's a no-brainer. My lips are sealed. I won't let anyone drag Lady Tai's name through the mud. And her whole face just lights up. So, after all this drama, I guess you two are like acquainted now. If it's possible. I hope you two can, build on this connection. And my man is already backing away like, nah, I'm good. I'm not trying to get set up again, thanks. Tive, who's blushing like a crazy, just grabs her aunt and yanks her out of the room. Auntie Da, please say less. Let's just go. And you can literally hear him let out a massive sigh of relief. This entire night has been a whole movie, I swear. But the piece lasted for like 2 seconds. Of course, there's another knock on the door. He just had to laugh like, are you kidding me? You have got to be kidding me. Another visitor, Duong Hai, is so confused he opens the door and guesses who it is, Tive back again just to say thanks. Hey, thanks for, looking out for me tonight. And after that, she just dips all awkward. He lets out this little laugh thinking, she's actually kind of cute low-key. Okay, so fast forward to the next morning at the docks. A ship's about to set sail, and Loy comes up, puts a hand on his shoulder and gives him this look that seems like 100% serious and genuine. My dude, Duong Hai, I can't just let you bounce. How about you stick around and become my son-in-law? And Duong Hai is just thinking, wow, this guy's acting skills are insane, so shameless and natural. It's like he's not even trying. Truly a masterclass in audacity. So he shoots back some witty banter, Alliance Master Loy. So, is your daughter not around today? Feeling a little under the weather after last night? Then he totally switches it up like, yo, I already checked the time. We're already past the good luck hour for setting sail. And then like a second later, while Loy's crew is getting on the ship, this booming voice just echoes everywhere, making everyone whip their heads around. Daoki. If you're a man, get your butt out here right now! And the guy who shows up? It's the freaking Rose Swordsman, just casually floating in midair with a sword on his back. NBD. And the crowd below just erupts. Yo, is that the Rose Swordsman? What does he want with Daoki from the tribunal? Dude, I don't know, but the word on the street is they have some major beef. So get this, he's literally squinting like, bro, do I even know you? Then this old dude Chian who's just chilling there pipes up, yo, that's Rose Swordsman number 72. Ayo, Duong Hai, my dude, you know what his beef is with Daoka. But he just hits him with this little smirk and goes, nah, I'm kind of the new kid on Daoka's block, so I am completely out of the loop. The old guy then looks up and starts yelling, Your Excellency Rose Swordsman, me and Daoka, we go way back, fam. So, like, what's the tea? What's got you hunting for him today? The second old man, Tian, stepped in. The dude got totally spooked. Look, I ain't trying to start beef with the tribunal organization, but my fiancé got straight up snatched by Daoka, and I'm here today to get my payback. And the whole crowd was like nodding along, totally feeling his vibe. So the hot goss is Daoka went and messed with the Rose Swordsman's girl. I mean, it totally tracks that he'd pull up for revenge. That player Daoka is out here running wild with a top 10 baddie from the 4 Great Seas. Like, what is the Uruk clan even on letting their reputation get dragged like this? Duong Hai's head was just spinning, trying to make sense of it all. So why isn't Daoka showing his face? The crowd is gassing Rose up, and he's starting to feel himself. Unless the tribunal is just a bunch of punks who are terrified of me, I guess it's whatever if he's a no-show. But then you can see the gears turning. He's thinking, hold up, maybe I came in a little too hot today. He was looking kind of sus. I've made my point. I'm about to dip. But right at that moment, Loy just rolls up bold AF. If you want to pick on someone, you gotta get through my 2 Schwenda first. Rose clapped back all fired up. Yo, stay out of this. It's between me and Daoka. Loy, acting like he didn't hear a single word, just gripped his sword and lunged. Good thing our boy was quick enough to parry that hit instantly. Tu Xuan Dao, back the hell up! His eyes got huge, just blazing with that certified main character energy. The Baklot crew is here, you don't stand a chance. Come on, let's see what you've got. Rose was just silently sizing up his opponent's moves. If that's how you want to play it, then bet. His whole body was literally shaking as he held his stance, remembering the script he was given. I don't care if it's Tuan Dao or the whole Tian fam make Daoka show his face, or they're all gonna find out what happens. He gritted his teeth, so pissed. This is so messed up. What even is this? I'm a legit master. How did I end up getting played like a pawn by you big shots? Then out of freaking nowhere, a tiny dragon wraps itself super tight around one of Loy's legs, making him freeze up for a hot second. Huh. With the fight on pause, Rose just yeeted himself into the air, making a beeline for Duong Hai. He balled up his fist, about to drop a massive palm strike. His fist smashed into Rose's sword, making this insane high-pitched sound. He frowned while blocking it, thinking, ah, hell no, the power I juiced this vest up with is about to hit its limit. It's showtime for him to make an appearance. And just like that, boom, his ape clone materializes right behind Rose. I'm done. I've watched you clowns act a fool long enough. In about a second, I'm about to go all out and someone might just get laid out. Rose was totally blindsided. Man, this is a huge problem. Someone from the tribunal for real pulled up. A swing of his sword made Duong Hai play it safe and hop back. The dude glanced behind him, looking totally wiped. He wasn't even breaking a sweat anymore. The whole play was just a trick to get the adjudicators to the fake Azure Dragon's location. You could totally see the smirk on the Rose Swordsman's face while he talked to his opponent. Peeping that mask, you gotta be the monkey saint from the adjudicator crew, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm... Duong Hai in full monkey saint mode just screamed impatiently. Bro, cut the villain monologue. It's been a minute since I had a good warm-up. Let's go right now. The dude got all flustered, waving his hands all over the place. Whoa, hold up, sir. Today's drama has absolutely nothing to do with you. How about you just go get Joki? Duong Hai just picked his ear, acting completely unbothered. You disrespected my big bro, and you still want to see Jukna fam. You gotta get through me first. The man just clicked his tongue, super annoyed by his whole vibe. But before the guy could even process what was happening, Duanghai was already behind him. With one kick, he sent him flying. How is that even possible? He splashed right down into the water. Sheesh, this dude isn't just fast, he's ridiculously strong too. Duanghai gave the Rose Swordsman zero time to chill. And there's more where that came from. Another huge kick was about to come crashing down. Of course, he wasn't about to take another L and immediately popped his Rose Sword aura. But it still wasn't nearly enough to block Duanghai's aerial attack. He literally coughed up blood after taking that monster kick straight to the chest. With a kick that insane, they both got dunked deep into the ocean. Duanghai literally used the other dude's body as a freaking launch pad. Then with this epic jump, he just shoots right out of the water while everyone's jaw is on the floor. He's standing there all cocky with his arms crossed looking down like, and you call yourself a top-tier expert? Bro, what a freaking joke! Everyone was totally shook by what they just witnessed. That kind of power is straight up terrifying. A top-tier pro is getting thrown around like it's nothing. NGL, I'm starting to think today's Rose Swordsman is a total imposter. Meanwhile, Laidu is over there having a full-blown panic attack. Is this for real the power level of the Adjudicator organization? We absolutely cannot afford to start beef with this crew. He was so busy freaking out, he didn't even notice the faint outline of a dragon's head way out there. Turns out that dragon was the Azure Dragon Emissary number 25, and get this, it could think for itself. If the Adjudicator organization's power is on the same level as this dude, then we really gotta walk on eggshells around them. Its eyes were glowing with this insane purple aura. Keep watching. I mean, we literally sacrificed a top-tier fighter just to set this whole thing up. We can't let that L be for nothing. Right back to the action down below. Duanghai keeps taunting him. Come on, hit me with your best shot. If you can actually beat me, I might just let you walk away from this. The Rose Swordsman grabs his sword and you can just feel the energy building up. Monkey Saint bet. Let me show you a little something. I hope this blade of mine gives you a nice little surprise. Then boom, he raises his sword and this massive pillar of light just erupts. Its power just kept getting crazier, blasting straight through the clouds. Then out of nowhere, this old dude with long white hair shows up looking all startled because he almost got zapped by the Rose Swordsman's attack. LOL. Yo, Rose Swordsman, my guy, that old dude is totally playing you for a fool. The swordsman looks up like, you really think I'm gonna risk my whole neck so you can just swoop in and snag the prize? Yeah, hard pass. Life ain't a free-for-all, fam. Realizing his whole scheme was exposed, the old man just casually touches down on the water. He puts his hands together and gives Duanghai this super formal intro. I am O Duang Tuang Lo. I was just passing by and saw this punk using his power to bully the weak. I was literally about to step in and handle it myself, but you beat me to it, brother. And Duanghai is just thinking, bruh, who does this guy think he's fooling? Then O Duang Tuang Lo just death stares the Rose Swordsman, making him flinch. He screams, Azure Dragon number 2, Assassination Dragon. And bam, this freaky dragon just materializes out of a magic circle, roaring right in the swordsman's face. My dude was beyond shook. But Duanghai's reaction speed was just nuts. Hold up, since when do you get to put your grimy paws on my prey? Oh, Duang's body starts to fade out. Monkey Saint, what's your problem? I was just trying to help you clap this clown. He's just staring at his own palm, totally confused. In front of him is a giant dragon fangs out, ready to throw down. But this dude with a dead serious face just drops one word. Interesting. The Rose Swordsman points his sword at O Duang Thuang Lo and screeches, You old fossil, you actually tried to get me iced. The old man just claps back. And what if I did? The swordsman decided to just dip. Fine, I'm out. I managed to bait out one of the big shots anyway. I'm bouncing. But then plot twist. Something totally wild happens. He starts making these gnarly choking noises, grabbing at his throat like some ghost is trying to end him. You won't take me out! The pressure was so insane he started coughing up blood. It was something long and skinny, but completely invisible. In a full-blown panic, he gets the brilliant idea to stab it with his sword. But who could have guessed the blade went straight through his own neck? And blood just started spraying everywhere. And just like that, it was game over. Hudong and Branch, watching from the nosebleeds, thought the whole thing was hella weird. Branch, all confused, asks, Yo, what in the world was that? Hudong spills the tea. That's his third summon, the invisible dragon. Duanghai points his staff at O Duang Tuang Lo, calling him out. You just took out a top-tier player. According to the rules, it's judgment day for you, pal. But all he got back was this smug little grin. He played himself. Duanghai's brain went into hyperdrive. He and Faye spotted a jade ring, the exact same kind the Deep Blue clan wears. This dude has got to be with the Deep Blue clan. You could see that dangerous glint in Duanghai's eyes. I just hope you put up a better fight than the Rose Swordsman. The old dude let out this nasty cackle. I hope you can keep that same energy when you're getting stomped under my foot. Then feeling a weird vibe from behind, his eyes darted left. Another sneak attack. It was the Azure Dragon he was controlling, lunging in for the kill. 2 golden laser beams zapped from Duanghai's eyes. And just like that, the dragon was toast. Golden annihilation pupils for real. In a flash, the Azure Dragon's body just poofed into smoke, but it wasn't like dead, it just got teeny tiny. The old man was all like, It's cool, little buddy. I'ma get him back for you. His eyes were glowing red with pure rage. Literally 1 second later, the dragon started to get swole again thanks to some skill. Phantom possession. Ooh, spooky. Something slid right into its dome. The two of them were locked in this intense stare-down, and the tension in the air was so thick you could slice it with a sword. Meanwhile, old man Chian was looking shook, saying, "That Azure Dragon dude is ranked like number 25. Isn't the Monkey Saint being a little too cocky right now?" Someone else clapped back all confident. "Nah, chill, Elder Chun. The Monkey Saint's battle IQ is off the charts. He ain't the type to get wrecked because he was sleeping on an enemy." The Azure Dragon's body got absolutely wrecked with his non-stop attacks until he finally found its weak spot. Aha, there's an opening! The Azure Dragon started shaking, let out this huge roar, and opened its giant mouth. Zhuang Hai immediately launched his attack right down its throat. Oof! Duang Tuang Lo could only stare, his eyes totally bugging out. The Azure Dragon just flopped right into the ocean. The old man screamed, "Monkey Saint, you really just deleted my number 2 dragon. I'm ending you for this today." All of a sudden, this insane green magic circle popped up on the huge ocean surface. A completely different kind of dragon started rising from the water. To the shock of everyone on the boat, the Jiao just yawned and was like, "A Duang Tuangle, it's been a whole 10 years since you last hit me up. You got the price for this little summon, yeah?" And OMG, the old dude totally freaked, like, "Just give me 10 days, I'll even toss in an extra snack for you." But the Jiao just held up 2 hella sharp claws. 7 days, and 2 extra meals. The old guy was totally trapped and had to give in. "Fine deal, just make sure you absolutely demolish him for me. 2 meals, you got it. He's a goner." And with that, the Jiao just shot into the sky like a rocket. Its ginormous body was suddenly on full display for Yang Yi. "Hey, little insect, you want to just peace out yourself and keep your body intact? Or do I gotta use you to pick my teeth?" Yang Yi immediately knew what was good with this dragon. "Oh, this is so not good. He actually summoned the freaking Azure Dragon's emissary." Faye was like, "Hold up, what's the tea with this sack character? Are we in trouble?" Elder Chian just calmly dropped the bomb. Last time, it supposedly helped humanity fight off mutant beasts, but it also straight up munched on a few dozen powered-up peeps just for kicks. His next words hit like a truck. "If the Golden Ape takes the L this time, every single person on this ship is about to be on Sack's menu." She was just praying on the down low, totally bugging, "Babe, you have to win this, you hear me?" Meanwhile, he's showing off his insane staff skills and trash-talking. "We're about to see who's eating who," before charging straight at Sack, swinging that massive staff and smacking him right on the dome. That one hit was so hard the super tough scales on its head actually started to crack. It let out this insane scream of pain and then, BAM! It just blasted into the sky. Its eyes were literally glowing with pure rage, like, "You grimy little pest, I'm about to show you what happens when you try me." And its claws were looking extra pointy, like inches from grabbing him, but my boy didn't even blink. He flipped the script on him all cool, like, perfect timing. He whipped his Rui staff around to block its giant claw. The collision made this deafening boom as a crazy shockwave shot out. The beast was panting like super hard. "I'm gonna crush you, you annoying little human." This time it came at him with both claws dead set on snatching him. But our guy just calmly blocked with his staff right in the nick of time. Kaboom! Another massive explosion kicking up a huge cloud of white smoke. The beast knew right then that something was super sus. Right when it thought it had him crushed in its grip, he had slickly used the Rui staff to wedge its claws open like a clamp. He stared that thing right in the eyes with a look that screamed, "It is on! Okay, my turn to play." After yanking his staff back, he shot right up to its eye level. The beast, not missing a beat, immediately blasted him with a face full of blue fire. My dude didn't even flinch, just held his ground. He spun his Rui staff so fast it looked like a propeller deflecting all the flames. And yet this one end of the staff was still lit with that blue fire. He squared up again, saying, "All right, bet, you had your shot, now it's my turn to go off." And in a blink, that Rui staff just epically extended to its max length. Yo, get this, that thing's dome just ate another huge hit from the staff like it was nothing. But my dude wasn't phased. Nah, he just kept going ham on its long slithery body, making it shriek like a banshee. Then he totally smacks the hand that was about to flatten him into a human crepe. Ouch, you know that stung. The monster finally realized it was getting its butt handed to it. So it whips around and screams, "Ong Shanglu, I am so over this sacrifice thing, teleport me out of here like yesterday." But our boy was not about to let this sucker just peace out, not a chance. "Oh, trying to dip now. A little late to the party, bro. Sit tight. I'm trying to see what some fresh grilled lizard tastes like." And then, girl, the end of that giant Rui staff just shot forward like a missile. It literally slams right down the monster's gullet, making it go like gack. A hot second later, its entire body just turns to dust. Poof, gone. Just vanished like a ghost. So he turns back to the main drama. "Hey, Gramps, if you've got any other tricks, you better show him now." You know he was thinking, "I'm kinda dying to see if he's got the guts to use those Avarice clan moves." Then bam, Wang Shenglu's body just explodes into a zillion little dragons. Our boy was like, "Oh, I just got played by this old dude." Total shadow clone move. He reaches out and snags one of the mini dragons, trying to make a break for it, and plot twist, it was the real Azure Dragon envoy. "Listen up. I'm telling you, if you just bend the knee and apologize, I might not have to delete you. Your call." The old guy just snarls back, "How the heck did you even know this was the real me?" The old man was giving him the nastiest side eye. "What in the world do you want from me? And the clapback was low-key profound. Oh, I don't just know this is the real you. I know asterisk exactly asterisk who you are. So spill the tea. How's it feel being a traitor to all of humanity? Realizing his getaway plan was completely toast, he had no choice but to morph back into his human form. So Yu Shenglu totally backed into a corner, starts capping hard. Don't you dare just pull stuff out of thin air, I Yang Shenglu. Have been repping Team Human my entire life. How could I possibly be a traitor? He even tried to flip the script like, are you just saying all this to have an excuse to get rid of me? Sunho. Oh, Sonho, you are a straight-up snake, you know that. But Sonho was having none of it and just snatched him up by the neck with one hand. I bet when you're about to get sent back to the lobby, you won't be able to stop yourself from using that avarice clan power. The old man screamed. You'd literally do anything to get me out of the picture, wouldn't you? And Homeboy just squeezed even harder, still trying to play innocent. The pressure was getting insane, making the old dude's body tremble like a leaf as he was gasping for air. Super awkward. Sweat was just dripping down his wrinkly face. I'm part of the Ouyang family, you know. Aren't you scared my nephew is gonna come for you after this? And Faye just rolled her eyes so hard like, and they call this asterisk guy a top-tier expert. Homeboy can't win a fight, so now he's gotta call his nephew for backup. Zhao Rang, who was just chilling there, calmly dropped some tea. Yeah, his nephew is the number 5 ranked god of wind, Wang Guanhe. He's the dude running the Free Alliance's coastal defense, the top dog of the Free Navy, and the big cheese of the Merchant Alliance. Faye does this little fake cough like asterisk ahem asterisk. Okay, pretend I said absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Wu Shenglu is desperately clawing at the arm clamped around his neck, which probably felt like a steel pipe. His vision was already starting to go fuzzy. And right at that moment, this totally epic-looking dude just materializes floating in midair. It was the number 5 himself, Wang Guanhe. And girl, his eyes were razor-sharp and radiating some seriously dangerous vibes. You trying to unalive him? He asked straight up. The comeback was just as savage. What does it look like my hand is on his neck? You think we're playing patty cake over here? Old man Chian and the kid next to him were not gonna lie super impressed hearing that. Dang, this Sonho dude has zero chill. No cap, he's keeping it way too real. Yu Shenglu, looking like he just found his get-out-of-jail-free card, weakly reaches out. My guy nephew, please save your uncle just this once. I'll owe you big time! But Wang just hits his uncle with the coldest reply ever. Save you get real. Second uncle when you bounced from Tani Island. Didn't you say, from now on, I'm never asking you for anything ever again. Besides, you've still got stuck. With enough sacrifices, even a rank 20 pro could start a brawl, he continued to explain. The old man struggles to choke out the words. Nephew, stop dragging me. I already summoned Stuck and this dude already bodied him. So Wu Yang turns his attention to Yang Shi and shoots his shot yo dude in the monkey mask. You interested in joining my squad? Hearing that, he was like hard pass. Nah, I'm straight. When I became a Zodiac of Kaiju, I swore an oath to be ride or die for my leader. So if that's all you got, you can bounce. His face stays completely unbothered. I bet. But just so we're clear, you're officially on my hit list. Then in a flash, he closed the distance and the aura he was giving off was absolutely terrifying. So get this, the old dude is all up in his face like, you really think you can square up with me? But our boy plays it totally cool, hitting him with, maybe not this second, but like who knows what's on the menu later. And the other guy just busts out laughing. I can't. LMAO, that's hilarious. I bet you can try and clap me later. For now, let him go. But nah, our guy was not having it and just starts gripping even tighter. The audacity. Uwang Shenglu is totally freaking out, screaming, bro, chill. But he's dead serious, like, nah, I've got my reasons for wanting to completely cancel this dude. And then, bam, plot twist. The old man's hair goes full-on anime, turning this insane sky blue. And just like that, his power level is over 9,000. He just swings his arm once and yeets our boy straight into the ocean, screaming, Sunho on God, you are so done! Yu finally connects the dots and realizes who his Uncle Asterisk actually Asterisk is. Bam, he's from the Avarest clan. He starts going off on him like, Yu Shenglu, are you seriously out here embarrassing the whole family like this? His eyes were completely zoned out, like his true self was finally peeking through. So creepy. With you controlling the Wang family, he gets all serious. So, where do I even fit in this picture? And the other dude claps back. You've been playing dress-up as an Ouyang for years. Kinda quick to change teams now, don't you think? Ooh, the shade. The old dude just roars, the Ouyang family is dead to me now. And then out of nowhere, this golden shadow just erupts from the water like a freaking flashbang. It was wild. His eyes get huge. He's like, what the? He swings his staff at the dude with literally all his might, and you'll never guess what happened next. That super fast attack just smacks the old dude right in the face. And this time, it was his turn to get dunked into the ocean. LOL. Then he turns to Ouyang and is all like, see, told you I had a good reason to body him. You believe me now? And Ouyang, without missing a beat, is like, okay, if that's the real tea, let's cut a deal. I'll forget about today's drama. But you have to take over the BO5 defense line on the 7th continent. And our boy had zero reason to pass that up. He's just like, bet. So after they squared everything away, he dips back to the ship. This supercharged Sunho tosses a mask to Yang Shi and goes, yo, your whole vibe today, you totally aced the constellation trial. That ape constellation spot, it's all you fam. The mask had these sick black line patterns that looked like a bird's wings. And young Shi, still rocking the Sunho look, just quietly watches the ship sail away. On the ship, you've got old man Chian and Faye waving bye-bye. Meanwhile, our guy is just vibing cross-legged on a cloud, muttering to himself. Looks like the squad needs to level up to handle all this tea spilling across the 4 seas. I gotta figure out how to get some new blood in here. So he's at the top of Cloud Heaven Palace, just staring at these ridiculously huge buildings with golden roofs. Like Caillou is just built different from the other crews, no cap. It's like if other crews are little corner stores, Caillou is straight up Amazon. He's deep in his thoughts, scheming like, okay, I gotta cop some of those ability potions. The contractors are gonna grind for me, and I'll make sure they get that bag. Then this little green jade energy ball starts glowing in his hand. All right then, let's see if we can get this mind control thingy up to Cub's rank. And boom, a whole info screen just pops up. Ability spiritual contract. Ooh, fancy. The description's like, you can basically play mind games to control your enemies and have a private DM with your contractors. Skill 1 is called mental imprint. So basically, you can pour your whole soul into a special item, and anyone who's down for it will think you're the main character. Skill 2 mental space lets spirits just like chill in a super extra dimension for a long time. To get to Cub's rank. Wait, I already had a feeling about this, right? He grabs the pure white mask. I just gotta stamp my energy onto a mask and make it happen. Side members who rock the mask get like a login password to the Cloud Palace. He just kept explaining the master plan. Okay, so we've already got the 12 zodiacs and the 28 constellations locked down. For the next level of recruits, we're gonna use the 36 heavenly branches. And the second he says it, a whole 9 masks just start floating around him. Next up, I'm gonna drop these all over the 4 seas like it's an Easter egg hunt. And each mask had a different animal carved on it, so cool. He cracks this satisfied smile like, all the big shots who are desperate for these ability potions are gonna be scrambling to collect all the heavenly branch masks too. He's a genius. Then he starts thinking a little harder. The dark energy I've got left is enough to level up one ability to Cub SS. So which one gets the ultimate glow-up? Let's try out the Cub SS Super Brain ability. Instantly, the orb in his hand starts radiating some seriously insane energy. Another info panel pops up, and honestly, he looked a little shook. Ability Super Brain. The description says unlocks new parts of your brain. Gives a massive boost to your 5 senses. Unlocks your 6th sense and your 7th sense, which is basically your ego consciousness. Whoa, that's next level, alright. So first up, skill number 1, Mind Grasp. And get this, you just stare at a target and you can non-stop yoink their memories. You can even go in and remix the memories of anyone whose mental game is like 2 levels weaker than yours. 2 levels weaker. Then skill number 2, Mental Clash, lets you drop a straight-up psychic bomb anywhere in a 2,000-meter radius and it smacks the enemy's soul directly. Ouch. It's basically a damage over time for their brain, lol. Then skill number 3, Mental Blockade. It just locks down every single mind in a 1,000-meter zone, and you know, my dude was hyped. I mean, for an SS rank ability, it's totally stacked, no cap. He was feeling the hype big time. He's like, okay, I get the whole 6th sense thing. But what in the actual heck is this 7th sense? So my guy closes his eyes, enters his main character focus era. Ego consciousness. I bet. Let's see what this baby can do. Suddenly, a whole HD render of his brain just pops into his head. He's thinking, yo, it feels like I'm literally manifesting a whole person for my thoughts. God, just please don't let him be ugly. He's low-key praying while this massive stream of energy comes together. And a second later, a girl with a body that was straight up fire takes form. My guy is blushing, just staring with his jaw on the actual floor. Is this literally the dream girl I cooked up in my head? Then the vermilion bird bows to him all proper like Lord KKA. And he just completely loses his mind. He's like, why are you calling me that? Thinking his subconscious totally fumbled the bag right there. He course corrects real quick. From now on, just call me leader. We're gonna have more people rolling through, so we gotta expand the base. And boom, 4 massive skyscrapers just appear, each one repping one of the 4 legendary beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. He lays it all out real smooth. The Azure Dragon Spire is gonna run the Iron Blood Sea. The Vermilion Bird Spire gets the Hero Sea. The White Tiger Spire is in charge of the Alliance Sea and the whole Chaos Sea region. That's for the Black Tortoise Spire. The Vermilion Bird was hanging on his every word. Each of the 4 spires is managed by 7 constellations, but for now we'll just set up the 9 heavenly branches. Then he asks her, so which crew you want to run? You got Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, or Black Tortoise? And Homegirl didn't even have to think about it. I'm literally a part of you and I want to be with you forever. I'll take charge of the Vermilion Bird Spire. My dude's over there scratching his cheek all flustered. All right, bet. You can handle the whole vibe and design for the Vermilion Bird crew. Go get your fit sorted. And right after he said that, bam! She's already rocking this super official looking outfit with a sick mask that's giving major Vermilion Bird energy. He's watching her float there and not gonna lie, felt a pang of damn, that sucks. Too bad she's just a part of my consciousness. He's thinking, guess a truly perfect girl doesn't exist IRL. After dropping all the instructions, he turns to dip. Someone's hitting me up. I'm leaving you in charge here, hold it down. She was super chill about it all, like, you got it, leader. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Faye's banging on Yang Yi's door. Bro, the ship's about to leave. Elder Chian sent me to grab you for the sea offering ceremony. He was like, a sea offering, what now? My is totally lost. But before he can even process it, she's already grabbed his hand and is dragging him along. Yeah, it sounds kinda lit, right? Let's go chop chop. On deck, the whole squad's already assembled. Little brother Yang, we were just waiting for you. The captain immediately gives the signal. Let the sea offering begin. Everybody starts lighting incense and the smoke just fills the whole sky. Yang Yi's right there with them. When he clocks something kinda sus. Wait, why are they asterisk here again? Turns out Li Yu and Lai Kaowei just happened to be on the same ship. Hey everyone, we just had to come see you off. Elder Chen gives Li Yu a polite bow. Alliance Leader Li, this old man has to thank you for coming through like a real one. And Li, replies all smooth. Don't even trip. The North Star Alliance is always ready to throw down with those mutant beasts. Then, plot twist, Elder Chian introduces his daughter. This is my one and only daughter. She's hoping to tag along with you all to get some training in. And bro Yang Yi is just standing there listening, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's internally screaming like, dude, why are you even looking at me? Weren't you just beefing with her dad? And now you're using me as a pawn in your drama? But Kaowei just plays it cool and speaks up. Hey everyone, please take good care of me. Yang Yi's eyes go wide, he is totally shook. Plus, she looked like she was actually down for it. He kinda hesitantly puts his hand out. Welcome aboard. She gives him a friendly handshake back. Thanks. Fast forward 1 week, and he and Elder Chi are on another boat. Dead ahead, they can see Fenhai Island. Dude was staring out at the ocean totally hyped. Like finally the 4 Seas are about to see what the Adjudicator Squad is all about. And just like that, bam, the boat docks. The whole crew just lost their minds like the vibes were immaculate. Yes, we finally made it. The Chian clan is so back. Our OG leader is still the go-o-it. Like, it doesn't even matter how messed up things get, that dude always snags a W from thin air. Elder Chian was like, aight, listen up, getting everyone all pumped. Y'all have been putting in that work. He's like, now all we gotta do is link with the Adjudicator org and our comeback is 100% locked in. And get this, Yurang and Dada were literally sobbing. Like full-on ugly crying, the waterworks were insane. Okay, so picture this over at the Chian family's place. Yang Yi and Elder Chian are just chilling, right? And then Yang Yi starts spilling some serious tea. He's like, all right, Elder Chian, listen up. A legit big shot from the org is about to slide through Fenhai Island. And we, the Adjudicators, are about to launch our master plan. And the Elder is just casually pouring tea, playing it all cool, probably thinking, oh really, who's this so-called VIP? So, is there anything our Chian fam needs to do to prep and girl? It was like Yang Yi was just waiting for him to ask. His whole vibe switched up, went totally ice cold. And then he just drops it, the Vermilion Bird. And this person's rank? Oh, we're talking way above the Zodiacs. As one of the 4 major judges, their whole deal is ability potions. The Elder was visibly shook, no cap. So then he keeps going, right? He's like, this time we need the Chian family to rally the media for a massive press conference. The organization is about to give everyone in the 4 Seas a legit chance to level up. For real. And the look on his face was pure confidence, he's like, we're calling it the Heavenly Branch Plan. The Elder, smooth as ever, just slides him a fresh cup of tea. I appreciate the heads up, my guy Yang. You can bet your life we're gonna absolutely kill this press conference. So then bam, we cut to White Tiger Hall, and a voice is like, okay, this setup is kind of fire. So what's the deal with this system? The Vermilion Bird, looking dead serious, starts breaking it down. The missions here are split into 3 types: intel jobs, regular grinds, and the more discreet stuff. Basically, she gave him the quick and dirty version. Regular grinds are basically your daily fetch quests for resources. Grabbing active cores after you totally wreck some demonic beasts or maybe squaring up with a wild boar or something. Then this scoreboard pops up all decked out with these different colored gems. She's like, we're gonna use the ability orbs and dark energy we collect, and take 1/10 of the total haul, converting it into points to pay for the gear. And my man was looking a little stressed, like his credit score just dropped. He's like, low-key, that sounds like we're getting ripped off. But she's all calm, explaining, everything I'm thinking is just a reflection of your own thoughts. He does this little awkward cough to cover and is like, right anyway. She just keeps it moving. The main intel job is all about digging up juicy gossip for points. And finally, there are the special missions. Like making sure other humans take a permanent nap. You feel me? And in her hand, she's holding this mask with a sick bird design over the eyes. On the mission board, these jobs just show a time and a location. The real details get zapped directly into your brain when it's go time. So he's like, okay, so what's the tea with these masks? This, she says, is the ultimate PR campaign for our little power-up juice. Then a clock appears, and you just know the countdown is officially on. Any second now, the first player was about to log in. Meanwhile, somewhere else, it's absolutely pouring. We're on Candy Island in some random barn, and this little kid is all curled up in a ball. His face just soaked with tears. He's mumbling in his sleep like, sir, I swear I'm gonna get strong enough to bust you out of here. And then crack, a huge clap of thunder just rips through the sky, which snaps him right awake. And then he sees it, this totally random mask just materialized out of thin air. It's glowing with this freaky light that's making his head all fuzzy. A mask! What the hell is going on? And just like that poof, the kid is zapped to a completely different place. Where am I? Did I die?
Then this dude in a mask just strolls out of a doorway. You're the first one to join the party. And then he just casually grabs the kid by the head.
Yo, little dude, if you're supposed to be a heavenly speed star and you're still boo-hooing, you're gonna get yourself smoked. For real. Then the guy asks, "What's your name, kid?" The boy just tells him straight up, "My name's Chojia."
The masked dude immediately lays down the law. Look, that heavenly speed star mask you're wearing, if anyone ever asks about it, you keep your mouth shut. Zip it. Got it.
The kid's obviously confused, but he's just like, "Aight, bet. Thanks, bro." The masked guy is like, "Come on, let me give you the lowdown on how we do things around here." So like an hour later, Choja's rocking the mask, and the guy just has to break the silence.
Hey, kiddo. For better or for worse, huh?
Okay, so get this, you're in verdict now.
Why the sad puppy face, my guy? The kid was literally trembling like, "Bro, masked dude, I don't even have my powers yet.
I can't even handle a basic D-rank monster."
And the masked guy is over there stroking his chin all deep in thought like, "Oof, big mood, I feel that. Suzaku,
You got any cheat codes for this?
and bam, Suzaku just materializes with the hot goss. We could totally front the newbies the points for a C-rank ability potion.
But homeboy was still giving it the side eye, you know. The catch, they gotta pay us back every single cent within 1 month.
And a total noob with a C-rank power. He can only scrape by on D-rank quests to start. And with the way things are priced, he'd have to smoke at least one ability beast every single day just to not go broke.
He pointed at her all concerned like, "But isn't throwing him to the wolves like immediately kinda brutal?"
And she just playfully snags his finger like, "Gotcha.
Hey, I'm just the vibe coordinator, my dude. Besides, if they're not about that beast fighting life, they can find other hustles to make that coin." He just lets out this massive sigh, rubbing his temples.
All right, fine, let's do the sponsorship loan. Cut to Chojia is gawking at this giant glittery gold prize wheel. You are our first lucky contestant, my guy. Come on down and spin for a prize. So the kid yanks the lever and lands on Gray Mist, a whole B-rank ability. The masked dude crosses his arms, looking all smug, and is like, "Not bad, kid. The universe's random number generator was feeling generous today. Now bounce back to the real world and relax. Your prize is being shipped. Make sure you sign for it." So bam, we're back on the farm at the butt crack of dawn. This psycho rooster starts screaming its head off, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" And then a whole bucket of freezing water gets chucked on Chojia and he just shrieks, "What the actual heck?" And this absolute unit of a dude with a whip starts yelling, "I guess sending your sister Tin Hani away didn't knock any sense into you. You really have the audacity to be sleeping in." Our boy tries to block the hits, but he's just getting lit up. He's pleading with the guy, "Please just stop." But this dude had absolutely zero chill and just starts going even crazier with the whip. "You're just destined to be a loser, just like your sister. Guess I gotta beat it into you." And after he's had his fun being a total monster, the jerk just bails, leaving Chojia all wrecked on the floor. "Get up and get to work now." And Chojia's just there, clutching that mask in his hand. He felt so completely clowned, like this huge wave of, "This is so messed up," just crashed over him. What verdict? What B-rank potion? He was convinced it was all just some messed up dream. But then plot twist, the mask starts glowing and Suzaku pops in like a freaking superhero. "Yo, heavenly speed star, your special juice has arrived. Bottoms up." And he's just staring at this bottle in her hand, totally skeptical, but also like a little bit hopeful. "Is this legit? I have to drink this." And girl, in the end, he just yeeted the whole thing back. Meanwhile, Mr. Whip Guy was inside being a total creep with some poor woman, and she's crying out, "Please, sir, stop." That's when a massive crash outside totally kills his gross vibe. He yanks the door open, looking absolutely furious when he sees our boy. Well, look what the cat dragged in. If it isn't Chojia. You really think you can roll up in a mask and I wouldn't recognize that face? You trying to get put on bed rest for the next 2 weeks or what? He lifts his foot, ready to literally kick our boy's head off. But psyched, the kid snatches his leg right out of the air. "Where did you send my sister?" The dude was completely floored, like, what? But even then, this clown is still running his mouth. "So what if the Starry Splendor Club ratted me out?" And our boy just slams a kick right into his stomach. "It's because of garbage people like you. Acting like you run everything that the Four Seas is so jacked up. It's disgusting." And then with literally zero hesitation, my boy just sets the entire farm on fire. Like burned the whole freaking place to the ground. A little while later, he finds his sister. And she's panicking like, "Chojia, just forget about me. Just run." But he was giving off major main character vibes, totally ready to protect her. "No way, I'm here to break you out." But oof, blocking their way out is this feral-looking dude with leopard spots. You little brat. Your sister is my property now. You seriously have the nerve to try and take her back. You looking to get unalived or something." And his giant paw just lunges for our boy's throat. "I'm gonna tear you to pieces." But then bam, the ultimate Uno reverse card. Before this dude even processed what was happening, our kid hit him with a counter that dropped him to his knees like instantly. Everyone watching was just jaw on the floor. Did that kid just wreck a B-rank user, bro? Who is this guy? What's the tea on him? The whole vibe of this masked mystery dude is giving, you know, that secret organization verdict. I low-key think they're connected. Anyway, meanwhile, over at the White Deer Terrace. Okay, so get this. Yang Shi is just kicking back, watching this whole drama unfold on a screen, and he's like, "Aight, the hype for our first member is kind of fire, not gonna lie." But meanwhile, deep inside some creepy forest cave, The head honcho, the big bad, is just having a staring contest with these wild blue flowers. I mean, from the stem to the freaking petals, these things were straight up glowing blue, giving off this super sus magical energy. So the commander, with his totally not at all creepy crimson eyes, glares at the flowers and is like, "Unglu, you getting yourself unalived? Really threw a massive wrench in the organization's plans." Over in the Free Alliance Sea, you, my guy, are a colossal disappointment. And then, y'all, I am not kidding. One of the flowers literally opens its little flower mouth and talks back. It's like, "Yo, great commander, you can't pin this on me. That crew from Verdict totally played me for a fool." And after hearing that, the commander just zaps the flower with a frickin' red laser beam from his eyes. "Are you seriously still making excuses?" The flower, completely shook, starts begging like, my bad, I wouldn't dare." So after he silenced that chatty plant, the commander, looking dead serious, goes, "If Wang Chenglu, the guy running our Yingyam project, got his body snatched, then we need to find a new manager for the whole mess on Moonlight Island. On top of that, this launch is a huge freaking deal. We have to show them what the Deep Asura division is really made of." The flower, trying to get back on his good side, was like, "Bet. The launch is totally on schedule. We're gonna serve up a surprise they won't see coming." But the commander had to check him. "Verdict is about to throw a whole press conference. Keep your eyes on them. I've got a bad feeling they're about to become the main villain in our story." On the flip side, our boy Yang Shi is just chilling, sipping a drink at the White Deer Terrace. He's thinking to himself, you know that giant ancient forge Faye found? Maybe I should hit up my little puppet Arthur. And with that, he closes his eyes and flips on his puppet master mode. Cut to Poseidon Island, where Arthur is looking fly in a sharp white suit, admiring himself in the mirror. Then all of a sudden, he just freezes mid-pose. "Boss!" Yang Shi's voice just materializes in his head. "Spill the tea." Arthur reports back, robotic as ever. "Yes, sir. I'm about to head into a family party." Yang Shi immediately presses him. "Who's on the guest list?" Arthur's eyes just go totally blank. "My older brother, Chris Green. He's ranked number 27 on the 4Cs list. And my little sister, Victoria, a C-rank ability user, and one of the top 7 baddest players in the 4Cs. Yang Shi just gives the order. "Got it. You can roll out for now. Peep the picture of the luggage I sent you." Arthur's like, "Say less." So at this fancy pants dinner party, there are already 8 people sitting at this ridiculously long table. Yang Shi, who's basically joyriding in Arthur's body, is pulling out a chair. Meanwhile, the real Arthur's voice in his head is like, Boss, I don't remember any luggage, but if I do some snooping, I can probably hunt it down." Across from him, Victoria seems to spot her brother. She does this super extra formal curtsy. "Brother," Arthur whispers into his own ear, which is actually him talking to Yang Shi. "Boss, that's my sister. According to family rules, you're supposed to kiss Victoria on the forehead." Hearing this, Yang Shi is internally screaming, "Excuse me." He starts sweating, shuts his eyes, totally having a meltdown about the play. Victoria, her face beat red, calls out again, "Brother." In the end, my boy, also blushing like crazy, just goes for it and plants a kiss right on Victoria's forehead. AWKWARD. Since he's got bigger fish to fry, he gives Arthur back control of his body, telling him, "For now, just act natural and chop it up with your brother. I'm gonna use this chance to run a spiritual vibe check on these people." Arthur heard that and was like, "Yes, sir." So Yang Shi starts sending out his psychic feelers, probing every single person at that dinner table. Then a little sliver of his power brushes up against this dude named Greed. And oh boy, my man definitely sensed something was off. Yang Shi is over here shook, thinking, no way is this Greed guy's spiritual power above level 3? At the same time, Greed is just sitting there thinking, someone is using their spiritual power to scan me. Yang Shi gives a quick command. "Keep a close eye on this brother of yours. I'm dipping." Arthur just dips his head, holding a wine glass, and silently messages back, "Gotcha, boss." And just like that, we're back at the White Deer Terrace. Yang Shi sits up and cracks his back with a good stretch. Suzaku smoothly slides a folder to him. "You're back with us. This is the intel on the new member joining the White Deer Terrace." He flips it open for a peek and asks, "So who's all coming to the press conference today?" She starts dishing out the hot goss. "Oh, literally everyone. All the major media corps and streaming sites will be there. Plus a couple of the merchant guilds are sending their people too." Suzaku smiled and then added, "The only ones who haven't RSVP'd are the Ouyang family. For one, it's a crazy long trip. And for another, their whole vibe is just extra." Then she announces, "Then, the press conference is about to kick off. You need to prep." He just smirks and hits her with, "Nah, I was born ready for my close-up." And out in the hallway, so he glanced back before pushing the door, all like, "You ready for this?" And Yang Shi in his full monkey getup was like, "Oh, it's on. Starting today, nobody in the 4Cs is gonna dim Verdict's shine." Then, BAM! They both shove the door open. This insane flash of light just erupts from the crack, and suddenly they're like front and center at the press conference. The two of them literally just appeared out of thin air, floating in front of everybody before their feet even hit the ground. Yang Shi just stood there, taking in the whole scene. He steps up to the mic, says what's up to everybody, and officially kicks the whole thing off. The second he's done talking, his face is just huge on these giant screens behind him. Down in the audience, Den is over here sweating bullets like he can't even breathe. Seeing this, that witch Dian starts totally roasting him. Something wrong, my precious little nephew? You look in a little tent sitting next to your fave auntie? She was giving the poor kid this ice-cold death glare. Or, are you trying to end up like Juning? The moment she said that, Yunqing, the big boss of the Uruk clan and a literal S-rank elemental beast, snaps his head around with this low-key growl. Den just forces this super cringy smile and gets all shy like, "Pish, you're just playing auntie." For real though, it's like the biggest honor of my life to be chilling next to you. Seriously. But right when he says that, Lord Sparrow just asterisk materializes asterisk in midair, and literally every single head whips around. And you know the crowd started buzzing. Some dude in white is like, OMG, who is she? The guy in green next to him was like, low-key that silhouette and her whole vibe. She could totally take on any of the babes on the 4Cs list. Another guy in a brown outfit in front turns around to spill the tea, checking out her fit. Yo, peep the drip, she's gotta be from the Arbiter organization. Den glanced over. He's staring at Lord Sparrow and mutters, that spiritual pressure. I know that energy. When he realizes it's really Lord Sparrow, Den bows his head all respectful like, Lord Sparrow in honor? Den was freaking the hell out. Lord Sparrow was a way bigger deal than some top-tier celestial. So like, why was he totally in the dark about this? Meanwhile, Lord Sparrow saunters up with this little bottle smiling and says, Yang Shi, my dude, you have been absolutely crushing it. The org whipped up a little promotion bonus just for you. Yang Shi grabs the bottle with this huge grin thinking, okay, so it's not like these ability potions are the new iPhone or something. You can't just rattle off a bunch of specs. You gotta see this stuff work to believe it. And just like that, he chugs the entire thing. So speaking of which, let me give you guys a little live demo. The crowd below was going wild like, wait, is that the legendary power-up juice? That stuff looks bougie AF. Someone else was like, I wonder what it tastes like. From here, it just looks like some bougie fruit punch. Then get this, these little white bubbles start popping up all around Yangshi. And then this whole stat screen just pops up, breaking down the Naval Plum Blossom style ability, which is pretty much the goat of slick naval combat. It's got the Iron Plum 6 styles. And get this, the insane Plum Blossom steps. The footwork is so insane, you can basically juke any attack someone throws at you. The Dragon Subduing Demon Capturing Claw can literally just ragdoll an opponent, no matter how jacked they are. Taking on a Sea Serpent would be like a total walk in the park. Then you've got the Wave-Breaking Sea-Splitting Kick, which is faster than a freaking missile. It's this crazy powerful kick that could literally split the ocean in two. The final verdict, S-rank. Literally god tier. After that, Yang Shi starts his big speech. All right, y'all, our Arbiter organization is like totally focused on the mess humanity is in right now. With everyone coming at us, can we actually beat them all? Then he gets this little smirk and shouts, that's why. The org sent me to spill all the tea on the Skyguard project for y'all. He keeps talking to the crowd and you can see their eyes are literally sparkling with excitement. The org is opening up a grand total of 36 spots for the Skyguard crew in the 4Cs region. Yang Shi finished with, and that's the full scoop on the Skyguard project. The live chat was absolutely losing its mind like, OMG, the Arbiter org is so legit, they're actually sharing the secret recipe for real, for real. They are 100% the fan fave ability org in the 4Cs this year, no contest. Arbiters got my vote 100%. And you know the hashtags were popping off. Number 1, ability potion. Number 2, Skyguard project. Number 3, even normies can be heroes. And number 4, press conference. Then Yang Shi whips out this sick gray mask. This Heavenly Chief mask is the last one, y'all. The other 35 Skyguard masks are already out in the wild. I've been making waves all over the 4Cs before today. He just smirked and laid out the challenge. Hey, y'all. This mask right here is the grand prize. Anyone who can actually survive the stage gets to walk away with it. From the Thon Hoa Island Merchant Guild, you know, reppin' rank 4 number 20 on the 4Cs list. Jin's entire vibe just flipped and he screamed, Yo, hold up, I object. How are us newbies even supposed to compete with the OGs? But Yang Shi, cool as a cucumber, was like, my dudes don't get so pressed. We whipped up a little something for you too. And then bam, a picture of a potion vial just lit up behind him. Then he clasped his hands together and said, no cap, any of you next-gen fighters who can actually put me down will get this B-rank ability potion. And I promise it's all buff, 0 nerfs. Hearing this, Den gave the girl next to him this sly look. So, Miss Tantai, who's gonna go first, you or me, or should we let the lady have her main character moment? But Tonai Xiao from the Fangwen Island Merchant Guild, ranked 5th number 16 on the 4Cs list, wasn't playing around and shot back with this super confident smile. In that case, you can just enjoy the show from the nosebleeds. Then she just whipped out her sword, got in her stance, and dropped her first move. So Tantai Jiao busts out the dancing flower sword. And girl instantly, like 6 phantom swords, just poofed into existence and shot straight at Yang Shi. But my boy was quick on his feet, dodging him with this wild plum blossom steps technique. Bro was literally using the flower petals as platforms, then he clapped back with the dragon subduing demon claw, snatching the tip of her sword with just 2 fingers. Seeing Yang Shi just chilling on a flower and catching a blade with his bare hands, the crowd below went absolutely feral. OMG, he's so fine, that power-up is so broken it's actually terrifying. You don't get too thirsty. Keep watching. Tonai Xiao hasn't even gone all out yet. Tonai Xiao just smirked as her sword started to get all smoky. Then all of a sudden the ghost swords just went poof, which kind of startled Yang Shi, but he still dodged it like it was nothing. In a flash, His kick was right up in Tonai Xiao's face, and Miss Tantai was shooketh. She's thinking, this dude is supposed to be ranked 30 on the 4Cs list. After he chugged that one ability potion, his power level got this busted. She's like, ugh, fine, guess I'll have to eat the backlash from my own power to block this killer move. She closed her eyes and raised her sword high. Yang Shi's kick slammed into the blade, creating this insane shockwave. A massive blast just ripped through the whole arena, making everyone's ears ring like crazy. After stomping down on her sword, he literally landed right on the blade, looked down at her and said super calmly, I was going easy on you, Miss Tantai. The absolute audacity. Yeah, the winner was pretty obvious. So the next challenger walks up to the stage, his scratchy voice calling out, Yang Shi, beating a girl doesn't make you tough, bro. He got all cocky and challenged him. You should let me one of the Erlongs of the 4Cs give you a real fight. Tonai Xiao had no choice but to bounce, looking totally crushed. After she dipped, Jin Ning got into his stance with this super smug look on his face. Let's see you handle my flying fire thunder god strike. Then he just went for it, rushing straight at Yang Shi. Two fans in the crowd saw it and gasped, OMG, that's Jin's finisher, the thunder-piercing heart-gouging claw. He once used that to literally snatch the soul from an S-rank beast. Dude, how is the juice on this thunder strike so strong? For real, it's blinding. As for Yang Shi, he just blocked Jinning's punch with one hand, thinking to himself, okay, so he's got a little power. I'll have to use a little dark energy to give my ability pearl a quick boost. But Jinning totally misread the vibe and thought he was winning, gloating. Ha, can't take it anymore, huh? He even sneered. I've got thousands of units of dark energy in my system. Beating you is gonna be a piece of cake. But oh honey, he didn't get to celebrate for long because Yang Shi's power level suddenly shot through the roof, totally freaking him out. Jinning was stunned and horrified, screaming, You were sandbagging this whole time, you're a dirty player. Without missing a beat, Yang Shi snapped his arm in one move, dropping him to his knees, screaming in pain. Ah! After dealing with that clown, Yang Shi turned to the crowd and shouted, Golingguan, why don't you come up here and get a taste? Hearing that, Golingguan didn't even flinch and just said with a smile, My Victoria really wants to feel what it's like to fly. You better help me win this one, big bro. And just like that, the match officially kicked off. But unlike Yang Shi, who looked a little on edge, Golingguan was just radiating pure confidence. Yang Shi clocked his expression and started cooking up a strategy. This guy has a spiritual power. Over level 3. Something's definitely sus about him. When we clash, I need to plant a sealed ability pearl in his body to use as a tracker. Ooh, the plot thickens, okay. So get this, on the other side of the ring, Guiling Xuan is all postured up looking like he's ready to rumble. Meanwhile, Yang Shi is just chillin' doing the math in his head like a supercomputer. Alright, so here's the tea. This dude's whole power is some sanguine death style from his family tree or whatever. My guy is basically a knockoff Dracula weak to garlic and holy water. Like, how basic can you get? So Yang Shi just rushes him ready to absolutely wreck his day with a giant fist. He's trying to sneak this little ability pearl on him, right? It's like the perfect moment to plant this F-rank dud. But nope, homeboy's got moves like Jagger. He just weaves back and dodges the punch like a pro. And after that, oh, it was on. They're going at it everywhere from the sky all the way back to the floor. Yang Shi lands on the stage, and you can practically see the 4D chess moves playing out in his brain. He's like, this guy is all defense, no offense, just dodging everything. He's acting super sus, for sure, hiding something. So bam, Yang Shi goes on the attack again, powering up his signature move. He drops the wave-breaking sea-splitting kick and sends this absolute monster of a kick flying at the dude. But wait for it. He hits something so weird, like completely out of left field. A whole ass toupee just flops onto the ground. I'm dying. Guiling Xuan's whole mood just plummets, watching his fake hair literally disintegrate. But while he's having his little emo moment, Yang Shi sees his chance and takes the shot. The guy lets out this little ah, and just like that, the ability pearl is in. Job done. Yang Shi is just staring him down, thinking, this dude's spiritual power is over 3. And he's just gonna take that quietly. Oh heck no, I'm not letting you get away with this whole smug routine. When it comes to being extra, I'm the main character around here. And with that little thought, he gives him this wicked smirk and throws a total fake-out punch right at Guiling Xuan's face. The dude automatically puts his hands up to block and bam, Yang Shi goes flying backward like he got hit by a freight train. He's clutching his chest, doing the whole dramatic soap opera cough. Guiling Xuan, dang, the rumors were true. You really are that dude, the top dog of the 4Cs. I'm out. You're way tougher than the last two guys. Then he whips out this tiny bottle. You played the game, now you gotta take the L. Here's the potion. Come on, just take it. He hands the vial over. Guiling Xuan is all awkward about it. Then he gets all red in the face and just blurts out, then let Victoria try it. And Yang Shi is just standing there, arms crossed, giving them the ultimate death glare. He knows the Arbiter's whole reputation is about to go nuclear. I mean, for real, she's not even the first person from the Arbiter squad to get a taste of this superpower life. And as for Victoria, homegirl snatches that vial and just chugs the whole thing, zero hesitation. After she downs it, Victoria's power level just goes through the roof. She's so hyped she's screaming, I can fly. The entire crowd is absolutely shook like jaws are on the floor. Whoa, she's legit a superhuman now and a CB-class wind user on top of that? So it's like, do you go for the power-up potion or the normal one, NGL? The choice is kind of stressing me out. Yang Shi, always the showman, totally rides the hype wave. Y'all saw what this stuff can do with your own eyes. Up next, the main event, the battle for the corpse puppet mask. Then he calls out the next person in line. My money's on the OG himself, Yi Xiaoguan from the Campbell family, being the first one to step up. And you know what? He was spot on. Yi Xiaoguan just zips right onto the stage, not a moment's hesitation. He's laughing all loud and arrogant like, "Ha ha, that corpse puppet mask is basically mine already." But wait a minute. Before he can even start his victory speech, someone else interrupts. Not so fast, buddy. A representative from the Luofu Merchant Guild wants a piece of you first. And you can just hear the crowd start whispering, "Hold on, didn't they say even the 72nd ranked V-Wall swordsman had to bow down to them? How do they have the guts to get all up in Yi Xiaoguan's face like that? A basic S rank is a total noob next to a real master." Yang Shi's checking out the new guy and he looks a little stressed out. This dude was giving off majorly weird vibes, but his face was just a total blank canvas staring at them. Auntie Ma is giving him the once-over, doing a full-on analysis. She kind of scrunches up her face and is like, "His soul is all glitchy, and that dead-eyed stare total giveaway. That's a puppet I can tell from a mile away." The madam just smirks, totally here for the drama. But like, who even cares? He's about to fight and get absolutely demolished anyway. The auntie next to her just gives her this look of pure terror. Yi Xiaoguan rushes in to attack. "All right then, let's see you handle my pom-pom." But the puppet was way too slow and just takes the hit right to the chest. He gets absolutely launched into the stratosphere. The crowd's eyes are popping out of their heads thinking, that was brutal, a hit like that would have turned my head into mashed potatoes. Yi Xiaoguan pulls his hand back looking all smug like, "And I was even going easy on you." But a second later his eyes go wide. He is 100% shook. Hold up, what ain't no way? That puppet literally took 0 damage. And now it's out here dual-wielding deadass whispering, "You thought it was over, fam." Then it just came at him at light speed. My boy had to go full Neo from the Matrix just to duck that. Yan like hops back to get some breathing room, touching the spot he almost got his face rearranged, and whispered to himself, "Oh hell nah." So then he powers up, leaps in, and just starts wailing on this puppet's whole existence. After he unleashes this insane combo, my man lands totally out of breath like he is wiped. But get this, the puppet goes down too, and you just know what's coming next. Yup, rage mode activated. It lets out this unholy screech, and the entire background just shatters into a million pieces. Its head morphs into this nasty green blob, and then poof, the puppet just dips, gone in a flash. It teleports right in his face and just decks Yan with a nasty shot to the gut. Bro didn't even have time to put his hands up before he's coughing up red stuff. Yikes. And it's only then that he finally gets a real good look at what he's up against. He screams, "OMG, it's a deep blue abomination." The whole crowd just loses their minds like, "We gotta bounce, get out of my way." So this thing starts scurrying super fast right at Zuku-Ki. But Zook Girl is just standing there cool as a cucumber, not even flinching. But before she can even flex on him, Bian Shenho just drops in out of nowhere, blocking the monster's attack to save her. And with one hand, my dude just yeets that thing hundreds of meters away. So casual. Next, he pulls out this long wooden staff and hurls it like a freaking javelin right at the abomination. The staff goes clean through it. Then of course, guess who decides to crash the party? Auntie Ma. She pops up behind Shenho with this totally wicked laugh. "Ha ha ha, one of the Zodiacs from the Arbiter's crew. Not gonna lie, you're pretty tough." She gives him this major side eye. What a shame. And literally the second she's done talking, the green goo on the abomination just explodes. Then it reforms into this massive hand and just snatches his whole body up. It yanks him into its gross, slimy green body, and the whole thing starts glowing all creepy-like. And Auntie Ma is just on the sidelines cackling like a complete psycho villain. "Juke, sweetie, don't just stand there and watch the fireworks. Come on and experience my nightmare dreamscape." Then she shoots these dark energy laser beams from her eyes straight for Zuku-Ki. The energy just completely swallows her up in pure darkness. And you can hear this crazy lady's voice echoing everywhere. "Go on now, get lost in the little spirit world I whipped up just for you." A super creepy skull starts floating towards Ju, but then bam, her eyes fly open, and her entire body just erupts in this blindingly bright light. Auntie Ma, watching from the outside, is totally shook and is all like, even a level 3 powerhouse can only struggle a little bit when they're trapped in my nightmare dreamscape. And boom, just like that, Juk gets dropped into another fake-out world. This place is like all psychedelic and colorful, but then bam, 3 giant monster flowers just spawn out of thin air. They're flexing these massive, pointy teeth and they just dive right at her. They fly in and completely swarm her. Auntie Ma is laughing all smug like, "Called it. No one gets out of the nightmare dreamscape. Ever." But that's when Juk is like, "Okay, my turn." And she just one-shots the whole garden of freaks, flash frying them instantly. The old lady is losing her mind, totally freaking out and screaming, "No way, you're just gonna keep falling deeper for me." So Juk keeps getting dropped into more and more levels. The 3rd level's dreamscape was a whole ocean. The 4th level's was being stuck in a straight-up inferno. The 5th level's dreamscape was a frozen tundra. This time, Juk is just lying there, completely frozen solid in a giant ice cube. Seeing this, Auntie Ma thinks she's finally won and gets all giddy. At last, she finally broke, but she barely gets the words out before Zook's eyes snap open, and she casually shatters the block of ice around her like it's nothing. The old lady is terrified, screaming, "Impossible! This is my max power for a level 3. Zook doesn't even say a word, she just like waves her hand. And the entire sky, along with Auntie Ma's whole reality, just shatters like a mirror. The lady is in a full-on meltdown screaming, "What even are you?" And with that, the old lady's nightmare world gets totally obliterated. Auntie Ma is just on her knees at Jukei's feet, completely broken. Jukei leans in and asks her all soft like, "Lost little lamb, tell me your real name." The lady weakly sputters out, "Mandinapati." Jukei starts glowing, powering up, and is like, "Aight then, Mandinapati, time to face the music. Your crime is being way too full of yourself." Then she points right at her and declares with her whole chest, "I sentence you to trial by fire." And a massive pillar of flame just completely swallows Auntie Ma's whole body. All you can hear is the old lady screaming in total agony, "It burns so much." Meanwhile, the abomination is looking around like, "Yo, the vibe is way off right now." And it tries to bounce thinking, "Yeah, I'm out." It's literally thinking, "Whatever, the boss is here, so I'm not taking the L for this mess." And young Shi is just standing there watching this thing try to peace out again. Aight, thank God the whole block was sealed off with a spiritual barrier, no cap. But way over yonder, Kree starts screaming, "Yo, don't let that thing bounce." Then bam, a flash of red energy explodes from behind him, throwing up a brand new wall and trapping that freak. Gotcha. He slides in, going for the kill shot to snatch the abomination's heart. But right as he's about to grab it, someone else swoops in and literally yoinks the heart from right under his nose, leaving him completely shook. And you'll never guess who it was, my guy, Young Shi. He just gives Creed asterisk that look asterisk, you know, pure main character vibes, making him back the heck off. "Yo, Yang Shi, your skills are actually insane catching that thing on the run. Low-key color me impressed." So now the abomination's heart is just kind of floating in this stream of red energy, and you can just tell he's thinking to himself, "This dude's conscience is screaming so loud right now. If he hadn't used that Blood Clan power-up to mute it, I bet I could have gotten so much more tea." Then he holds the heart up like a freaking trophy. "So, what if I just snatched the superpower from the Deep Blue Clan?" And just like that, Yang Shi boots up the superpower extraction program. Let's go. Once the download hit 100%, the sick green gem just materialized and a stat screen popped up. Superpower Deep Blue Bloodline. The lore dump says it comes from the bloodline of the Deep Blue Mother Tree, and it's got a ton of different battle modes. Skill 1 Progenitor, Skill 2 Dark Flash, Skill 3 Soul Devour, which basically turns your enemy into a brain-dead NPC. Skill 4 lets you use a bunch of primal seeds to summon a whole army of those abominations. Skill 5 Light Flash, which wraps up your spirit and teleports it back to the home base at light speed. Skill 6 Nightmare Dreamscape, Level 5 S rank. Let's freaking go. Yang Shi was totally feeling it, like, not bad. This loot drop was a massive W. Okay, so the mission was pretty much toast, and Jukei was like, "Peace out, y'all," and was ready to dip. And get this, Shenhe was finally free, just floating up off the ground for real. He glances at the nasty goop on his hands, and is totally gagged like, this sticky junk is disgusting AF. So then he moseys on over all amped up and slings an arm around Yang Shi's shoulder like, "Bro, you're the GOAT! The whole cleanup sitch, that's on you." But wait, over on the side, Yi Xiaoguan is literally clutching his gut, looking like he's about to yeet his lunch. And then some rando just walks up and hands him a whole-ass corpse puppet mask. "Senior Ye, this is all you now. Hope you do something sick with it." And OMG, my dude was absolutely shook, just gawking at the mask like he'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, back in the main hall, Yang Shi is getting the lowdown asking, "Alright, spill it. How many people actually snagged one of those Tiangang masks?" Jukei, who's like right there, spills the tea instantly. Okay, so in the Free Alliance C region, we're talking 6 people. Hero C region 3, Iron C region a solid 2, and over in the Chaos C region, another 2, she adds. And you are not going to believe this, but one of the Tiangang crew from the Hero C region is our boy Molong. The second that name dropped, he spins around like, "Hold up, since when has that clown been chilling in the 4 Great Seas?" And she's all, "I know, right? Should we try to extract him or something?" But Duan Hai just brushes her off, totally unbothered as he turns like, "Nah, we're chill. As long as he's grinding and making bank for the squad, it's all good. I can handle a little tea spillage." Then he just tosses her a marble and is like, "This loot was so clutch it was enough to boost the S rank Void Cube to a full-on SS rank." And bam, the system screen flashes up again with all the juicy item details. Special ability Void Cube. Description. It's basically your own personal pocket dimension for stashing and teleporting your junk. Okay, skill number 1. Transportation Gate literally yeets your crap to you through a void vortex. You can kind of sense where it is, and this is a huge, but anything with a heartbeat is a big nope for the vortex. Skill 2 though, if you've got an anchor space set up, it can teleport living things. Evaluation. We're talking rank 3 SS tier, so basically your own private cross-dimensional Amazon Prime delivery service. Slay. But Duan Hai was low-key sus about the Void Cube's whole deal. Like, living beings cannot pass through the void is just a bougie way of saying anything alive that goes in, gets permanently deleted. So my man grabs a fish and whips open the transportation gate. He yeets the poor fish in to test his theory, and what do you know, a totally unalived fish just materializes right back in his hand. Yikes. Duan Hai is just staring at this fish in his hand and mumbles, "Damn, I can literally feel the void just slurping the soul out of it. No wonder it's not on DoorDash for pets." So he pulls out another live fish. But what if I make this a weapon? He straight up summons the transportation gate right on top of the fish. And from that one wild little test, he realizes the void vortex is basically a space-time muncher and plot twist. You can use it to literally gobble up enemy attacks. You could just see the gears turning in Duan Hai's head like he was about to cook up something insane. I'd bet, he decides. The pig Zodiac armor is getting this SS rank void cube. That's gonna be a major glow up. Time to get this pig Zodiac armor kitted out. Okay, so get this afoot. Just asterisk slams asterisk out of this portal and bam, the pig Zodiac is just there. Then Chutuk slides in right after all like, girl, I've got the tea. And she drops this bomb. The Hero Association is kidnapping otherworlders and trying to brainwash them. Duang Hai was literally floored for real. He spins around to her and is like, hold up, the Deep Blue Clan are otherworlders, right? But they're not on that whole mind control wave. Wait a sec. No way. And you could literally see the little hamster wheel spinning in Duang Hai's brain. Like, is he thinking the Deep Blue Clan and those infected dimension folks are the same crew? Cause their whole power inheritance thing is on a completely different level. But before he can even finish that thought, Chutuk cuts him off like, oh, and BTW, Fyodong Chian Dada and Branch just pulled up to the Keelan base. And you guys, Duang Hai absolutely freaks out. He's like, why are you just telling me this now? So while he's having a meltdown, the crew over at the Keelan base is just chilling. Branch is like, dude, this mission board is loaded. And they have a whole ass menu for buying new powers. Then Dada jumps in. Yeah, but check this, one single upgrade potion is a crazy 4,500 points. And Hyodong just has to pipe up. The way I'm earning points from wrecking these dimensional beasts, I'd have to murk like 18 of them just for one S-rank ability potion. Bro Branch and Hyodong were on that struggle bus, no doubt. Yeah, the grind was looking absolutely brutal. But Fyodong, who's just vibing on the sidelines, is like, nah, not really. They've got intel missions, rescue missions, and even some, asterisk, unaliving asterisk gigs here. The pay is actually insane, and it's way less work than throwing hands with those dimensional weirdos. But just as they're getting into it, this random voice just interrupts their whole conversation. Y'all need to pipe down. And just like that, this green dude appears out of nowhere. It's Duang Hai, and he's like, all right, listen up. I brought you guys here because I've got a hack for you to farm points early. Call it a little bonus. OMG. The look on Branch and Hyodong's faces, they were bug-eyed staring at each other like, is he for real? She's totally pumped. So wait, you're saying we can get the ability potions on an installment plan? He just hits him with a cool little Then he pulls up the ability menu. And in his head, he's all, go ahead, pick your poison, get those upgrades. The more overpowered my main squad gets, the quicker we can grind for resources, and the better our chances are of absolutely demolishing these otherworlders. Okay, new scene, we're at the port on Banana Island. The water is giving major crystal clear blue vibes, and there's this ship just chilling at the dock. Duang Hai is posted up by the river with Teddy, who starts spilling all the tea. All right, young master Duang Hai, welcome to Banana Island. This is basically the last gas station for repairs before we get to the main event. He plops down too, just zoning out at the water. It's all sparkly, and he's like, dang, this river is such a vibe. Teddy, who's just standing there, glances at the current and starts dropping some backstory. This is the Moonlight River. It's pretty much the only tap water for all of Banana Island. The story goes, if you drink it, you get like a temporary luck boost or whatever. So Duang Hai hears this, and he immediately scoops up a handful of water like, seriously, say less. I've got to test this theory. He's just about to drink it, but then he spots these tiny little specks floating around like you can actually see them. And just from that little clue, he guesses there's a sneaky little dose of those primordial particles in the water. He's thinking, hold on, that third scene from Fifi's dream? Is it about to happen on this island? My dude was actually worried. Like, what is the Deep Blue Clan even doing putting blue powder in the Moonlight River? He thinks about it for a sec, then turns to Teddy like, yo, uncle, where does this river even start? So Teddy just points him towards Jikong Mountain, smack dab in the middle of Banana Island. And this mountain is an absolute unit, like it's seriously scraping the sky. It's literally jutting through the clouds, looking like it's straight off a movie poster. And boom, next thing you know, Duang Hai teleports over there to Jikong Mountain, the river's starting point. He's thinking to himself, the concentration is so weak a normal person could drink this for over 6 months, and probably not even start turning into a weirdo mutant. Then he's like, I honestly have no clue what the Deep Blue Clan is planning. Guess I might as well set up a secret little base on Jikong Mountain, so I can spy on them. He's thinking arms crossed, totally in deep thought mode. And just like that, Duang Hai summons the Snake Zodiac and drops the command, Snake, you're on lookout duty. The snake just materializing behind him is like, got it. Then we jump over to the 7th front line on Jui Island, where everyone is hustling hard. Out of the blue, Li Bang just asks, yo, the Zodiac in your squad, is it the main man monkey or the head honcho rooster? And was he hanging with that fire dude and the monk Tandagi? Duang Hai just acts super chill about it. For now, the organization sent a constellation, someone on my tier to lock down the front line. Okay, so when Li Bang's crew heard that, they were literally bugging out. Like, hold up, no Zodiac, big shot, it's just you. My dude started sweating buckets for real. He's over there thinking, I can't just spill the tea that I'm the monkey, the rooster, and probably the whole dang petting zoo. So instead, he just jerks a thumb at his 3 besties, Branch, Fei, and Hyodong, and goes, aside from me, my entire crew right here is on that S rank level. And OMG, hearing that, Li Bang's face went from 0 to 100, like instantly. Ayo, my guy Duang S rank is a heavy claim, bro. You can't just talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk. And right on cue, Mr. Human Torch over there had to add his 2 cents. Yeah, we'll see if they're actually S rank when we start scrapping. We're supposed to be a team later, so we might as well vibe check each other's power levels right now. But Monk Tandagui was like, nah, I'm chilling. I'm not about to fight these girls. They look like a stiff breeze could take them out. And I'm not trying to foot that medical bill. But Duong Hai, oozing confidence, clapped back, bet. Y'all can pick literally any of these 3. And whoever actually pulls off a win, I'll hook 'em up with the gloves of light. Honey, the flame dude's eyes practically turned into dollar signs, and he immediately pointed a finger right at Branch. I'd bet. You and me, let's go. Branch's face was giving pure, unbothered queen energy. He got all smug like, real talk, you should probably just forfeit right now. It's gonna get messy if you get bodied. Then bam, he shoots out this whole ring of diamond shards. But don't even trip, I won't touch that pretty face. I'm a gentleman after all. This diamond-encrusted Beyblade he cooked up comes flying straight for Branch. She doesn't even flinch, just grips her sword and says with absolute ice in her voice, if you had any idea what I've been through, you'd know your little threats are just static. Her whole aura changed, her eyes got laser-focused. Then she just went all in, swinging her sword and completely vaporizing his sparkly little frisbee. She lets out this crazy battle cry, and Homeboy was absolutely shook, realizing he bit off way more than he could chew. He totally panicked and threw up this massive diamond shield to block what was clearly a finishing blow. But that shield got turned into arts and crafts glitter the second her sword made contact. Next thing you know, Branch's blade is kissing his throat, and the look on his face was pure unfiltered panic. After witnessing that main character plot armor up close, Li Bang's whole tune changed. Okay, that's enough practice for one day. How about we go check out the commander's crib first, yeah? And with that, he was practically begging Duong Hai to lead the way. Duong Hai was just thinking to himself, in this world it's all about that power flex. Actions speak way louder than words. So, we cut to a whole other scene where some dude is literally fighting Godzilla's cousin. Meanwhile, Molong is deep sea diving thinking, if this intel is for real, this otherworlder is just vibing at the bottom of the ocean. Snapping a selfie with one of these guys has gotta be worth a boatload of points. And way down in the abyss, Anastas was posted up inside a giant seashell looking like a goth little mermaid. She was talking major smack like, these dimensional beasts are so stupid, they're strong as heck, but they're getting absolutely finessed by a bunch of low-tier locals. She takes a beat then is like, for real, if the major city-states hadn't sent in top dogs like us to run the show, these humans would have plotted their way to a W a long time ago. Her pet wolf clan was totally gassing her up like no lies detected queen. Just thinking about that mana crystal mine is getting me so hyped. Anastas just nods all serious, no cap. As long as I can snag a super pure magic crystal, I can finally hit level 2. And if we could somehow drag this entire mana crystal mine back to Odyssey and flip it, we'd be talking about some serious stupid money. But right then, Mong comes zooming into the picture. Her spidey senses started tingling and she screamed, we've got a visitor. Oh crap, we gotta bounce. The second the words left her mouth, she slammed that wolf clam shut, ready to dip out, but Mong was way too fast. He got there in the nick of time, blasted the shell and yelled, where do you think you're going? The party's just getting started. The wolf clam totally ate that hit for Anastas like a true ride or die. A second later, she pops out of its mouth, whips out her bow, and gets ready to serve it right back. You filthy local! Anastas's green arrow came flying out at like light speed. But Maung's reflexes were absolutely cracked. He dodged it like it was a slow-mo movie scene, not even breaking a sweat. But then get this major plot twist, the arrow pulls a full-on U-turn and smacks him right in the back. He was completely blindsided, screaming, what the heck? Seeing him all messed up, Anastas gets this evil little smirk on her face. You really thought a homing arrow would be that simple to dodge? Then she whispers 2 little words. Okay, so get this. She screams overgrowth, and bam! This insane vine just erupts from the arrow and ties Maong up tighter than my last-minute homework. And after she got him all wrapped up, Anastas literally jumps into her wolf clam to bounce, but not before dropping the shadiest line ever. She's like, are you for real right now? You're out here trying to throw hands and you don't even know what mana is. Bro, did you seriously think you were even in my league? The audacity. Then she hits him with, you really need to stay in your lane, sweetie. And with that, the wolf clam snaps shut and poof, she's gone. Vanished into the ocean in like 1 second flat. But hold up, cause here comes the plot twist. Anastas's whole dramatic exit was being live-streamed by Duong Hai on this gigantic screen. The vermilion bird just vibing behind him is all casual like, oh yeah, that's the clip Maong just sent over. So chill about it, I can't. And Duong Hai is stressing like, dude, it looks like humanity has a long way to go before we can even think about clapping back at these Odyssey colonists. It's not just our power levels, our whole special ability game is weak sauce. They're just on another level. He looked stressed, AF. But the vermilion bird just hits him with the, hey, look on the bright side, at least we've got a massive population, right? Like, some superpowered geniuses are bound to pop up eventually. Hearing that, Duong Hai totally changes the subject, asking, aight, so what's the 411 on the Kwang project? Did we snag all the masks we needed or what? And she spills the tea. The 3 main squads have basically scooped up all the Team Kwang masks. But one of the masks for some low-level dude got jacked by the Wang clan. Uh-oh drama. Meanwhile, over at the Yuan clan's crib, the big boss is holding this wicked-looking scorpion-shaped mask. And on the floor right at his feet is the completely wrecked body of some monster. Yikes. He turns to the girl next to him. Tinch Chu, I'm trusting you with this mask. But listen up. Don't you go trying to mess with Tai Hui just yet. Tinchu looks down at the mask and she's like, yeah, but they have the hookup for those special ability potions. Even if we don't do anything. The other two families are gonna make a move. And don't even trip, Tai Hui isn't some random scrub that the Iron-Blooded Army or the Heroes Association can just roll up on. Yu Yang was just keeping it 100 trying to chill her out. Hearing that, she asks, so after we finesse them for the potion, you want me to bring it back to you? He turns back with this super smug smirk and goes, nah, at my level, I've got way bigger fish to fry. Cut to another room where some dude is deep in his Zen meditation moment. And this guy is also on that 4 C's tumultuous waves list, so you know he's a total big shot. His name Wu Yang Hu Yan. He hears something, snaps his eyes open, and sees Tinchu walking up to him. She holds up the mask and is like, eldest nephew, your dad said this is your call. I'm officially passing the torch to you. Go find someone to legit check this special ability potion, and you better not even think about trying it yourself. You're the heir to the Merchants Alliance, my dude. You're way too important to be playing around. Yang Hu Yan just glares at the mask on the floor, dead silent. Ooh, the tension. Then we cut to the Iron-Blooded Army HQ where the commander is in a meeting. He gives an order about this whole Tai Hewitt organization situation. I'm putting Chian on the case. Tan Yang immediately snaps back. You got it, Commander. The scene flips to this super chill spot with clear blue skies. Over at the Heroes Association, Tong Tian and some bald dude are just vibing playing a game of chess. This guy's name is Shi Guang, and he lets out this big sigh. The number of these otherworldly people just keeps going up while the number of humans with powers drops every single year. The whole situation is looking kinda grim, not gonna lie. Is it for real like that one person said, is meditation like the only cheat code to save all of humanity? He's just thinking out loud. And the craziest part is, we both know how to meditate, but we can't teach it to a single soul. How the heck are those otherworldly people pulling it off? As Tong Tian makes his chess move, he drops a little hint. Ever heard of the special ability potion? I'm thinking it could be a pretty decent substitute for meditation. Shi Guang is immediately hooked like, I've heard the rumors, but can it actually cook up S-tier heroes like us? And Tong Tian just starts cracking up LOL. Honestly, I kinda hope they can get strong enough to totally wreck me. Maybe then I could finally take a vacation and this massive weight on my shoulders would chill out. So Shi Guang decides, all right, bet. Let's let that kid Ukbak handle the Tai Huet business. Tong Tian doesn't even fight him on it, just says all nonchalant, I mean whatever. He's your student, not mine. And surprise. Duong Hai was watching their every single move on a screen. He's like, looks like besides hunting for the Philosopher's Stone, we gotta figure out the otherworldly meditation method to our to-do list. Then Ouyang Lang slowly creeps up behind Wang Huyan, who's still in his zen zone. But my boy knew who it was and asks, so did you make the trade for the special ability? Yu Yang Lang answers totally hyped. I did, I picked my old man's Azure Dragon emissary power. My dude was getting all shy, scratching his head like, no cap, I seriously didn't think you'd bless me with such a massive W, but while they were just vibing, the vermilion bird just rolls up out of nowhere. Her footsteps were dead silent, but you could totally feel this insane power level as she got closer. Huyan was shooketh, thinking to himself, bruh, I didn't even hear her coming. The vermilion bird completely blanked his reaction and just glided over to Wang Lang. All right, Tian Qi, it's time to get juiced with this special ability potion. Then, she just slides this little bottle over to him. He's holding it, but before he goes full send, he has to ask like, so, we're good to just send it. And with that, my guy closes his eyes and chugs the entire potion in one gulp. The second it's down, Ouyang Lang is like, all right, bet. Next, I'm gonna try to summon the Azure Dragon. The instant he says that, he slaps down this glowing blue magic circle. A second later, a whole-ass legit dragon just bursts out of the sigil, and seeing this absolute unit of a dragon, Ouyang Lang's eyes start getting all watery and he's screaming, totally hyped. This is the dragon from my dad, I actually did it, I summoned him. But just as the vermilion bird was about to bounce, Wang Huyan stops her like, yo, wait up, gotta ask you something real quick. You could see him putting it all together in his head like, so the Kwang Squad's whole 9 to 5 is just hunting these mutated freaks. It's, like, super obvious that the bodies of these creatures are the secret ingredient for brewing these ability potions. And right then, his face just gave everything away. Wait a minute, is this that activity thing the alchemy nerds are always yapping about? She turns back, giving him this ice-cold stare. You might call it activity in Taihu yet, but the real tea is that it's called the special ability factor. Huen was absolutely floored. The special ability factor, no way. And plot twist, you guys, the person who showed up wasn't even the real vermilion bird. But Duong Hai was out here playing a whole different game. He was feeling himself thinking, low-key, this kid's giving off major main character energy. I gotta get him on the squad. So get this, in some super deep cave, the secret Taihuit headquarters in Mount Katong, a clone of Duong Hai disguised as a PYU was just chilling out reading a book. The real Duong Hai strolls in, sees this, and says with a huge smirk, look at you just living your best life. Plasma, this SS rank is all for you, boo. And with that, he held up this orb glowing with some wild emerald green energy. It was the plasma special ability made for absolutely wrecking your enemies with skills that include number 1 plasma rain and number 2 plasma swarm.
It makes these little plasma bugs that are basically smart bombs designed to go boom on your enemies for insane damage, and for the big finale, the plasma annihilation cannon. All these skills are SS rank, no joke. That's number 3, by the way. But then he suddenly got jumpy, feeling a super weird vibe. He closed his eyes to focus and figure out what was up. The Frank special ability seed in Greed's body is going absolutely wild near Banana Island. Well, guess I gotta go check the vibes. And just like that, he powered up his Puppet Master abilities. Meanwhile, at this top-secret Greed family meeting, everyone's sitting around looking all serious. And Arthur, who is secretly Duang Hai in disguise, is just chilling in the cut with them. And they even brought kids, which is a whole mood. Greed gets up in front of everybody, raises his hand, and makes this huge announcement. After we took out that super OP Vanguard last time, our crew's got a second shot at creating a tier 3 heavy hitter. Han Hung is one of us, a real member of the Greed fam. I'm really hoping you all can make it through this and become the absolute legends of the Greed clan. He puts a hand over his heart, acting all self-important and dramatic. It's only through making sacrifices that we can pass on the flame of human civilization in, better ways. Hearing this whole speech, Duang Hai was sarcastically thinking to himself, Bro, if you're gonna betray humanity, just say that. Well, you gotta make it sound all profound and noble. Suddenly, the kid sitting next to the Arthur puppet shot to his feet, totally calling Greed out, screaming, I'm never gonna be a monster! Let me go home! But Greed's face got stone-cold serious as he leaned in, his voice dropping low, giving off major you messed up vibes. Who are you calling a monster? Kid was totally terrified, but still tried to act brave, stuttering, Cousin Greed, I'm not scared of you. Hearing that, Greed immediately snatched the boy and started dragging him away, saying as he walked, I knew it. Not everyone in the House of Greed can keep up with my ambitions. As he was being pulled away, the kid started panicking, crying, Bro, are you really gonna do this to me in front of our entire family? Greed just crouched down in front of the kid, lifting his chin. To keep that human flame burning, every sacrifice is worth it. And the moment he finished saying that, he immediately used his hand to get a super tight grip on the kid's neck. Red liquid started pouring from his mouth, and a second later, he just went limp. After he took care of that business. So get this, he literally just yeets the dude's body on the floor, slips his hands in his pockets, and is all like so casual. All right, Arthur, what's the tea? And Arthur and the crew, seeing this whole mess go down, are absolutely sweating. But they're trying to play it all cool, like, yo, we're with you 100% ready to ride or die to keep humanity from getting totally wiped. The rest of them are literally shaking all like, yeah, me too. Chris heard exactly what he wanted, flashed this huge psycho grin, and threw his arms open like, hey, that's the energy I'm talking about. All right, squad, we're bouncing to Banana Island to finally get our payday. Meanwhile, up in the Bougie penthouse suite on Banana Island, our boy Arthur, who's literally just a meat puppet, getting played like a video game by Duang Hai, was just posted up in the corner thinking, this mind control juice wears off in like less than 3 hours, and I still have zero idea what the Greed clan is even trying to pull. So the dude tied up in front of Chris, that's the 8-armed martial arts legend Nippong Porcelain, who's sitting pretty at number 68 on the 4C's big shot list. Nippong's just giving Chris the death stare, basically roasting him. You are a real piece of work, man. Why'd you even snatch me? But Chris just sat there cool as hell playing with a knife like it was a fidget spinner and was like, oh look, I just brought you here so you don't get in the way and mess up the whole vibe later. With that, my guy gets up, clasps his hands behind his back like a total villain, and just moseys on over to the window. And also to give you a front row ticket to the fireworks. Nippong totally caught the super sus vibe from his words and whipped his head around immediately on high alert. What the hell? Outside, a massive truck had just slammed into a black car, completely totaling it. Right away, this dude hops out of the car and starts screaming, yo, what the heck, you swerved right into us. This is 100% on you, fam. So get your butt out of that truck right now. The truck driver, though, gets out, but his head is down, looking sketchy AF. His leg was also completely mangled. But this dude just starts walking step by agonizing step towards the guy, not even flinching, with this seriously twisted smile on his face. Haha! The car guy sees this and starts freaking out. Yo, what the hell, your leg, bro? Your leg is snapped in half. As the truck driver with that straight-up nightmare fuel look just keeps shuffling towards him, the guy is screaming his head off, totally losing it. I'm telling you, man, you take one more step and I'm calling the cops. Then, bam, out of nowhere, the truck driver just morphs into this giant green monster and lets out a roar that was straight-up terrifying. Nippong, watching this whole horror movie play out from the window, is completely shook. You unleashed a plague on Banana Island? Greed just looks down at him with this evil-ass smirk. Nah, girl, we're not that basic. We only dropped 3 Greed variants on the island, the kind that can teleport. Nippong started sweating buckets, his eyes screaming pure panic and stress. While Greed just keeps spilling the tea, all chill. See, everyone on Banana Island has been sipping on water spiked with our little special ingredient for a few months now. The dose isn't even that strong, but with hundreds of thousands of people on this island, that's more than enough juice for these 3 teleporting Greed variants to hit their level 3 glow up. Just sit back and watch. His eyes got this crazy evil glint. Outside, the variant had already taken out the car dude and was literally hoovering up his life force, which looked like this wild turquoise light. And Puppet Arthur, still being remote controlled by Duang Hai, saw the whole thing go down and was thinking, I gotta figure out a way to stop this absolute madness. Nippong was absolutely seeing red now. Do you psychos have any soul left at all? You're sacrificing a whole island of people just to create one level 3 monster. I guess watching that was the last straw for him. He flexed his whole body, and the ropes just exploded right off him. Go to hell, I'm Nippon Porcelain, and even if it's the last thing I do, I'm not letting this crap go down. And with that, he just launched himself forward, throwing a massive haymaker right at Chris, but Chris just hopped up in the air and dodged it like it was nothing. Then he flicks his arm and shoots out this blue thingy, probably some kind of hidden dart. It zipped right through Nippong's arm and released some kind of gnarly bacteria, and you could tell it hurt like a mother. He grabbed his now busted arm, gritting his teeth just whispering, "No freaking way." But Chris wasn't done. He lit Nippong up with 3 more of those blue projectiles, and then dropped a warning. "From now on, you better stay put." He got hit 3 more times in both his arms and his chest, which basically turned his muscles and tendons into confetti. At that point, all he could do was stare with these dead eyes, completely hopeless. Chris gave him an ice-cold look and said, "I've already snipped the connection between your brain and your limbs, so just be a good boy and wait here to be the final snack for my greed babies." After dropping that bombshell, he turned to Byron, who was just standing there like a mannequin. "All right, Unc, you got this. I'ma go vibe check those 3 and see what kind of drama they're stirring up." Meanwhile, my man Nippong is just flat on the floor, dude is straight up cooked. OMG, this is so wild. He's literally got the shakes and can't chill. And get this, the Arthur puppet with Duong Hai basically being the puppet master is just standing there, arms crossed, staring down at Nippong like some kind of final boss. Okay, so I gotta patch up this 8-armed beast, fix these gnarly cuts from the blade fibers, and reboot his brain so it talks to his body again, you know what I'm saying? So with that master plan, he flips around to Byron with this super sus chill smile and is like, "Yo, Uncle Byron, low-key, this Nippong dude is a total legend. Shouldn't we tie him up again just to be safe?" And Byron's just like, "Nah, we're good. My nephew's blade fibers totally wrecked him. You'd need some level 3 psychic energy drink just to start fixing that mess for him." But the Arthur puppet is not having it, pulls out a rope anyway, and strolls over to Nippong on the floor with this little smirk saying, "Still better safe than sorry, am I right? Let's wrap this dude up like a present." Nippong, who's basically a sitting duck at this point, just completely loses his cool, screaming, "Are you for real right now? You're just gonna stand there and watch those weirdos go absolutely feral on our own squad." Duong Hai, talking through Arthur, just claps back with, "Bro, what are you even talking about? If you're on the chopping block, you should know you're on the chopping block." Then he just casually lifts the guy's arm. And yikes, the blood vessels right there were totally trashed. The Arthur puppet gets this little smirk, and then super on the DL, he uses his powers to patch up those busted veins. Nippong was 100% shook by this. "Yo, what in the world are you doing to me?" But Arthur just acts like he's finishing tying the dude up, then turns to Byron and is all like, "Uncle Byron, he's all gift-wrapped, come check out my handiwork." And get this, the martial artist dude must have caught the vibe from Duong Hai because he just laid there and played along, not making a peep. Yeah, no more of that drama from before. Hearing that, Byron leans over to take a peek and actually gives him a compliment like, "Not bad. Your knot game is seriously on point." Then, completely out of the blue, Chris, who's in a totally different location, just freezes solid. "Oh, hell no," he mutters, staring up at this super sketchy pitch-black skyscraper. Wait, did Byron just get bodied? And bam, a whole swarm of creepy black bats just explodes out, shattering the room's window. Then they start clumping together, morphing into Chris's form. He was totally floored to see Byron knocked out cold on the ground, and his mind was just going a million miles an hour like, "This has Nippong written all over it, but I swear I disconnected his whole nervous system." Chris was straight up bugging his eyes wide and scanning everything. Whoa, he ducks instantly. Some black shadow just tried to jump him from behind. But Chris has got those cat-like reflexes and dodges it, yelling, "Who's out there playing hide-and-seek in the shadows?" Nippong throws a punch at Chris, but then Chris's body just shatters into a million pieces, into a bajillion tiny bats, which totally threw Nippong for a loop. "Damn it," Chris's voice echoes from everywhere. "Wow, okay, didn't see that coming. Guess I totally slept on you." Arthur, just chilling from way back, replies super casually, "So what's the thesis?" The black bat pieces start zooming back together and Chris's body slowly starts to reform. And he looks so grossed out. "Ha, you sneaky little snake. This is the 3rd time I've picked up on your psychic vibe. I bet the real Arthur was already completely your puppet the second he set foot on this continent, right?" He screamed, totally livid. Then another blast of that pale blue energy just shoots out of Chris's hand. His voice is just dripping with sass. "Works for me, though. The big boss wants to basically delete your whole adjudicator squad. So taking you out would be a massive W for me." And just like that, he blasted off like a rocket straight for the Arthur puppet. Duong Hai inside Arthur's brain was just thinking, "Ta already dipped to go clap those 3 teleporting greed demons. My only job here is to keep Chris busy." He leapt up, dodging the hit, and started playing some serious 5D chess with his mind. "You even touch me and your little bro is getting deleted. Period." Then these gnarly black marks started crawling all over Chris's face, spreading out until they just completely covered his whole pretty boy face. Chris flashed this absolutely psycho smile, saying it would be his honor. The second the words left his mouth, a beam of energy just blasted from Chris's eyes straight at Yang. But just in the nick of time, Zook pops up out of nowhere. She just waves her hand and poof, the attack just vanishes.
Nippon, seeing things were getting way too heated, decided it was time to dip and go help the rest of the crew. Before he bounced, he made sure to be like, Master Zook, you got this on lock. I'm gonna go deal with those other problem children. But Chris sees the martial artist trying to make a run for it and yells, and where do you think you're going, not so fast? And redirects his attack right at Nippon. And Yang-shi was just thinking to himself, okay, real talk right now. Besides me, this absolute beast is literally the only other person on Banana Island who can actually throw down with that greed monster and win. Okay, so get this tea. Naeong is straight up playing puppet master with my boy Arthur, right? He makes him light up like a freaking Christmas tree and dive in front of Chris's weak sauce attack. Asterisk, shink, asterisk, and boom, it's a total bloodbath. And Arthur, the poor puppet, is looking absolutely gagged. That blue laser that was supposed to zap Naeong. Yeah, it's now decorating the inside of Arthur's chest. Meanwhile, Chris is over there smiling like a total psycho. He's acting all smug like, psych, you totally fell for that, bro. It was all a decoy. You were the real target all along. And while all that asterisk drama is popping off, some straight-up nightmare fuel is on a rampage hunting people down in the Banana Island shopping district. So listen to this. Some rando hiding behind a wall decides, this is the perfect time to go live. He's all like, what is up, my people? It's your boy Candy coming at you live. All right. So as you can see, this absolutely wild blue monster just spawned on Banana Island. And for real, it's not playing games, it's unaliving people on sight. And on his stream, you see this dude in a full-on cowboy getup about to throw down with this gigantic, super gnarly monster, and bam, my man is already pulling over 43,000 viewers. Candy's voice is all shaky like, my dude Cowboy Ferrero is out here fighting for his actual life against this thing. Martial artist hero, you better slide through like yesterday. Asterisk, pow, 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 asterisk, Cowboy Ferrero is just letting the lead fly. And he's thinking, okay, just gotta stall until the main character arrives and this thing is totally cooked. But plot twist, y'all. Ferrero's shots just made the monster big mad. Roar! It lets out this insane scream, does a whole Neo from the Matrix dodge on the bullets and just rushes him. Ferrero is bugging out, totally frozen, and just screams, no way! And Candy, seeing his bro about to become a human-sized snack, absolutely loses his mind, screaming, oh heck no. Then you see the monster's messed up face, all jagged teeth, and this long, nasty blue tongue, and it just smashes into the camera, giving all 46,000 plus viewers the jump scare of a lifetime. Then the screen cuts to black with this absolutely terrifying scream. No! The monster totally went for it. Candy is panicking, screaming at the top of his lungs, somebody, anybody help me! Then out of literally nowhere, these energy blasts just start going off. The monster gets absolutely wrecked and hits the pavement. Candy's just frozen solid like, wait a minute, I'm not dead. And there's this shadowy figure standing over him, giving off major protector vibes. OMG, it's Yang-shi in his full snake zodiac form holding this sick purple energy ball. He just goes, be gone. The monster gets blasted and this purple light just wraps it up like a present. Yang-shi takes a knee and this little orb thingy materializes in his hand. The system notification pops up like, achievement unlocked new ability. And the orb is just like pulsing with power. Underneath, the stat sheet says mutated greed bloodline ability. Skill 1 berserk, skill 2 teleportation. And it's currently absorbing primordial particles. To level up the teleport skill. Assessment rank 5. So Yang-shi is checking out his new glow-up thinking, I wonder if I can use this to just yeet that spirit inside the greed bloodline. But nah, she's already dug in deep with her spirit form, so that's gonna be a whole complicated thingamajig. So Yang-shi just slurps the ability orb right into his hand. That master dude, Chian Busui, the one who's taking a nap at the Chian family mansion, he's kinda in the same pickle. When the vibe is right, I'll use him as a guinea pig first. Then Candy, our streamer boy, just latches onto his leg and starts ugly crying. Bro, who are you? You saved me. Let me be your sidekick, your hype man, anything. Yang-shi is so over it, trying to push him off like, yo, get off me, dude. Meanwhile, Arthur sprints over to shield Yang-shi, and Chris is just fuming, grinding his teeth. Oh, why is this whole situation giving me the major icks? Then out of nowhere, this booming voice echoes, Chris Green, it is time to face the music. Chris jumps totally spooked, like, who said that? And bam, Zook just phases into existence midair. You have been found guilty of the sin of greed. What do you have to say for yourself? Chris is literally shaking, grabbing his head, sweat just pouring down. I'm guilty. Zook just points at him and is like, your sentence is a lightning beatdown. And his whole body just gets electrocuted, and he's screaming his absolute head off. Ah, this hurts so bad. Chris is gritting his teeth, thinking, crap. If this keeps going, I'm gonna have to bail on this meat suit. Then Zook just pieces out into the night sky. Chris, you can reflect on your life choices in lightning jail. Chris totally collapses next to Arthur. Oh, my poor dumb little bro. He gives Arthur this super pained hug. Dude, this feeling is the absolute worst. Then poof! He turns into a bat and dips out the window. Elsewhere, a bunch of terrified people are huddled in a corner. The monster lets out a roar that literally shakes the entire building. Roar! Nippon just yeets himself into the air and delivers a haymaker straight down on the monster's head, a perfect shot right to its noggin. The punch was so insane, it literally slammed the monster's face through the concrete, cracking the whole street. Nippon grabs its leg and yells, this is not gonna hold. I can't hold this beast for long. You guys gotta bounce like right now. The second the martial artist's grip slipped, the monster shot right back up roaring like a maniac, and then it charged right back at him, straight up yeeting Nippon through a glass window. The monster let out a victory roar like it just won the championship. Nippon was totally messed up, struggling just to stand up after that hit. All right, Bet. Looks like I gotta pull out the finisher one-shot this clown. Nippon's on the hospital roof, and his whole body is just glowing up with so much power that the literal concrete under him started to crack. The dude lets out this epic anime scream, his hands balled into fists. After that whole power-up scene, Nippon just launches himself into the air. His whole body basically turned into a human torpedo, drilling a hole clean through the monster's chest. The people down below watching this brawl were losing their minds like, yo, that's the signature move of the 8-armed goat. This is epic. We're saved, Nippon was vibing, flashing a big winner's smile. But that victory party was cut short big time. His spidey senses went off, making him whip his head around. A blue laser beam zapped Nippon right between the eyes. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence, just got out a "you," and then the legendary 8-armed martial artist just folded. Right in front of everyone. Seeing their hero get clapped that easily threw the crowd into a complete panic. Then Chris just drags Nippon's body over like, you absolute joke! After all this time! And you still haven't even hit level 3. The monster's mouth opens wide, surrounded by these sparkly orbs of energy. Chris is just standing there, arms crossed with a smug look on his face. OMG, you are literally so useless! It's actually a good thing I'm absorbing you now, cause I was not about to waste a perfectly good heal on you, bye. And then get this, the monster's jaw completely unhinges and it just roars, so its eyes are popping with this insane blue light. But then bam, out of nowhere, these blue energy blasts just totally shred its head. And you see that same blue juice crackling right at Chris's fingertips. He's like, yo, this power-up feels absolutely busted. And he's got this smirk like totally embracing his villain era. Wonder if I'm on the commander's level now? Then, get this. A voice from behind him is like, yo, did the party start without me? He whips around and it's young Shi decked out in his full snake zodiac fit. Oh, a zodiac from the Arbiter Squad. Perfect. You can be my little guinea pig for these new powers. But yo, all he gets back is crickets. So he gets all gassed up like, what's good, you gonna do something? I'm just waiting for this power-up to finish loading. What's your holdup? But young Shi, chill as ever, just says, nah, I'm waiting for you to finish charging up. It's no fun if the boss fight is a total cakewalk. Bro, Chris is fuming, but he forces this smile and goes, interesting. As a thank you. I've decided I'm gonna slice you into like 3 pieces. How's that grab ya? And while he's yapping, he whips out an energy sword. I'm 3 times stronger now, fam. Prepare to get clapped. Young Shi doesn't even blink. Just lets the dude swing right for his chest. But poof, my guy just dissolves into a shadow, leaving Chris looking absolutely shook. Like, hold up, was that a shadow clone? Next thing you know, Chris is surrounded by these glowing blue arrows. He throws up a shield to block him, and that smug look is completely wiped off his face. Chris is still desperately trying to land a hit on Yang Shi, though. He's thinking, is this dude reading my moves or what? Then blue lightning starts sparking all over Yang Shi's body. Looks like I gotta play defense and just buy some time. This whole storm of lightning orbs comes flying at him. Oh crap! His body just morphs into this black shadow and a swarm of bats flies out. But the lightning just zaps the bats one by one and they all just drop. The bats all fly back and reform into his body. But real talk, even with a huge power level difference, if you play your cards right in a fight, it's not impossible for the underdog to clutch it out. Then these sharp spikes just pop out of Chris's body. He sneers. But a super move like that? How many times can you even spam it? And then he gets jumped from behind. His whole body just seizes up, veins popping everywhere. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. Now I've got 2 Zodiac members and one of the 4 symbols on my case. How am I supposed to 1v3 this? And then he just collapses. Young Shi, now in his monkey Zodiac form, is standing next to Juka. No way he actually broke out of that mind lock. Juka's like, yeah, but it cost him big time. He had to burn a massive amount of concentrated primordial particles just to brute force his way out of that mental trap. They both just dip out at the same time. Aight, let's go save the civilians first. A little later, Young Shi is standing there looking all serious, hands behind his back. And he's facing the Vermilion Bird, who's spilling all the tea about last night's drama. Apparently after that whole mess on Banana Island, the Adjudicator organization basically blew up online. Gubin Than told him that a ton of people are trying to join the Adjudicator organization now. Unfortunately, there are only 36 spots, so some people are already trying to suck up to the Chian family instead. The Vermilion Bird couldn't help but start guessing like no cap. So, get this, everyone's whispering, yo, all these powered-up peeps crashing the Chian family's party? Half of them gotta be fakes, probably spies with their own drama. But Yang Shi, he's just chillin'. He was literally like, nah, the Chen fam's got it handled. I'm gonna bounce back to Liu Kang City and see what's poppin' over there anyway. And just like that, poof, he's gone so casual, it's crazy. Meanwhile, over in Luang City, the whole sky is looking insta-worthy. You've got Yang Shi posted up on this skyscraper roof, just stretching it out and soaking in that fresh, foggy city air. Talk about a whole vibe. Then my dude starts powering up and his metal control thingy is whipping up this little energy ball that's just floating in his hand, glowing with these faint blue light beams. Like, whoa. And you can just tell Young Shi's thinking, oh, it's on. Perfect time for a major glow-up. Let's get this S-rank metal power to SS rank like yesterday, totally calculating his next move. And now that I've got 36 people on my squad, the dark energy supply is insane for real. And that little power orb in his hand is just guzzling energy, it's blue. Color slowly shifts to this super cool gray as it hits SS rank. And then bam! The system screen just pops up out of nowhere with the upgrade notification and all the juicy new deets. Metal controllability range a whopping 30,000 meters. Weight a crazy 100 tons. And get this new skill unlocked, divine metal creation. We're talking super dense metal with some seriously scary power. The rating SS rank baby. It's like the potential is tied to some secret universe level cheat code or something. Yang Shi's just staring at the notification, totally hooked like divine metal creation, you say. Okay, not gonna lie, that name is sick. And right on cue, help! This totally desperate scream just rips through the air, and Yang Shi is immediately on it. 'Cause on the rooftop right across from him, this giant three-tailed fox tiger thing just bursts through a window and is shoving its head inside. It opens its mouth super wide, showing off these nasty-looking teeth and this long, creepy tongue. Yikes. And it's terrifying this poor girl nearby like she is shaking like a leaf. And get this, it's an S-rank demonic beast, the Dark Knight Demon Fox. Of course it is. So the thing just yeets itself off the roof and starts doing parkour down the side of the glass building. And at the exact same time, you hear this blood-curdling scream as some random office worker takes a nosedive off the skyscraper. A freaking drone immediately spots the chaos and starts blasting an alert like, warning, warning, we've got an S-rank level disaster happening right now. All A-rank and higher heroes, we need you on Hoa Street for backup like now. Then out of nowhere, asterisk, clang, asterisk, a metal plate just appears and catches the falling dude perfectly. He is absolutely shook. The guy can't help but scream, wait, what, I'm alive. Then asterisk, screech, asterisk. This sick red ride pulls up to the building and out pops the wandering swordsman and Liang Yuan, and you can tell they are about to throw down. Liang Yuan just gives him a look like, let's do this. And with zero hesitation, the wandering swordsman just charges straight for the Dark Knight Demon Fox. Growl! Liang Yuan lets out this insane roar and just goes full beast mode. His muscles start popping and wolf fur literally explodes from under his shirt. He rips his white tee to pieces as his face just transforms into a legit wolf's head with some major fangs. And while all this is going down back in the livestream room, Director Gay is over there sweating buckets watching this whole mess. 'Cause every time an S-rank beast shows up, it's basically game over. He's gotta be thinking, the closest S-rank hero? Liu Chang isn't gonna get here for another 2 hours. Are these guys even gonna last that long? Back to the action, the Dark Knight Demon Fox opens its mouth and starts charging up this huge energy ball. The green glow from it is giving off majorly creepy vibes. Then kaboom! The orb shoots a green laser beam right at the wandering swordsman. But our boy is fast on his feet and dodges it like a total pro. He screams over to Liang Yuan, watch out! The beast then takes a swipe at him with its super sharp claws. But Liang Yuan, in his full-on werewolf mode, just takes the hit like it's a love tap. He whips his head around and yells to the wandering swordsman, go, now's your shot. Bet! He swings his sword right at the beast, and its eyes are just glowing with pure rage. The blade gets closer and closer, the shine of the blade reflecting in the demon fox's creepy yellow-red eyes. But this is a big oof right before it can connect. The Dark Knight Demon Fox smacks him with a tail counterattack, sending the wandering swordsman flying into a wall. And while he's still dazed and confused, the Demon Fox opens its massive jaws, looking like it's about to have him for lunch. But in a super clutch moment, an arrow just flies out of nowhere and bam, right in the beast's eye. It goes down hard. It's just writhing on the ground, roaring in total pain as blood pours from its right eye. And right then, the green-haired girl who fired the shot is just standing there, super tense, watching the beast's every single move. And watching from way up high, Yang Shi is silently putting the pieces together. This kid Zidian? She's hiding something. No cap, her power's already at S-rank. A whole 2-rank glow-up, that's wild. Yang Shi was low-key impressed, thinking, no cap, the psychic scan says her power level just skyrocketed in like 0 time flat. Aight. Bet. This is getting juicy. Meanwhile, over in the stream room, Director Gay was giving everyone the rundown. So far, it looks like everyone on Lan Hoa Street is still alive and kicking no casualties. And get this, he's guessing. The tea we're hearing is that some mystery hero used a freaking metal plate to get everyone out of there safe and sound. Some dude who's a beast with metal holdup? Could the goat himself, Master Yuji, actually be back? And just like that, the live chat absolutely lost its mind. The chat was just spammed with, Yuji my king, we missed you, and OMG, is it really him, is Yuji back? But back on the streets, the whole vibe over Lan Hoa Street changed with the sky getting all dark and swirly. Things started looking super trippy and everyone on the ground just snapped their heads up to look. Liang Yuan was totally confused, like he just had to ask, yo, what even is that? Turns out those messed up black streaks were the Dark Knight's storm power, and that Demon Fox was just spamming the ability on repeat. The Dark Knight Demon Fox started twisting its body, letting out this gnarly growl, while blasting out some seriously toxic-looking gray-green energy. Then it just threw its head back and let out this freaky sound wave. Zidian went on high alert, knocking a fire arrow, and taking aim at that monster, totally ready to light it up. But the Dark Knight Demon Fox was fast and bounced onto a skyscraper nearby, just trying to make some space and dodge her shot. Instantly, the stream chat blew up with hype for Zidian like, Ice Queen Archer, let's go! Yes! Queen, you got this. Our girl Lee, Zidian, light him up. Let's go, we're all behind you. Don't even think, just end this, dude. Meanwhile, back in the studio, the vibes were getting real spicy. Director Gay was dropping the deets like, Aight, listen up, this Dark Knight, Demon Fox is a straight-up ninja using the shadows to go ghost. It can also use that darkness to literally neo-dodge any attack coming at it. He was rubbing his chin, looking like he was about to have a panic attack, NGL. This is gonna make it basically impossible for Lee Zidian to even touch this thing. So then the freaking thing just yeets itself off the building, doing all these crazy zigzags to juke everyone out. But right then, Liang Yuan saw his opening and his big old bear paws shot out, snatching the Demon Fox's two back legs and stopping it from bailing. He went full-on hero mode, screaming at Zidian. Now do it now, hurry up, fwoosh. And just like that, the arrow is gone from Zidian's bow. A hot second later, that fire arrow just slams home bullseye right in the Dark Knight Demon Fox's left eye. Oof! And the thing just starts wailing, flipping out and screeching its head off. The monster was going berserk, basically using Liang Yuan as a freaking doormat, who was still hanging on for dear life. His face was a total mess, ugly crying and everything. Liang Yuan was trembling, basically whispering his last words. Adoptive father, I'm so sorry. I'm about to peace out for good, and we never even got to have like a real father-son moment. Pull yourself together! A voice just thunders out of nowhere, making him jump out of his skin. Liang Yuan was all shaky like, Who is yelling at me? Then bam, a freaking chunk of metal just flies in and absolutely clocks the Dark Knight Demon Fox right in the head. And who's there, Young Si in his full Yuji cosplay, just levitating like a total G in front of the KO'd beast. Liang Yuan slapped a hand over his mouth, completely losing his mind, his voice all choked up. Adoptive father. Wait, hold up, no. My dad is here to save me. And you guys? The chat on screen was just a straight-up flood of hype. The King Yuji is in the building. Big boss, we missed you for real. Yang Shi just casually walks over to Zidian and gives her this cool little nod like, You're Zidian, yeah? Not bad, you've got game. But before she could even get a word out, he just zooms up into the sky, leaving her totally speechless. So back in the stream room, Director Gay was patting Nayu on the shoulder, just gassing her up like crazy. And Nayu, that tea you spilled about the flying metal disc saving the day, that was 100% clutch today. Nayu just gave a polite little nod. Thanks for the shout out, Team Lead Gay. If we're done here, I'm gonna head out. But before she could even make a move, Director Gay stops her all like, Yo, wait up a minute, Nayu. And then he just keeps laying on the praise. Nayu, no joke, you have been absolutely killing it lately. I bet you'll be on the main commentary team before you know it. Nayu played it cool, just replying. Appreciate it, Team Lead Gay. But then he gets all weird and cuts to the chase. Yeah, thank you is nice, but it doesn't really cut it if you know what I mean. How about you and I go grab some dinner? OMG, Nayu was totally cornered trying to figure out how to get out of this. Oh, I'm so sorry, And before she could even finish, Yang Shi just slides in like a superhero, saving her from this super cringe moment. Yeah, that's not gonna happen today, he said smooth as butter. Me and my girlfriend already have plans. Nayu looked kinda surprised for a sec, then shot him this super playful look and asked. And she's like, OMG, what are you even doing here? So Yang Shi gets all sweet and is like, Came to pick you up from work. Let's bounce. And Girl Noose looked like she was legit about to start bawling for real. She just kinda whispered, Yeah. And poof, they were gone. They literally just bounced, leaving poor Director Gay standing there watching this whole freaking rom-com unfold. Talk about major couple goals right in his face. NGL Nouse was doing this adorable little pout all like, Why didn't you even text me you were back? And Yang Shi was totally eating it up, hitting her back with, It had to be a surprise, babe. She gives him that look, you know, the one total heart eyes, and asks all worried, So like, how long are you staying this time? And Duong Hai just plays it super smooth saying, Don't even trip, I'm sticking around for a hot minute. And hearing that, Nouse's whole face just lit up, and she starts planning like, OMG, yes, we have to go to that new place that just opened. I'm taking you literally everywhere. So they're just like vibing, walking and chatting, completely clueless that some creeper is literally lurking on a rooftop across the street spying on their whole date. And get this, the mystery figure was the real Duong Hai decked out in his UG gear. He's up there staring down and thinking, Nouse, I guess I'll just have to let this clone of mine kick it with you for now. I mean the drama. So back at the office, Liu Nguyen literally busts in the door. The second he spots Duong Hai, he starts freaking out like, Godfather bro, I was seriously starting to miss you like crazy. Duong Hai's just chilling, legs crossed in his chair like a total boss. He casually hits Liu Nguyen with, Ait Nguyen, how you feel about taking a little trip out to the West Sea? Liu Nguyen is looking so confused like, the West Sea. Then Duong Hai gets up, strolls over to this huge window, and just stares out at the city like he's the main character in some epic movie. He answers without even turning around, all cool and confident. You heard me. The West Sea. That's where the real players are supposed to be. Then Duong Hai turns his head just a little to drop another question on him. So, Nguyen, what's the move? And dude, Liu Nguyen immediately drops to his knees, practically worshipping him, and just keeps saying, Thank you, Godfather, for everything. For real. Duong Hai just pats his shoulder, playing it all cool like, Bro, we're way past all that formal stuff, right? But then his whole vibe shifts and he gets serious, dropping some so-called concerns about the kid. But let's be real, with your current E-rank power level, you're not even scratching the surface of your potential. He pretends to think for a second, does some quick mental math, and then breaks it all down for Liu Nguyen. So here's the deal. I'm gonna slide you some of my credit. It's more than enough to cop a vial of that S-rank ability serum. So later over at Kylan Hall, Duong Hai asks him, "All right, Nguyen, what's the S-rank build you're going for?" And Liu Nguyen didn't even hesitate. He was like, "The S-rank werewolf bloodline." And then he was super quick to break down his whole game plan. "I've already got it all mapped out. It's better to be a master of one thing than kinda good at a bunch of stuff. You know, I'm taking this werewolf bloodline and maxing it all the way out to its final form." Duong Hai slaps him on the shoulder, looking all proud like, "Hey, now that's what I like to hear. I'm expecting some big things from you." Then he hits him with, "But besides the glow-up juice, you remember that promise I made you?" And hearing that, Liu Nguyen is totally spiraling in his head like, wait, is this it? Is Godfather finally gonna make it official? And right on cue, Duong Hai whips out this mask. You know, the one that means you're officially a stellar, and hands it over to Liu Nguyen, laughing like, "Haha, you already know what it is. The stellar position of Kui Molong. It's all yours, kid." Liu Nguyen takes the mask, but his inner monologue gets super dark. He's thinking, okay, so I guess it's only when he completely controls the entire adjudicator organization, that's when we can finally have our real father-son moment. Then Liu Nguyen grabs Duong Hai's hand and puts it on his own shoulder, putting on this whole loyal act. He looks him dead in the eye, all confident, and says, "Godfather, don't you even worry. That day is coming way sooner than you think." And Duong Hai is just muttering under his breath, I seriously have no clue what this kid is scheming in that head of his. All while giving Liu Nguyen the rundown, Kui Molong reports to the White Tiger Hall. You and Bua Wu are about to go lock down the Western Alliance's sea territory. And once you wrap that mission up, you're coming with me to the West Sea. But before he could even finish his sentence, poof, Duong Hai just vanishes. Liu Nguyen is left standing there looking around all confused. He's looking all over the place for him like, where did Godfather go? And then it clicks. As he's putting on the Kui Molong mask, he starts this whole dramatic monologue. Welp, I guess it's time for me, Liu Nguyen, to officially start my villain arc. Then my guy Liu Nguyen just does this hyped up air punch, totally confident, and yells, "Godfather, you can totally count on me. The adjudicator organization is so gonna be ours, just you wait." And at that exact moment, Duong Hai, who's literally flying on a sword through the sky, just lets out this random sneeze. And he's like, "Did someone just talk smack about me?" Meanwhile, on some random rooftop, this dude, Duong Pham, is shirtless, just grinding out push-ups and counting 5,554. 5,555. Then all of a sudden, he senses someone rolling up on him. And Duong Pham thinks to himself, yo, this energy. It feels exactly like the chief's. Okay, so get this. The dude literally springs up, drops to one knee, and is all proper like, "Ayo, what's the move, chief?" to Duong Hai, who's just standing there looking cool. Duong Hai, not one for small talk, just dives right in like, "Aight, Spill, I heard you totally crushed it and got first place at the ability tourney. Did the Hero Association slide into your DMs with that conquest invite yet?" Duong Pham, still on his best behavior, is like, "Yes, sir, that's the tea. Li Zidian, Achao, and Huanju also copped their invites from the Hero Association. And you know, our boy Duong Hai, he ain't about to play games." He just straight up asks Duong Pham, "So you and Li Zidian, what's the vibe? You guys tight?" And Duong Pham, keeping it 100, goes, "Honestly, we grabbed a bite like one time, but we're not besties or anything." The second he hears that, Duong Hai's spidey senses start tingling, and he's like, "Okay, but is she weird, like any strange habits or whatever?" And even though Duong Pham has no idea where this is going, he doesn't even skip a beat, just spills, "She's just super into meditating." And Duong Hai is like, "And you gotta hear this, meditating like, girl, what?" And you can totally see the gears turning in his head like, hold up, wait a minute. Did this chick accidentally stumble upon some secret meditation cheat code with her whole chaotic fighting thing? Duong Hai was seriously trying to connect the dots. So he's like, "I bet, I gotta go investigate this girl." Then my dude literally jumps on his sword and dips. But before he completely ghosts, he makes sure to tell Duong Pham, "I've got other stuff to handle, so I'm out. You just keep doing, you stay on that grind." And hearing this, Duong Pham clenches his fist, looking all kinds of determined, you know. He's in his own head, gassing himself up like, "Yes, one day I'm gonna be the chief's ultimate secret weapon." Meanwhile, the chief himself, Duong Hai, hasn't even made it down the block before. He lets out another massive sneeze, and he's just like, "Bro, what is wrong with me today? Am I getting sick or something?" Cut to a park in Lukong City's forest where Zidian is, totally in her zone, meditating with her eyes shut. And get this, all around her are these crazy thick clouds of dark energy just getting vacuumed right into her. And Duong Hai, who's being a total creeper hiding in a tree, is just absolutely shooketh. He's internally screaming like, "OMG, so asterisk, this asterisk is that Champu method. It's all clicking. No wonder she hit S rank at lightning speed." Zidian's vibe check is going off, her eyes fly open, and she's instantly on high alert. She shoots this absolute death stare right at Duong Hai's hiding spot and screams, "Get out here." So Duong Hai just hops down from the tree, hands up like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." He's trying to de-escalate like, "Yo, chill out. I come in peace. I just want to make a deal." But Zidian is not having it. Her guard is up to the max. She's giving him the ultimate side eye like, "What kind of deal?" And Duong Hai just lays it all out for her. "The secret to your glow-up obvi." And when she hears that, Zidian is just frozen. You can see her thinking, I knew it. The jig is up. They know. Duong Hai doesn't even hesitate. He just drops this insane offer on her. In return, I can get you to SS rank, and I'll throw in lifetime immunity from the adjudicator organization. Or, he says, pausing for dramatic effect. Then he hits her with another wild offer. I can also give you a bag so fat you couldn't spend it in 100 lifetimes. Zidian is looking at him like he's grown a second head, like, wait, there's an SS rank above S rank, is that even a thing? And Duong Hai is all calm and collected? You could also call it tier 3. But Zidian is still super sus. She's trying to figure out his angle like, okay, but if your squad already has the sauce to get people to SS rank, why are you even so thirsty for my secret power-up recipe? Duong Hai just casually turns his back on her all cool and explains, look, our ability serum tech. It can only boost a handful of people. But giving all of humanity a glow-up? That's the real endgame for our organization. And Zidian just fires back. Are you for real right now? No cap. Duong Hai just looks over his shoulder with this super confident smirk and goes, 100%. And with that, Zidian finally chills out a little. She looks down and starts spilling the tea. Okay, fine. So I basically found this meditation life hack that's linked to my soul type ability. It's like a cheat code for leveling up super fast. She stops for a second. Then she adds, but this whole Lichma meditation thing I cooked up, it's super exclusive. It only works if you have my exact ability. And then out of nowhere, bam, a freaking fire arrow comes flying through. It just zips through the dark, aimed right at this phoenix with its wings all spread out, and the thing lets out this ungodly screech. Okay. Plot twist back at Kylan Hall. Duong Hai's real asterisk body is gasping for air and drenched in sweat. He's mumbling to himself. So this asterisk is the meditation technique, huh? Wild. I can't believe breaking through from F rank all the way to D rank could happen this quick. Duong Hai stares at his hand, watching it just slurp up these dark energy particles, and he's thinking, but he's kind of bummed. I'm already used to handling way more dark energy than this. And all this meditation boost is kind of mid for me. And right at that moment, so get this, Duong Hai, using his little clone puppet slides up to Zidian and is like, wait, hold on. Are you telling me this thing only buffs one skill? And Zidian's over there looking all sus, just nodding like, yeah, that's the tea. He just plays it all cool, scratching his head like, whatever, no biggie. But low-key, Duong Hai's brain is already firing on all cylinders, plotting like, OMG, if I can just snag that Lichma meditation and yoink Zidian's power. I'm about to build a whole squad of absolute beasts. And while he's off in his own world, Zidian starts jabbing him, totally panicking that he's about to ditch their deal. She's like, hello, are we doing this or what I'm calling dibs on the adjudicator squad for my security detail period? And girl, she shakes him so hard he probably got whiplash, finally snapping him out of it. Oh, it's 100% on, he fires back. Then Duong Hai hands her this totally sick mask, giving off major forest spirit deer vibes, with a little crescent moon right on the forehead. He's all, here, take this. It's for Zhang Yu, that main character energy guard from Juke Hall. The Ju crew will pull up for you if stuff hits the fan. So Zidian snatches that Ula mask right up, but not before she hits Duong Hai with another question. And he's just so chill about it, like, oh yeah, NGL, let's be real, this whole meditation thing is probably a solo act and I'm the star. Look, babe, as long as we can harvest enough of your special sauce to cook up a serum, and that serum gives everyone the Lichma skill, we're totally golden. Problem solved. But Zidian is staring at him like he just grew a second head. She's all stressed out like, hold up, collecting ability factors. What does that even mean? Is that gonna hurt me or something? Seeing her totally bugging out, Duong Hai just waves it off like, girl, chillax. Nah, of course not. We're talking 2, maybe 3 minutes tops. Then he points to this random rock and tells her to go lie down. And right before he starts his whole sketchy factor collection thing, he drops this little nugget of a warning. And hey, don't even think asterisk about resisting. Zanwu just hums a little, and then Bam Yangshi is like, and we're done. She hops up off that rock looking completely shooketh. Wait, what? It's over already. That was crazy fast. On the outside, Yangshi is serving pure poker face, not saying a word, but inside Honey his mind is racing. Yo, for real, what you just said was mad, sis, you know that. Meanwhile, back at Keen Hall, the real Yangshi is holding this scroll that's just glowing with this crazy nighttime energy. And he's just musing to himself like, energy activity mana. It's all just marketing, fam. At the end of the day, it's all the same juice. And right then, this picture of some dude pulling back a bow just pops up in the scroll. Yangshi is literally mind blown. What? No way, this is real. Cut to the Four Seas region where Yangshi and Liu Yuan are just posted up on a roof scoping out the area. He puts his hands on his hips, taking this big old breath of that fresh, chilly air. And Liu Yuan is just bouncing off the walls with excitement like, you gotta be kidding me. Are there really this many heavy hitters in one place? Yangshi just casually explains, welcome to the Four Seas, my guy. This is the 4th defense line of the 7th main island in the Free Alliance's territory. This is basically where the org first planted its flag. And with that little info drop, Yangshi uses his metal bending powers to literally just yeet them both into the sky. The kid is clinging on for dear life, so Yangshi is just like, yo, focus up, dude. You're rolling with me to meet the rest of the squad. So, over at the port in the B06 defense line on island number 7, a whole welcome party was already posted up for when Yangshi and Liu Yuan touched down. Yangshi's Boo-Woo clone steps up to greet them, gives this super formal bow and goes, "Greetings, Lord Yuji." That's when Yang Shi grabs Liu Yuan's hand, yanks him forward, and announces to the whole squad, "All right, listen up, I'm here to drop off Quan Muang. From now on, I'm trusting you guys to babysit this little menace I picked up." And poor Liu Yuan, looking all nervous, gives this tiny little wave and introduces himself. Hey guys, I'm Quan Muang. Hope we can all, be friends." Yang Shi's Biwu clone is pure hype, shouting back, "Hey, welcome to the Four Seas, my little dude, Liu Yuan." The kid is totally stunned, and he whips his head around to look at Yang Shi still rocking his Yuji disguise with this majorly confused look on his face. Foster dad? Is that guy even allowed to be shouting my name out like that?" Yang Shi just puts a hand on his shoulder, all calm and collected, and whispers, "Don't even sweat it. I'm the one who gave Biwu that glow up. I already spilled all the tea about you before we even got here." Then he breaks it down for the kid. Besides putting Biwu in charge of this whole defense line was the organization's call. And get this, I even had to get his okay to bring you along. Hearing this, Liu Yuan's brain just completely short-circuits and misreads the entire vibe. He's thinking to himself, "Ooh, drama. So things are super awkward between my foster dad and this Biwu guy. I bet Biwu got a major ego boost after his power-up and is getting a little full of himself. So, homeboy is trying to get out from under foster father's thumb, huh?" He was thinking hard yeah, that has to be what's going on. No cap, that's why foster father sent me here in such a hurry. Turns out his little pet project is about to break his leash. Liu Yuan was low-key, smirking totally here for all the tea. Just like I thought I'm the only one foster father can really trust. He hit up Yang Shi all cocky "Pops don't even stress. Our Yuji crew is gonna get this whole situation on lock, bet. I got this." And just like that, he bounces over to the Bawu clone, dapping him up like they're besties, leaving Yang Shi just standing there totally confused. Thinking, hold on, did he even read the room? Am I just supposed to be cool with this? But seeing the kid getting along with everyone, Yang Shi just kinda shrugged it off. He walked up to the old dude from the Chen family and was like, "Yo, old man Chen, we gotta talk for a minute." So boom, next thing you know, they're in the command center's lounge, Yang Shi and old man Chen sitting across from each other. Yang Shi gets things started. "All right, old man Chian, the higher-ups decided it's time to run a little test. And I was just wondering if the Chian family wanted a piece of the action." But old man Chian's face was a total blank slate, giving nothing away. He just gave him this chill little nod say less. So Yang Shi didn't mess around and got right down to business. "You ever heard of this thing called a meditation technique?" Yo, when old man Chian heard that, he was legit shook. He was like, "Wait, your squad has a meditation method, no cap." And Yang Shi leaned in, totally trying to get the tea. "Sounds like you're already in the know, huh? Cause this is some next level stuff only the biggest of big shots in the world can even wrap their heads around it." Old man Chian, cool as a cucumber, takes a sip of water and starts breaking it down for Yang Shi. "Okay, but listen, the whole meditation game the human masters are on is a whole different universe from what those freaky aberrations are cooking up. The human way, it's all been passed down on the down low like nothing's ever been put on paper." So after getting the lowdown from the old dude, Yang Shi was like, "Aight, time to spill." He goes, "So peep this, my organization has this meditation tech we call the demon-slaying meditation method. Long story short, it helps your average person totally level up and get superpowers." Then he kept dishing the deets to old man Chian. "And to really kick things into high gear, we're also about to drop a whole batch of low-key special ability booster potions." And OMG, when old man Chian heard this whole plan, his jaw was on the floor. He was instantly all in, "Dude, what your squad is doing? That's a straight-up miracle for humanity. For real, how can your boy Qianmu get a piece of this action?" Seeing that old man Chian was so down to ride, Yang Shi didn't even skip a beat and just laid out the game plan. "All right, bet. For the first trial run, we're gonna need 100 young people, guys and girls, but they gotta be the type that are tough as nails and don't fold under pressure." When he heard that, old man Chian was just like, "Say less. This ain't my first rodeo. I did the same thing picking my forging apprentices. 1 week, but that's more than enough time," the old dude said, stroking his beard like some kind of kung fu master, and asked, "So where are we doing this? What's the location?" Yang Shi took a beat, then said, "Let's do it on Banana Island. We'll link up there in 1 week." Meanwhile, back at the Tangong Cloud Summit, Yang Shi was just posted up, hands behind his back, looking all cool, getting the full scoop from Ju Su. She's like, "I found some stuff on that painting you wanted me to check out." He was super curious, "Okay, spill the tea," he told her. "Hit me with it, Zu Su." She just went full-on robot mode and started dropping this massive info dump. "Okay, so I figured out that when you meditate on the painting, your whole brainwave situation totally changes. And that change lets you suck in all this dark energy," she explained. "By staring at the painting, the dark energy you're absorbing and the stuff that's already in you start acting all weird. To put it simply, the original dark energy is like these solid black cubes just vibing around you. But when you do this whole visualization thing, its entire vibe flips. It turns into these little trails of black smoke that are way easier to absorb." Suzu kept going. "So for now, we're just gonna call it demon-slaying energy. After that, this energy gets all up in your system and starts flowing through you on a super specific path. Once it's powered up your special ability, most of it just kind of poofs out of your body and goes back to being plain old basic dark energy," she continued. "So the painting is basically a cheat code for your brain's frequency to absorb dark energy. And it can also transform that dark energy into a whole new, totally special kind of power. To get the powers they needed. And Yangshi, not missing a beat, just interrupts her like, oh, so just asterisk thinking asterisk about the painting is the cheat code, got it. Like, he was skeptical at first, but get this, Lizidian's spiritual powers can literally just copy-paste the painting's entire vibe, so I'm pretty sure Yangshi was like, I bet, and just decided to manifest his own. And then, bam. This picture of some dude in a total battle pose just materializes in the painting, pulling back a freaking fire arrow with these insane mountains in the back. Yangshi, the genius, totally cracked the code. He turns to Ju-Su and goes, hey, wouldn't it be a million times easier to just yeet these guinea pigs into the Cloud Summit space so they can soak up the art vibes? And girl, the asterisk, second asterisk, those words left his mouth. That painting Yangshi just whipped up starts floating right in front of the whole squad. It was just gushing this insane pure gold energy and everyone was just staring at it completely speechless. And seeing their jaws on the floor, Yangshi gets this little smirk thinking, okay, this is giving major legendary training montage energy. So Ju-Su asks for his opinion like, this crew is going to be the A-team for the Chilean Hall. We're calling them the Demon Slaying Squad. And Yangshi just kind of gazes into the horizon and gives her the nod, zero hesitation. So like a few days later, there's this massive crowd already posted up at this cliff bright and early. Mong's there just surveying the whole scene. And he just yells out, so who here is signing up for the special ability element? And everyone is just side-eyeing him, you know, and totally judging him on the down low. Like, geez, the murder hobo vibe on this kid is off the charts. I bet he literally just walked out of a war zone. Then two stragglers just casually roll up. This one dude with brown hair and a major resting you-know-what face, Yu Youngguan, speaks up first. Are you guys with judgment or nah? And trailing right behind him is Guang Wen, who's wearing a mask. He doesn't say a single thing, but his aura is so crazy intense it's literally making people shake. The whole crowd just starts buzzing. Someone in the crowd is like, OMG, who is that guy? Then out of nowhere, this kid with black hair looks like he's just seen a ghost. His eyes are practically popping out of his head. Dude, he's wearing a Tianqi star mask. And suddenly it's like a light bulb went off for everyone. The guy next to him chimes in, hold up, isn't that the mask that got snatched by that top-tier Zilly Master Guan? And right on cue, Yangshi, who just snuck up behind them using his metal bending thing, is like, oh, looks like the whole gang's all here. Mong was legit shocked to see him. He asks Yangshi, Yuji for real judgment sent asterisk you asterisk to collect the special ability element too. Yangshi, playing it super cool, just saunters over to him like, well, look what the cat dragged in. Mong, long time no see. And seeing how totally chill he was, Mong just had to scoff. He lets out this icy little laugh and says, I'm already at your level, buddy. And one of these days I'm gonna blow right past you. On the outside, Yangshi's just like, bet, I'll be waiting. But inside he's totally dying thinking LMAO, so this clown finally figured it out, huh? Then Yangshi puts a hand on his shoulder and says all slow and dramatic, all right, then let's start by relieving you of those superpower elements. You guys, Mong literally flinched. Even with the mask, you could just feel how tense he was. So seeing this, Yangshi tries to chill him out. Yo, just relax, my dude. Don't fight the vibe. Meanwhile, Wu Youngguan, who was talking all that smack a minute ago, is now completely silent on the sidelines, just watching every single move Yangshi and Maong are making. He's thinking, okay, I need to figure out the science of how they're actually collecting these superpower thingies. But before Wu Youngguan could even begin to compute what was happening, Yangshi lets go of Maong and is just like, all done. Even Maong, the guy who supposedly just got his powers snatched, can't help but ask, totally floored, is that it? And Yangshi just hits him with the ultimate sarcasm. What did you think I needed to perform open heart surgery to grab a few superpower elements? Yangguan's face just scrunched up. And he's just thinking completely baffled. What in the world is going on? Aren't they supposed to be draining his powers? I can't sense a single thing. He kept staring super focused and made a little promise to himself. Okay, the next one. I am definitely gonna feel it. So while Yu Youngguan was in full-on concentration mode, Yangshi was just over there all casual holding his hand out for the next victim like, all right, who's next, chop chop people, we don't have all day.